Hey, welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Check out our playlist for more amazing novels. And don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss a new audiobook. Now, let's dive into today's story. Chapter 301 The Power of the Star Emperor Bell. Your warrior, Wang Juns, led the army of Taishuan dynasty to fight against Qingfeng dynasty. The generals of the two dynasties collided and the fight was fierce. Your warrior, Wang Juns, relied on his outstanding talent for leading troops to ambush and kill 300,000 troops of Qingfeng dynasty. Your warrior, Ji Yuyu, secretly attacked and killed 200,000 troops of Qingfeng dynasty. Your warrior, Ji Yuyu, ordered people to secretly attack and kill a Taoist general of Qingfeng dynasty. Your warrior, Lin Shan, used the formation as the foundation to kill 200,000 troops of Qingfeng dynasty, making Qingfeng dynasty furious. Your warrior, Jiyu Qingfeng sat firmly in Guzhazhuang, watching the movement of the warrior panel, and knew what the situation was outside. Now that many warriors have arrived, judging from the current situation, even if Qingfeng dynasty really steps into the ancient Beast Mountain range, it is estimated that it will have to pay a heavy price. If he were the commander of the Qingfeng Empire, he would be furious now. In fact, it was just as Jiyu Qingfeng thought. When the army was ambushed and intercepted continuously, Zhang Chen, as the commander, was completely furious, but the cultivators who ambushed him secretly were extremely cautious and did not confront him head-on. In this way, no matter how angry Zhang Chen was, he could not do anything to the other party. When another ambush occurred, Zhang Chen finally could not control his anger and flew into the air. A bronze ancient bell suddenly appeared, and then the terrifying blood and energy were poured into it. In an instant, the ancient bell vibrated, the heavy bell sound caused the sky to collapse, and the stars in the world seemed to fall at this moment. Layers of ripples spread in all directions, causing the space to collapse and shatter. When many cultivators hiding in the dark saw this scene, their faces changed drastically. Some cultivators were unable to dodge and their bodies exploded instantly. Retreat. KZ looked at the scene in front of him, his face changed drastically, and he took Ji Yuyu to evacuate the battlefield directly. Even with his semi-saint cultivation, he did not dare to face the sound of the bell at all. When they evacuated, they saw that the vast sky was completely turned into dust, the light of the sun and the moon disappeared, and the world seemed to be swallowed by eternal darkness. What kind of treasure is that? It is so powerful. After evacuating the battlefield, Ji Yuyu's face was also shocked. That kind of power made him feel palpitating. If KZ hadn't led him to evacuate, he would have had to use his life-saving trump card. KZ said word by word, "Star Emperor Bell. Star Emperor Bell." Hearing these 4 words, Ji Yuyu looked a little confused. Zhang Yuan also spoke up at this time. The Star Emperor Bell is a quasi-emperor weapon of the Star Dynasty. I didn't expect Lu Zhen to be willing to spend so much money and directly use the quasi-emperor weapon. In this case, the Shenwu Dynasty is afraid that there will be trouble. The power of the quasi-emperor weapon is beyond doubt. Even if the Shenwu Dynasty has a strong man who is comparable to the Great Saint, it is difficult to compete with the Star Dynasty. With the power of the Star Emperor Bell, if the half-saint activates the power of the treasure at all costs, even the Great Saint can be killed. This is the power of the quasi-emperor weapon. Quasi-emperor weapon. Ji Yuyu's face was also a little ugly. He didn't expect that the Star Dynasty would use such a foundation. Although Ji Yuyu has great confidence in Jiyu Qingfeng's strength, the quasi-emperor weapon is by no means ordinary, and he doesn't have much confidence. Especially seeing that Zhang Chen now only activates a part of the power of the quasi-emperor weapon, it is to shatter the sky. That kind of magnificent power is enough to make people shocked. Since Zhang Chen has the quasi-emperor soldiers, let's go to the Shenwu Dynasty first. Take a deep breath and Ji Yuyu makes a decision immediately. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan is embarrassed. Jiyu Junchuan, now the Qingfeng Dynasty is determined to destroy the Shenwu Dynasty. With the quasi-emperor soldiers, the destruction of the Shenwu Dynasty is a foregone conclusion. In this situation, if we intervene, I am afraid we may not be able to get away. The Shenwu dynasty has been very kind to me. Now that the Shenwu dynasty is facing danger, how can I sit back and watch? The two elders don't want to take risks, so go back first. Then, I will go to the Shenwu dynasty alone. Ji Yuyu shook his head slightly, his expression was always firm. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan and KZ looked at each other, both with helpless expressions. Go back. That's impossible, unless Ji Yuyu goes back with him, otherwise, they must protect each other. Innate Thunder God Body, this is the talent of the Emperor. The Red Dust Immortal sect finally produced a demon who had the potential to achieve the Great Emperor realm, and he must not die here. So, the two of them could only follow Ji Yuyu to the Shenwu dynasty. The broken space was in chaos, and the remaining indestructible imperial power was rampant and could not dissipate for a long time. Zhang Chen held the Star Emperor bell, his face slightly pale. For him, it was not so easy to activate the Star Emperor bell. If his cultivation was at the semi-saint realm, he would be directly drained of all his strength by the Star Emperor bell in an instant. But even so, Zhang Chen was also seriously exhausted, as if he had fought a life and death battle with a top powerhouse. However, although he was exhausted, Zhang Chen's eyes were extremely bright. This time the Star Emperor bell suppressed Wanli, and many monks who were lurking in the dark were directly suppressed. This made the anger that Zhang Chen was holding in his heart finally be released. He didn't care whether the monks who were killed were the mysterious forces that ambushed the Star Empire, nor was he worried whether the accidental killing would bring trouble to the Star Empire. An ancient empire has the confidence to deal with everything. Soon, what happens here is spread to all sides. All major forces have set their sights on where the Xingqian Emperor's army is. Star Emperor Bell. That emperor even used such treasures. It seems that he is particularly determined to destroy the Shenwu dynasty. I just don't know if the one from the Shenwu dynasty can compete with a quasi-imperial weapon. There is no doubt about the power of the quasi-imperial soldiers. Therefore, even if Jiyu Qingfeng has a record of killing the great sage, whether the opponent can truly compete with the Star Emperor Bell is still a question mark in the eyes of these monks. Only when they thought about the destruction of the ancient wasteland Holy Land and the heavenly wasteland seal falling into Jiyu Qingfeng's hands did these monks think that Jiyu Qingfeng had some chance of fighting against the Star Emperor Bell. If it weren't for the Holy King's soldiers in hand, the opponent would have absolutely no chance. Taishu Holy Land. Yan Lingyun looked at the news that came back with a serious look on his face. The Star Emperor Bell. I didn't expect that the Star Emperor dynasty would use quasi-emperor soldiers this time. This war god Wu dynasty is probably not going to be good. Although the Taishu Holy Land is an ancient holy land, it is naturally impossible to compare it with the Star Empire in terms of its heritage. The former is only a strong person who has stepped out of the Great Saint realm, while the latter already has the foundation of a quasi-emperor. They are both ancient forces, but the gap is astonishingly huge. At this time, the faces of the other peak masters were also a little unsightly. Zhang Chen's blow clearly caused the Taishu Holy Land to lose many monks. Holy Lord, I thought that our Taishu Holy Land had only one choice in this matter, and that was to fully support the Shenwu dynasty. If I, Taishu Holy Land, stopped at this time, it would only displease both sides. Fu Shenjin spoke first. Not to mention that Ji Yuzan has already condensed the complete Tianfeng divine body. He is expected to reach the realm of the great emperor in the future. This is an opportunity for the rise of our Taishu Holy Land. As for Jiyu Qingfeng, his strength is definitely not as simple as it appears. Even if the Chen Emperor dynasty of this planet uses quasi-emperor soldiers, it may not be able to defeat the Shenwu dynasty. Take a step back. Even if the Shenwu dynasty is destroyed, Jiyu Qingfeng may not die. With that person's qualifications, as long as he doesn't die, he will definitely become an invincible emperor when the great competition comes. Our Taishu Holy Land only needs to make good friends with the Shenwu dynasty, not to mention restoring its former glory. Even if we think about it further, it is not a big problem. Fu Shenjin looked firm, as if he was completely on the side of the Shenwu dynasty. To this, the other peak masters and elders all knew this. After all, the divine phoenix of the Shenwu dynasty worshipped the ninth peak. If there is any peak in Taishu Holy Land that has the closest relationship with the Shenwu dynasty, then it must be the ninth peak. The error-free version is being read. 6=9 book_bar debuts this novel. Under such circumstances, it makes sense for Fu Shenzhen to support the Shenwu dynasty. But they also understand. What Fu Shenzhen said is not unreasonable. Although the Star Emperor dynasty is approaching fiercely this time, the Shenwu dynasty may not necessarily be defeated. Everything has risks. If you invest in a future emperor, it is acceptable to take some risks. Not to mention, Ji Yuzan is a disciple of Taishu Holy Land. If the Shenwu dynasty is destroyed, I am afraid that the Xingqian emperor will not leave any hidden dangers. But when it comes to giving up a divine body, it is equally impossible for Taishu Holy Land to accept it. After all, if you really want to give up a divine body, then the reputation of Taishu Holy Land will be completely ruined, and I am afraid that no genius will visit again in the future. Not only that, no more divine body. In the next Great War, Taishu Holy Land will not have any chance to rise. No matter which aspect you look at, Taishu Holy Land must stand firmly with the Shenwu dynasty in order to maximize its benefits. What Peak Master Fu said is reasonable. The Shenwu dynasty has already formed an alliance with our Taishu Holy Land. Now that the Star Emperor dynasty is invading, Taishu Holy Land cannot sit idly by and ignore it. Yan Lingyun finally made the decision, and his words made Fu Shenzhen secretly relieved. Although the ninth peak is firmly on the side of the Shenwu dynasty, if the Holy Lord Yan Lingyun does not nod, it will be difficult to play a big role just relying on the foundation of the ninth peak. After all, Ji Yuzan is the true successor of the ninth peak. The relationship is certainly extraordinary. Kyushu, Shenwu dynasty. Ji Yuyang was informed of the outside world's affairs for the first time. The Star Emperor Bell. The Star Emperor dynasty is really ambitious and wants to use quasi-emperor soldiers to destroy our Shenwu dynasty. His face was gloomy and ugly, and there was a hint of fear deep in his eyes. No way. Quasi-emperor soldiers are extraordinary. This is a supreme treasure that even the Shenwu dynasty has never mastered. Although Ji Yuyang didn't know how powerful the quasi-emperor soldiers were, he was in charge of the Divine Phoenix Tower, and the power of the great holy soldiers was already astonishing. The difference between the great saint soldier and the quasi-emperor soldier is that there is one more saint king soldier in the middle. The power of such a treasure is absolutely extraordinary. Think of this. Ji Yuyang couldn't help but set off in person and went to Gujazhuang again. Father, what's the important thing here today? In the lobby, Ji Qingfeng picked up the teacup and took a sip. The instant the spiritual tea entered his stomach, it turned into majestic spiritual energy and merged into his limbs and bones, and then fell silent again. Although spiritual tea is good, but Ji Qingfeng is already a saint. The spiritual energy brought by the spiritual tea is unlikely to have much impact. On weekdays, Ji Qingfeng drank these spiritual teas just to satisfy some appetites. One thing to say, the taste of this spiritual tea is indeed comparable to ordinary tea. Seeing Ji Qingfeng's leisurely look, the slight tension in Ji Yuyang's heart has now dissipated a lot. Immediately, he calmed down and then spoke. The Star Emperor dynasty came with quasi-emperor soldiers on this trip. With the current foundation of our Shenwu dynasty, it is difficult to compete with such a treasure. Is my father sure of how to deal with this? Quote, my father already knows about the Star Emperor Bell. The background of the Star Emperor dynasty is indeed extraordinary. However, although the quasi-emperor soldiers are strong, it depends on who they are facing. Please relax, I will personally take action in this battle. If they dare to step into the ancient Beast Mountain range, I will make it impossible for them to come back. Quote. Ji Qingfeng smiled slightly. When he said the last word, a cold light burst out in his eyes, and a terrifying aura suddenly emitted. Ji Yuyang only felt that there was an unparalleled heavenly sword coming from somewhere, which made his heart tremble. Fortunately, This feeling disappears just as quickly as it comes. When all the illusions disappeared, Ji Yuyang found that his back was soaked in cold sweat. That moment, Ji Yuyang really thought he was going to die. He was more and more in awe of Qingfeng's strength, and at the same time he was determined in his heart. With my father's words, the Shenwu dynasty will have no worries. Go back and keep everything as usual. Qingfeng looked indifferent. Hear the words. Ji Yuyang just stood up and said goodbye. After a while, Qingfeng was the only one left in the lobby. I just don't know if there is an ancient quasi-emperor in the Xingqian Emperor dynasty, but such a strong man will not act rashly. Even if the Star Emperor dynasty really has such a foundation, as long as there is no crisis of destruction, I believe the quasi-emperor will not wake up. Qingfeng thought to himself. With his current strength, coupled with the imperial weapons in hand, Qingfeng is sure to fight even a strong man in the Saint King realm. Only the quasi-emperor, Qingfeng, was quite afraid. After all, a strong man of this level, with his current cultivation of the 9th level of Saint, may not be able to truly compete even with the Emperor's soldiers in hand. So, Qingfeng has always kept a low profile and quietly accumulated strength. 4. I just want to have the power to sweep the entire ancient world one day. Otherwise, like the Star Emperor dynasty, Qingfeng had already entered Xingzhou with one sword and cut off Lu Zhen's head. But now that the Star Emperor dynasty has taken the initiative, Qingfeng has no reason to continue to sit back and watch. Just as he told Ji Yuyang, as long as the army of the Star Emperor dynasty dared to step into the ancient Beast Mountain range, Qingfeng would let them never come back. End of chapter. Chapter 302, Siege. Ancient Beast Mountain Range. In the first city, Yan has led the army to garrison here. What is the situation of the Star dynasty now? He looked at a spy in front of him and asked. The latter answered respectfully. General, the Star dynasty is only 800 miles away and will arrive tomorrow. 800 miles. If it were a mortal army, it would be impossible to arrive so fast. But as an empire, even ordinary soldiers have good cultivation, which means that many aspects must be taken into consideration when marching. Otherwise, let alone a day, even if it is half a day. It is estimated that the army of the Star dynasty has already arrived at the city. Continue to explore, and report any news as soon as possible. Yan waved his hand and asked the other party to retreat. Then, he ordered people to come and report the situation of the other 8 cities. The 9 cities of Jiangxi are mutually supported. Although the first city is the main defense location, the importance of the other 8 cities cannot be ignored. After learning that the 8 cities had made preparations for defense, Yan's face did not look relaxed at all. Because the Xingqian dynasty was coming with great momentum, with tens of millions of troops and quasi-emperor soldiers in hand, it was clear that this battle would be extremely tragic. Even if the Shenwu dynasty could win, it would probably be a tragic victory. However, Yan had no intention of retreating. As a general of the dynasty, he should lead the troops. Now that Ji Yuyang asked him to guard the 9 cities of Jiangxi, Yan would naturally not retreat a single step. Either win, or die, there is no third possibility. At this moment, a guard hurried in from outside. General, someone claiming to be from the Red Dust Immortal sect is seeking to see you outside. Red Dust Immortal sect. Yan looked puzzled. Such a force in the central region was naturally a little unfamiliar to him. However, Yan still decided to meet him. Inside Jiyu Family Manor. Jiyu Qingfeng finished a day of practice. The Nirvana Tao Sutra has already broken through the threshold of the Divine Change chapter and advanced to the Tao Palace chapter. However, for his current 9th level cultivation in the Saint realm, the breakthrough of the Nirvana Tao Sutra does not increase much. After all, the advancement from the Divine Change realm to the Tao Palace realm is nothing in the eyes of the Saint. Not to mention just entering the first level of the Tao Palace chapter, even if it breaks through to the 9th level of the Tao Palace chapter, there will not be any big changes for Jiyu Qingfeng. However, this does not mean that there is no change at all. Any technique can be superimposed because the cultivator has not really reached the limit in the current realm, and there is still room for improvement, so multiple techniques can be superimposed to make one's own strength and foundation become stronger. If a cultivator really reaches the extreme in a certain realm, then even if he practices more techniques, it will be useless. This point, when Jiyu Qingfeng was at the level of body refining, this situation had already occurred. Until now, Jiyu Qingfeng felt that he had reached the limit at the level of the divine change realm. However, in terms of Dao Palace realm, there is still some room for improvement, but not too much. No matter how much room there is for improvement, Jiyu Qingfeng wants to make himself reach the end at every level as much as possible. Only in this way, he can look down on his peers. The half-saint suppresses the great saint. It comes from this kind of confidence. Of course, this is also due to the ancient immortal body. However, in Jiyu Qingfeng's opinion, if there is really a cultivator who can reach the true limit in every realm, then the opponent's combat power may not be half a point worse than the divine body of the same level. If he still reaches the limit while possessing a divine body, then the combination of the two will make the combat power extremely terrifying. If I can push the Saint realm to its limit, with my Saint 9th layer cultivation, even without using other means, I might be able to compete with the Saint King. Even if I take a step back, I believe it will be no problem to be on par with the great Saint 9th layer. Like himself now, Jiyu Qingfeng estimated that if he did not use other trump cards, his strength would be equivalent to the great Saint 6th layer at best. If he activated the 3 major heavenly veins, he should be able to be on par with the Saint King. If he used the Emperor's weapon again, he could not be sure whether he could compete with the quasi-emperor, but he should not be afraid in the Saint King realm. But there is a premise here, that is, the Saint King does not have the Emperor's weapon in his hand. If there is an Emperor's weapon, it is another matter. After all, the stronger the cultivation, the more the power of the Emperor's weapon can be exerted. Like Jiyu Qingfeng now, with the Saint 9th layer cultivation, he cannot really fully exert the power of the Emperor's weapon. The current evil-slaying knife. The tremendous power contained in it made Jiyu Qingfeng a little frightened. My cultivation is not enough. If I were the Emperor now, why would I have to be restrained in my actions? Whether it is the Star Dynasty or the evil spirit, I will suppress it together. Jiyu Qingfeng stepped out of the grinding knife hall and looked in the direction of the ancient beast mountain range. The Taoism appeared in his eyes, as if he could easily penetrate the void, and the murderous aura turned into a blood cloud. The army has not arrived. The murderous intention has arrived. It seems that the army of the Star Dynasty is about to arrive. Jiyu Qingfeng muttered to himself, and then took a step forward. The space shook, and his figure disappeared in Gujazhuang in an instant. Since entering the Saint realm, Jiyu Qingfeng has been in harmony with the world, and his control over the power of space has become more and more proficient. No matter how fast the ordinary escape technique is, it cannot compare to direct space transfer. Jiyu Qingfeng only took a few steps to appear in the first city from the capital. Now, in the city lord's mansion, Yanyun and many powerful people are gathered together. There are former military generals, as well as powerful people from various forces who came to help after hearing the news. Hongqian Shanzong, Taishu Holy Land, Bian Dao Sect, etc. When Jiyu Qingfeng appeared, no one noticed any clues. It was not until his figure fell into everyone's sight that others suddenly reacted. Who is this person? On the side of Hongqian Shanzong, KZ and Zhang Yuan's faces changed. With their cultivation in the semi-saint realm, they could not detect any clues at all. More importantly, the person in front of them gave the two people a feeling that was as unpredictable as a bottomless abyss. Even if they looked at him for a second longer, they might sink into it. With this change, the two looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Saint, you know, they are both half-saints. If they were both half-saints, they would never give them such a feeling. But to say that he is a saint is absolutely impossible. After all, how can someone become a saint in the Dharma ending age? Unless the other party is an ancient saint. But the person who came did not have the vicissitudes and decay of the ancient saint. Just when many cultivators were secretly shocked, Yan Yun had already stood up in a hurry and bowed to Ji Qingfeng. I greet the emperor. My son greets his father. Ji Zan also stood up in a hurry to salute. Behind him, the strong men of Taishu Holy Land also bowed politely. For Ji Qingfeng, they are naturally not unfamiliar. Not to mention how many times Ji Qingfeng had been to Taishu Holy Land. Zhou is close to the East region, so the forces in the East region naturally could not be unfamiliar with him. At this time, others also reacted that the person in front of them was Ji Qingfeng, the head of the Ji family. After all, there was only one person who could be called the emperor by Yan Yun from beginning to end. Immediately, KZ and others bowed their hands to greet. It turned out that it was the head of the Ji family in person. We have heard of his reputation for a long time. Today, we know that the rumors are true after seeing him. You are too polite. Ji Qingfeng also responded with a smile. Reading the error-free version. 6 = 9 + Shu_bar first published this novel. At this time, Yan Yun respectfully invited Ji Qingfeng to the main seat, and then stood aside to introduce the identities of everyone present to Ji Qingfeng. The latter also understood this in his heart. Ji Qingfeng had already known the information about these sects and forces, but now was the first time he met them. At a glance, there are 7 or 8 strong men in the semi-saint realm here. There are no less than 30 Dao Palace realm cultivators. As for those below the Dao Palace realm, to be honest, they are not qualified to sit here. Such a force also made Ji Qingfeng's heart fluctuate a little. Yan Yun and others may not know, and only think that these forces are simply coming to help. But Ji Qingfeng understands that these are the forces that many dead men can mobilize. This is just the beginning. After hundreds of years of precipitation, such a force will definitely grow to a sufficiently amazing level. However, it's too early to say these now. Ji Qingfeng looked at everyone and smiled indifferently. With your help this time, I believe that the Star Dynasty is not a worry. Master Ji is joking. With your strength, even if I can't wait, I believe that the Star Dynasty will not cause much trouble. Someone smiled flatteringly, and the words had already brought them closer. Before actually meeting Ji Qingfeng, many non-Eastern region cultivators had some doubts about this legendary strongest man in the end of the Dharma era. But after actually meeting Ji Qingfeng, these doubts were completely dissipated. Especially some semi-saint realm masters, they could feel Ji Qingfeng's fear. In this regard, they could only sigh and say that there is no false reputation under a great reputation. However, some people also looked worried. I heard that the Star Emperor dynasty brought the quasi-emperor weapon this time. Zhang Chen alone can't make a fuss, but the quasi-emperor weapon contains the power of the quasi-emperor, which may be a big trouble. As soon as these words came out, the smiles on the faces of others also gradually disappeared, and they were replaced by a solemn look. Quasi-emperor weapon. These 3 words made them feel great pressure. I have heard of the reputation of the Star Emperor Bell for a long time, but it is not enough to destroy my Shenwu dynasty with a quasi-emperor weapon. Ji Qingfeng spoke slowly, breaking the dull atmosphere directly. His words. Everyone felt inexplicably relieved. Since this person is so confident, he must have a way to counter the Star Emperor Bell. At this moment, Ji Qingfeng looked outside, and the blood cloud formed by the killing had already come into view. Even a faint smell of blood was floating in the air. They are coming. Outside the ancient Beast Mountain range, the army was integrated. Tens of millions of troops lined up in a row, with a huge momentum, and the silent murderous aura suppressed the sky and the earth, which made many cultivators who secretly tried to watch the battle horrified. Such a large and elite army made these people smell the breath of death. The ancient Beast Mountain range is ahead. Zhang Chen stood in the void with his hands behind his back, looking indifferently in the direction of the ancient Beast Mountain range, and the 9 cities of Jiangxi came into view. 9 cities. The army was stationed. The momentum was also not small. However, Zhang Chen had no fear at all. Looking at the 9 cities of Jiangxi, his face showed a cold and murderous intent. This battle, he not only wanted to break through the 9 cities of Jiangxi, but also led his troops to kill into Zhou and destroy the Shenwu dynasty. Even if the Shenwu dynasty had a strong man who was comparable to the great saint realm, Zhang Chen was not afraid at all. And his confidence. It was the Star Emperor bell in his dantian. With this quasi-emperor weapon, the opponent would definitely not be able to cause any trouble. Ji Yuyan, Anyu. As soon as Zhang Chen finished speaking, the two of them flew forward in the air. General, any orders? You two each lead half of the Tianji army, and you must take the other 8 cities in the shortest time. As for this city in front of you, I will be responsible for it. Zhang Chen ordered calmly. Although he divided the 50 million Tianji army in one go, Zhang Chen had enough confidence with the elite of the Tanlang army in his hands. 3 million Tanlang army. Enough to crush everything. In the past, Zhang Chen once led 3 million Tanlang army to crush a dynasty and destroy an enemy army that was 10 times larger than his own. It can be said that the reputation of the Tanlang army was earned through real fighting and killing, and it was by no means a trivial matter. In fact, it is not just the Tanlang army. Each of the other elite armies of the Qingfeng Empire has gone through blood baptism, and it is unknown how much killing has been done before they can become elite step by step. After hearing this, Ji Yuyan and the others naturally accepted the order. Soon, the Tianji army was divided into several parts and directly attacked the other 8 cities. At the same time, the generals of the 8 cities that suppress evil were also prepared to resist the strong enemy. When they saw the army coming, a rain of arrows covering the sky and the sun poured down. For a while, countless blood flowers bloomed on the battlefield. These arrows were not ordinary arrows, but arrows made of special minerals, which were enough to break the protective qi of the cultivators. Even if the weakest of these soldiers in the army were cultivators who had completed the 5th level of body refining, they could not resist the sharpness of the arrows. But soon, the Qingfeng Empire responded. A large number of cultivators in the God Change realm flew in the air, trying to climb the city wall first. But at this moment, there was a divine light rising in the ancient city, and a large formation exploded. The terrifying pressure fell, and all the cultivators in the God Change realm who tried to climb the city wall exploded in an instant, turning into a blood mist that scattered all over the sky. Seeing this scene, Ji Yuyan and Anyu both changed their faces. Formation. They didn't expect that there was a formation guarding the 8 cities. And judging from the strength of this formation, it was able to instantly kill a group of divine transformation realm cultivators. It was obviously not as simple as an ordinary formation. However, the two did not retreat. Continued to attack. Any formation has its limits. As long as the formation is broken, with the strength of the Shenwu dynasty, it will definitely not be able to stop the troops of our Qingfeng dynasty. Ji Yuyan gave a stern order. While speaking, he also attacked brazenly, and all his cultivation in the semi-saint realm burst out, trying to break the formation first. Boom, boom, the powerful sound and terrifying fluctuations burst out in the ancient beast mountain range, so mighty that many ferocious beasts fled in panic after sensing such movement. End of this chapter. Chapter 303, Using the Body to Resist the Quasi-Emperor Soldier. The formation of 9 cities to suppress evil. Of course it was arranged by Ji Qingfeng. As a 6th level formation master, Ji Qingfeng might be able to reach the peak of the 5th level even if he casually sets up formations. Such formations, it cannot be broken unless it is at the top of the Dao Palace. But even if a strong man in the semi-sacred realm takes action, it is not easy to break this formation. But Ji Qingfeng never thought about blocking the Qingfeng Emperor's army with just one formation. The existence of such formations is just to cause some damage to the Star Empire as much as possible. And just as Ji Qingfeng thought, the moment the 8 cities formation broke out, it could kill more than 1 million monks in an instant. Immediately afterwards, in the 2nd city, Ji Shungan looked at the many monks of the Star Emperor dynasty who suffered heavy casualties in front of him, and he thought it was a sacrifice of the 10,000 souls banner. Boom, the billowing black mist spread, and a statue walked out of the black mist strangely, heading towards the Star Emperor. The 3-headed half-saint is weird. The 9th level of the 9-headed Tao Palace is weird. And the 9 levels of weirdness of the 36-headed God's transformation. Such a force, no matter where it is placed, it cannot be underestimated. I saw many strange people entering the battlefield. The body of a famous soldier exploded, and a large amount of flesh and blood turned into a torrent and was sucked into their belly. This scene, Ji Yuyan was furious. Raising weird things in secret, how are you, the Shenwu dynasty, different from evil spirits? Today, this general will do justice for heaven and kill you all. While talking, Ji Yuyan took action with anger, and directly killed a strange creature in the divine transformation realm that was massacring soldiers with one punch, but soon he was targeted by one of the weird creatures in the semi-holy realm. On top of the city wall, Ji Yu Shengen looked indifferent. There has never been a distinction between good and evil in the world, only the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. The fault of the Star Emperor dynasty is that it should not have invaded the Shenwu dynasty. In this battle, all of you will be killed. As soon as this statement came out, Ji Yuyan laughed angrily. The waiter is arrogant. The words fell. Ji Yuyan's attacks became more and more fierce. Boom, boom. The 2 half-saints were fighting each other, and their attack was extremely terrifying. It was difficult for the armies of both camps to intervene. After all, if you don't have enough cultivation, you will die immediately if you get close, so there is no possibility of intervening. At the same time, under the circumstances of the Star Empire, regardless of the cost of casualties, the formations of each city were gradually broken. Without the protection of the formation, the armies of both sides were truly in close combat. The so-called city wall. In fact, it doesn't have much effect. Although the 9 cities of suppressing evil were built by the Shenwu dynasty, which spent a lot of resources, the city walls are so hard that even a cultivator in the realm of divine transformation would find it difficult to shake them. However, one thing needs to be clear. For the monks, fly over the eaves and walk over the wall. It's never been difficult. Even if the city wall cannot be broken, they can just ignore the dozens of feet of city wall as if it is nothing and step on it wantonly. But the Shenwu dynasty had also responded early. Some people took advantage of the geographical location and continuously killed the monks who tried to climb the city wall. And then, another group of troops came out of the city to forcibly contain the Qingfeng Emperor's offensive. The cooperation between the two made the Star Emperor helpless for a while. And on the other side, in the first city, the army also came to the city. Yan Yundang even organized people to compete. Ji Yu Qingfeng looked at the battlefield with his hands behind his hands, and then turned his attention to the people around him. The Star Emperor dynasty is approaching fiercely. I am grateful that you can come to help Ji Yu. There are many powerful people in the Star Emperor dynasty right now, and I am afraid it will be difficult for the other 8 cities to compete. I hope you can take action. The words fell. Ji Yu Qingfeng raised his hand and pointed. In the Qingfeng Emperor's camp, a Tao Palace monk who was killing wantonly did not have time to react. His body exploded into a ball of blood mist. This scene made everyone's pupils shrink. Raise your hand to kill a Tao Palace realm statue instantly. Such strength. It was indeed as scary as the rumors said. Immediately, KZ said, Master Ji Yu, don't worry, since the Hongqian immortal sect is here, they will definitely not stand idly by. It is shameful for the Star Empire to bully a new dynasty with millions of years of experience. Quote. Subsequently, he looked at Zhang Yuan on the side. The two looked at each other, then took action and headed towards the battlefield. When the Hongqian immortal sect took action, the strong men from other forces also followed suit. I saw a dozen semi-sacred warriors joining the battlefield, and the situation was reversed in an instant. Originally, the Star Empire had the absolute upper hand, but the addition of a large number of top experts suppressed all the former's advantages. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. When Zhang Chen, who was in charge of the Central Army, saw this, his face was as dark as ink. What price did the Shenwu dynasty pay to allow so many forces to intervene in this battle? He couldn't figure it out. How could a new dynasty accomplish this? According to the news Zhang Chen received, The forces arriving to help the Shenwu dynasty this time were not just from the eastern region, there were also top sects from the central region. The Hongqian immortal sect is even more famous. In the past, the great emperor of the mortal world dominated the world, and it was difficult to resist him. He was invincible for an era. Even though this kind of thing happened in ancient times, how could the Star Emperor dynasty not understand it? As powerful as the Qingfeng dynasty is, it is also quite wary of the Hongqian immortal sect. Such an ancient great emperor sect would definitely not look down on a newly promoted dynasty. Even if Gu Qingfeng is the strongest person in the Dharma ending age, it is still the same. No matter what, Gu Qingfeng is always just a half-saint. A half-saint. No matter how strong he is, his strength is limited. Compared with the foundation of a truly ancient force, it is naturally not worth mentioning. Let alone a half-saint. Even if a saint is born, or even a great saint descends, it is nothing to a great emperor force like the Hongqian immortal sect. Great emperor sect. The foundation left behind is absolutely unimaginable. Of course, even when he learned that the Hongqian immortal sect had arrived, Zhang Chen was not afraid. It is true that the former is a great emperor sect, but the Qingfeng dynasty is not a soft persimmon. Besides, the Hongqian emperor had fallen in ancient times. Without the great emperor, the foundation of the Red Dust immortal sect may not be stronger than that of the Star dynasty. In addition, the former is in the central region, while the Star dynasty is in the eastern region. Even if the two sides tear each other apart, the Red Dust immortal sect is helpless. Come on, since you are determined to die, then I will fulfill your wish. Zhang Chen took a step into the air, and the terrifying aura of the semi-saint realm burst out. Without any extra nonsense, Zhang Chen directly sacrificed the Star Emperor Bell. He held up the Emperor Bell with his right hand, and the surging blood and energy poured into the bell body. The power of this ancient quasi-emperor weapon gradually revived, and the bell body hummed silently. Boom! A crisp bell sounded. Ripples were seen. With Zhang Chen as the center, the space in all directions suddenly broke, and it swept away in an instant. Not good. Be careful. All the strong men changed their expressions. The might of the quasi-emperor made them smell the breath of death. Even if they were as powerful as a semi-saint, they were no different from ants in front of such power. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng, who had been watching the battle, finally made a move. Reading the error-free version. 6=9+shu_bar released this novel for the first time. He stepped through the void and appeared directly on the battlefield. He clenched his right fist and blasted out. The pure power shattered the sky and collided with the bell sound ripples. Crack! The sound of space breaking came. A terrifying aura of destruction exploded with the two as the center. Gu Qingfeng's figure shook slightly, and then he stepped back a few steps. The skin on his right hand cracked, and it seemed that blood was flowing, but it recovered in less than a breath. It is indeed a quasi-emperor weapon, and its power is indeed extraordinary. Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly, and his words unconsciously added a bit of praise. His words were a complete insult to Zhang Chen. Kill! Zhang Chen's face was furious, and all his blood and energy were now flowing into the Star Emperor Bell. A more terrifying aura than before was awakened. When the bell sounded again, a majestic shadow suddenly appeared. This shadow punched out, and the sky and the earth collapsed, the space of thousands of miles collapsed and shattered, and endless darkness was revealed from it, wanting to swallow everything. Gu Qingfeng looked serious, took a step forward, and all the three major heavenly veins in his body were activated. An unprecedented powerful force revived from his body. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng felt as if he could tear the world apart with his bare hands and kill the great sage with a flick of his finger. The extremely powerful force made him let out a long roar, and the power of his fists was fierce and terrifying, and the dense attacks like a storm were vented, colliding with the power of the Star Emperor Bell. Boom! Boom! The bronze ancient bell swayed, and the sound of the bell rang out. The avenue was broken. A quasi-emperor phantom was born. The power revealed by such a treasure, even a trace of it is enough to kill any creature below the saint. Look at Gu Qingfeng again. The cultivation of the ninth heaven of the saint is fully revealed. With the blessing of the three major heavenly veins and the ancient immortal body, his strength has reached an unprecedented peak. Every battle with the Star Emperor Bel is like the collision of the two worlds, and the terrifying power leaked out, which is enough to make people feel despair. It is undeniable. The Star Emperor Bel is indeed powerful. Every collision can make Qingfeng's body explode. However, when the cultivation reaches Qingfeng's level, the injuries on the body can be completely ignored. The so-called cracked body can be restored in less than a breath. The strength of the Gu family master is much more terrifying than the rumors say. With his physical body, he can resist the quasi-emperor soldiers. This strength is probably enough to rival the Saint King. Zhang Yuan was horrified. According to his understanding of Qingfeng, the other party's strongest record was to kill an ancient great sage in the ancient wasteland Holy Land with a semi-saint realm. Although that ancient great sage was only a great sage of the first level. But a great sage is a great sage. Even if it is only a great sage of the first level, it is not comparable to a saint. But with Qingfeng's strength in killing a great sage of the first level, in Zhang Yuan's opinion, it should not be so easy for the other party to really fight against the quasi-emperor soldiers. Result: the scene in front of him. But it completely refreshed Zhang Yuan's cognition. Even a great sage of the ninth heaven may not be able to fight against a quasi-emperor soldier with his physical body. In other words, Qingfeng had been hiding his strength before. His real fighting power is not that of a so-called great sage at all, but that of a saint king. More importantly, now is the end of the law era. Qingfeng is definitely not able to prove his way to sainthood. A cultivator who has not become a saint can have a terrifying power comparable to that of a saint king. When he thought of this, not only Zhang Yuan was shocked, but other cultivators were also shocked. Immediately, they were overjoyed. The stronger Qingfeng's strength is, the more it proves that they are right to help the Shenwu dynasty this time. Building a good relationship with such a strong man is of great benefit to one's own power. Boom! An old man killed a general of the Shenwu dynasty with a palm, then looked at Shen Zongyi on the side and spoke. My dear disciple, the Shenwu dynasty is not simple. It is unheard of to resist the quasi-emperor soldiers with the flesh. By the way, what is your relationship with the Shenwu dynasty? If possible, why not find a way to get me into the Shenwu dynasty? Chu Daoshuan couldn't help but be tempted. As a casual cultivator in the northern region, Chu Daoshuan has entered the semi-saint realm with his cultivation. His strength is top-notch in the northern region. Many forces have come forward to win him over, but he has never taken them seriously. This time he came to the eastern region because of Shen Zongyi. Since the other party is his personal disciple, and the only one, Chu Daoshuan naturally couldn't refuse Shen Zongyi's request. In addition, he was also quite curious about Qingfeng, who was known as the strongest man in the Dharma-ending age. Until now, when he saw Qingfeng's strength with his own eyes, Chu Daoshuan realized that the rumors were true. At the same time, he also had the idea of joining the Shenwu dynasty. Chu Daoshuan didn't want to join other forces at first, because he didn't take them seriously. After all, if it were an ordinary force, with Chu Daoshuan's cultivation, he could completely set up his own faction, so why would he join other forces? But if it were some top forces, Chu Daoshuan would be an outsider, and even if he joined, he would not be able to get much benefit. But the Shenwu dynasty is different now. Qidian dynasty. It is different from the sect after all. In addition, the Shenwu dynasty has only been established for a few decades, and its foundation is shallow, and it is just the time when it lacks strong people. If he joins at this time, Chu Daoshuan believes that he will definitely be reused. There is another most important point. With a strong man like Qingfeng sitting in the Shenwu dynasty, it is basically invincible. As long as Qingfeng is not dead, it is only a matter of time for the Shenwu dynasty to be promoted to an imperial dynasty. Even, the Shenwu dynasty may be able to go one step further and become the eternal divine dynasty. Chu Daoshuan is very clear about his situation. If there is no other opportunity, whether he can enter the realm of saints in the future is a question. As for breaking the barrier of saints and entering a higher level, it is even easier. But if you can join the Shenwu dynasty, you may have a chance to go further. If Master has any ideas, I will do my best. Shen Zongyi did not state his relationship with the Shenwu dynasty, but he was happy that Chu Daoxuan was willing to join the Shenwu dynasty. Although Shen Zongyi finally joined the Shenwu dynasty, he was also very grateful to Chu Daoxuan. It would be great if the latter could join the Shenwu dynasty. End of this chapter. Chapter 304. Chopping the quasi-emperor soldier into pieces with one strike. Boom. Another collision. The void exploded. Jiyu Qingfeng was covered in blood, and his fighting spirit was overwhelming. He used his own body to shake the Star Emperor bell, but he never failed. Looking at Zhang Chen again, the latter looked pale and had a look of horror in his eyes. He didn't expect that. Jiyu Qingfeng's strength is really so strong. With his own cultivation level, even with the Star Emperor bell in hand, he can't stand a chance against his opponent. But Zhang Chen also understood. It's not that the power of the Star Emperor bell is not strong enough, it's just that his cultivation level is too low. With a semi-sacred realm cultivation, it is difficult to truly activate the full power of a quasi-emperor weapon. Immediately, Zhang Chen glared hard and shouted angrily. Immediate blood sacrifice. Give an order. Among the Chinese army, the 100,000 soldiers who had not made any movement now looked as if they were ready to die. They pulled out the sharp blade from their waist and cut their wrists directly. Suddenly, a lot of blood spurted out. Zhang Chen cast a mysterious spell and landed directly on the Star Emperor bell. In an instant, all the blood was drawn inexplicably, and the blood flowed towards the ancient bronze bell like water. Buzz! The Star Emperor bell trembled slightly, revealing an ancient and domineering aura. Boom! The void turned into powder silently. It seemed as if the supreme power that could overturn the world suddenly burst out from the Star Emperor bell. Heaven and earth become silent. The sun and moon are upside down. In the face of such power, everything seems to have returned to chaos. Kill! Zhang Chen also spit out a mouthful of blood, completely stimulating the power of the Star Emperor bell, then held up the ancient bronze bell with both hands, and suppressed it towards Jiyu Qingfeng with a ferocious face. Looking at Zhang Chen's life-saving blow, Jiyu Qingfeng's eyes did not change. He saw a movement of his mind and the evil killing sword on his back was finally unsheathed. Hold the handle of the knife tightly with your right hand. The power of qi and blood is poured into it. Boom! An extremely terrifying knife intent tore through the sky, and an overbearing aura rolled over like the might of heaven. The moment Jiyu Qingfeng slashed with his sword, all his energy and blood seemed to be drained out instantly. Instead, it was an imperial power that was more terrifying than the Star Emperor bell, instantly causing everything to collapse. Thousands of miles of void shattered and annihilated. The light between heaven and earth seemed to disappear in an instant. The attack of the Star Emperor bell was destroyed by this sword. Final. The long knife struck hard on the Star Emperor bell. The latter let out a mournful cry, and then in Zhang Chen's horrified eyes, it instantly turned into countless years and scattered in all directions. Quote. Zhang Chen was about to speak, but in the next breath, his body dissipated like dust and smoke. Boom! Daogong divides heaven and earth. It lasts for thousands of miles. Under this knife, not only Zhang Chen died, but everything affected was directly destroyed. Boom! After a long time, the power dissipates. The huge ancient beast mountain range fell into deathly silence. The armies on both sides now instinctively stopped and looked at the blood-stained figures in the void, their eyes just dull. Emperor! Emperor soldier! Zhang Yuan's face was horrified, and his eyes fell on the evil killing sword. He was all too familiar with the Wangwang Emperor's power. The reason is simple, the Hongqian immortal sect also has an imperial weapon. It was a treasure left by the Hongqian Emperor in ancient times, and it was also the true foundation of the entire Hongqian immortal sect. Precisely because it relies on the imperial soldiers left behind by the Hongqian Emperor, the Hongqian immortal sect has always maintained a transcendent status, and has always been able to survive forever even after experiencing great catastrophes in various eras. After all, the emperor's soldiers are powerful enough to be equivalent to half the emperor. With such a treasure existing, who would dare to touch the mortal immortal sect? To put it bluntly, if you want to suppress an imperial weapon that explodes with all its power, only the emperor has the qualifications to do so. Zhang originally thought that it was amazing enough that Qingfeng could resist the quasi-emperor soldiers with his own strength. Never thought about it. The opponent also holds an imperial weapon in his hand. This moment, Zhang Yuan deeply felt the terrifying undertones of the Shenwu dynasty. Ignore the rest for now. This imperial weapon alone is enough to make the Shenwu dynasty invincible. There are imperial soldiers alive. It is equivalent to having the foundation of the great emperor. Tell the truth. Not every era of great competition can lead to the birth of a great emperor. Zhang Yuan was not the only one who was shocked. Everyone else had the same dull expression. Obviously, Qingfeng smashed the Star Emperor bell with his sword, which they didn't expect at all. Now, Qingfeng sheathed his sword, and the terrifying spiritual energy of heaven and earth swept toward him while breathing. The energy and blood that had dried up was restored to some extent at this moment. Subsequently, he looked at the battlefield below, with killing intent in his eyes. Those who surrender will not be killed. Clang. When Qingfeng finished speaking, some people immediately dropped their weapons subconsciously. Soon, so does everyone else. Just one sentence. On the huge battlefield, all the soldiers of the Star Emperor dynasty threw away their weapons, and no one had the idea of resisting. Even Yan and Yu, who were fighting fiercely, stopped temporarily. When they looked at each other, they could see despair in each other's eyes. If only Zhang Chen was defeated, then they would never surrender easily. But Qingfeng's knife not only smashed the Star Emperor bell, but also completely destroyed the army's morale. In front of such a strong man, no matter how many people there are, they are just ants. If they really want to fight to the death, then their side will definitely be wiped out. So, Yan and others simply surrendered. Seeing this, the murderous intent in Qingfeng's eyes also subsided a little. Immediately, he took a step forward and returned to the first city. Emperor Yan Yun, whose armor was stained with blood, stepped forward now, his face full of awe. Qingfeng said lightly, "You will be responsible for handling the next matter." Yes. Yan Yun bowed his head and accepted the order. After Qingfeng left, Yan Yun looked at the Star Emperor army in front of him and felt a headache again. The Qingfeng dynasty came with great momentum in this battle, with a total of 50 million troops. Until now. As for the surrendered soldiers, there are at least 30 to 40 million left. Such a group of surrendered soldiers is not a small number, and if they are not handled properly, it is easy to cause chaos. However, if Yan Yun wants to kill all these surrendered soldiers, he can't do it. After all, the other party has surrendered, and if they are killed, it will hurt the harmony of heaven. Although it is said that kindness cannot lead the army. But it is difficult for Yan Yun to make a decision. So, he ordered people to collect all weapons and then detain the surrendered soldiers in batches. At least Yan and Yu and others were temporarily sealed with special methods. Such a sealing method is mastered by the Shenwu dynasty. After doing these things, Yan Yun immediately passed the news back. Inside the palace, Yang got the good news, and his face suddenly showed an irrepressible joy. 6. 9. Book. Bar. Good. This battle is a great victory for our Shenwu dynasty. When Yan Yun passed the news back, Jinyue also passed the news to Yang in detail. So, Yang also has enough knowledge about the details of this battle. When he learned that Qingfeng defeated the Qingfeng dynasty with the imperial soldiers, Yang's breathing slowed down. The imperial soldiers. Yang did not expect that his father had such a treasure. However, besides being shocked, Yang was just happy. After all, the stronger Qingfeng's strength, the greater his significance to the Shenwu dynasty. With his father around, the Qingfeng dynasty is no longer a concern. The only problem now is how to deal with tens of millions of surrendered soldiers. Immediately, Ji Yuyang summoned many ministers and began to discuss this matter. At this time, Xie Yan, the Minister of Industry, bowed and said, "Your Majesty, there are fortifications in all parts of Zhou. In my opinion, these people are just right for use." Then, Dong Tang, the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, also spoke. "Your Majesty, the mines and land reclamation in various places require a lot of manpower. Now there are many surrendered soldiers in the Qingfeng Empire, which can greatly alleviate the urgent needs." Hearing this, Ji Yuyang nodded. In this case, these people will be temporarily managed by the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue. I have only one request, and absolutely no unrest can be caused. Tens of millions of surrendered soldiers, if they really want to stir up unrest, will be enough to cause a lot of trouble. This is not what Ji Yuyang wants to see. Similarly, if all these people are released, it is impossible. After all, releasing tens of millions of surrendered soldiers is to enhance the strength of the Qingfeng Empire in disguise. Ji Yuyang believes, such a group of surrendered soldiers falling into the hands of the Shenwu dynasty is enough to cause internal turmoil in the Qingfeng Empire. The subsequent consequences are estimated to be enough for the other party to drink a pot. Of course, Ji Yuyang had also had some ideas to trade these people with the Qingfeng Empire for a batch of resources. But after thinking about it, he gave up this plan. At present, Zhou is backed by the ancient Beast Mountains, so there is no shortage of general resources. As many ministers said, the Shenwu dynasty has been from a dynasty to the present for decades, and it lacks manpower in all aspects. The arrival of this batch of surrendered soldiers can be regarded as alleviating the urgent need. Ordinary surrendered soldiers can be handled in this way, but what do you think of the group of generals of the Qingfeng Empire? Ji Yuyang changed the subject and asked again. The voice fell. Dong Tang said, "Each of these generals has good cultivation and is loyal to the Qingfeng dynasty. It may not be easy to make them surrender. But if they are used in other places, there will be endless troubles. In my opinion, these people should either be killed or they should make a deal with the Qingfeng dynasty, at least they should be used to their full potential. Of the two, I am more inclined to the latter. After all, since the war with the Guiyuan dynasty, the Ministry of Revenue has been under great pressure. If there are more resources, it can be alleviated." This time, others did not speak, because in their opinion, Dong Tang's proposal was the most appropriate. A group of cultivators who are good but difficult to control are like time bombs, and no one knows when they will explode. As for conquering them, it is even more impossible. These people all have family power in the Qingfeng Empire. When their family members' lives are threatened, the possibility of true surrender is very small. Ji Yuyang smiled faintly. In that case, send someone to the Qingfeng Empire and have a good chat with the emperor. Soon, the battle in the ancient Beast Mountain range. It spread all over the world. For a time, the 5 domains were shaken. All the forces that knew the details of this battle were shocked by the strength of the Shenwu dynasty. To be precise, they were shocked by Qingfeng's strength. He resisted the quasi-emperor soldiers with his physical body. He smashed the Qingfeng Emperor Bell with one sword. Such a record is much more shocking than the destruction of the ancient wasteland Holy Land. After all, no matter how strong the ancient wasteland Holy Land is, it is only a Saint King level force with only 600,000 years of heritage. Moreover, the ancient wasteland Holy Land has been in decline for a long time. The only Saint King had long since fallen, and there was only one great Saint First Heaven strongman sleeping in the Holy Land, so naturally his strength could not be compared with that of the Starry Empire. Compared with it, the strength of the Starry Empire is truly top-notch in the 5 domains. A 3-million-year-old dynasty. It is also a supreme force that has produced quasi-emperors. To be honest, the foundation of the Starry Empire is only a step behind some great emperor-level forces. In today's Dharma-ending age, even great emperor-level forces cannot really ignore the existence of the Starry Empire. Needless to say, the Starry Emperor Bell, quasi-emperor weapons. Such treasures are top-notch. However, in the battle at the ancient Beast Mountain range, the starry Emperor Bell was shattered, and tens of millions of troops were all captured. Qingfeng's strength can be said to be shocking to the world. In addition, the other party holds the Emperor weapon. Such strength, not to mention in the Dharma-ending age, even in the great struggle and prosperity, it is estimated that there are few strong people who can compete with it. To be able to fight against the quasi-emperor soldiers with the flesh, the strength must be at least at the level of the Saint King. Is there really such a heaven-defying existence in the world, who can be on par with the Saint King with the honor of a half-saint? In the Hongqian Shanzong, Qingyuan, who has always been calm in dealing with things, frowned after hearing the news, and inevitably showed a look of shock on his face. He couldn't help but be shocked. This news was really too shocking. Originally, the cultivation level of a half-saint was on par with that of a great saint, which was shocking enough. But now someone told him that there was a half-saint on par with a Saint King. How could Qingyuan believe it? Master, that Qingfeng is very likely not a half-saint, maybe he has already entered a higher level. Zhang Yuan, who returned to the Hongqian Shanzong, couldn't help but express some of his own views. Saint. When he heard this, Qingyuan's face was stunned again. You mean, Qingfeng can prove the truth and become a saint in the Dharma-ending age? The shock brought by this news. In fact, it is not less than a half-saint on par with a Saint King. After all, it is a law since ancient times that one cannot become a saint in the Dharma-ending age. No matter how evil a genius is, he cannot break this restriction. It is because the Dharma-ending age is suppressed by the way of heaven. Who can break the shackles of the way of heaven? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. Although it is a bit hard to say this with confidence, I can't believe that a half-saint is on par with a Saint King. The most rebellious emperor in ancient and modern times was just a half-saint who fought against a saint. Like Qingfeng, to be honest, I have never seen such a person. Chapter 305 The Envoy of the Shenwu Dynasty. Whether Qingfeng is a saint or not. But the battle in the ancient Beast Mountain range is enough to explain many things. The potential of the great emperor. Now it seems that the rumors are true. Qingyuan sighed. Zhou has Qingfeng, who can have such a powerful fighting force, and must also have some top-level divine body. And the Taishu Holy Land in the East region has a divine body of the Phoenix, and my Hongqian immortal sect has an innate thunder god body. For a divine body like this, it is not certain that one can emerge in 10 great struggles. Now that the great struggle has not yet arrived, 3 top-level divine bodies have emerged in one breath, and there may be more divine bodies in the ancient world that have not been excavated. It can be seen from this. This great struggle is definitely not simple. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help asking, could it be that this great struggle is really the arrival of the calamity? It has been countless years since the ancient calamity. It is not surprising that there is a calamity coming. Qingyuan said here, his face was also much more solemn. And, the Tai divine dynasty of the ancient times is now showing its traces again. Many evil spirits have appeared, and there are also many supreme geniuses. The signs of the calamity are obvious. When thinking of the existence of the calamity, Qingyuan's heart was also a little heavy, and even gave birth to some powerlessness. Then, Qingyuan said again, but the calamity is not a desperate situation, and it is still possible to survive it. Since my Hongqian Shanzong can survive the ancient calamity, then this calamity can also be survived. Your trip to Zhou this time can also be regarded as making friends with the head of the Gu family. I believe he can play a big role in the future. In Qingyuan's view, making friends with a powerful man who is expected to become a great emperor in the future is a great thing. Helping in times of trouble. It's always better than icing on the cake. If the Red Dust Immortal sect wants to sell the other party a favor after the other party grows up, it will not be so simple. But it's different now. The Red Dust Immortal sect only sent 2 semi-saints, which made the other party owe a favor, which is a sure win. After seeing Qingfeng's strength, Qingyuan understood that as long as the other party did not die, the Shenwu dynasty would definitely be a top force. Different from the joy of the Red Dust Immortal sect. When the news of the battle in the ancient Beast Mountain range came back, the Emperor Liu Zhen of the Qingfeng dynasty was furious. His previous demeanor was gone, and his eyes were red as if he wanted to choose someone to eat. What are you talking about? The three kings will lead an army of 50 million, and they have the Qingfeng Emperor bell in their hands. They can't do anything to the Shenwu dynasty. You dare to misrepresent the war report and try to disturb people's hearts. You deserve to be killed. Liu Zhen looked at the people below, and before they could beg for mercy, he slapped them on the top of their heads. Then, the brutal force began to search the other party's soul. After a moment, Liu Zhen spit out the power in his palm, and the latter's head instantly exploded like a watermelon, and blood splattered in the court hall. Seeing this, the other ministers all looked as if they were afraid of cicadas and bowed their heads in silence. Everyone saw that Liu Zhen was angry now. If he did not do anything that was in line with the other party's wishes, the consequences waiting for him could be imagined. At this time, no one would stand up and touch the other party's bad luck. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Liu Zhen's anger was relieved a lot, but his face was still gloomy and cold. It seems that I underestimated the Shenwu dynasty. Jiyu Qingfeng's cultivation is comparable to that of the Saint King, and he is suspected to have an imperial weapon in his hand. This kind of power is no longer something that ordinary cultivators can deal with. Liu Zhen regrets it now. If he had known that the Shenwu dynasty had such strength, he would never have interfered in the affairs of the two forces. But it is too late to regret now. The two sides completely tore their faces. The Qingfeng dynasty lost not only 50 million troops, but also quasi-emperor soldiers in the ancient Beast Mountain range. Such a blow, even with the strong foundation of the Qingfeng dynasty, it is enough to break its bones. Moreover, more importantly, the two sides have torn their faces and have reached the point of no return. In this case, if the Shenwu dynasty is allowed to grow, it will definitely be a great enemy. But the problem is, with the strength shown by Jiyu Qingfeng, unless the Qingfeng dynasty uses its ancient foundation at all costs. Otherwise, sending more strong men will only give the other side heads. Thinking of this, Liu Zhen also had a headache. After a long time, Liu Zhen said coldly, "Let's put the matter of the Shenwu dynasty aside for the time being, and wait until the era of great struggle comes. Now we will focus on solving the problems of the Taishuan dynasty." Yes. Hearing this, the ministers also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They were really worried that Liu Zhen would fight to the death with the Shenwu dynasty. If the Shenwu dynasty was really just an ordinary dynasty, it would be fine. But now the Shenwu dynasty is obviously powerful, and if they really want to fight to the death, it will definitely not be a good thing. Fortunately, Liu Zhen did not get carried away by anger. Otherwise, for the Qingfeng dynasty, there will be endless troubles. At this time, a minister hesitated and said, "Now I am afraid that the Shenwu dynasty will take advantage of the situation and not show mercy. If the Shenwu dynasty sends troops, how should we respond? HMPH, the 3 million manpower of our Qingfeng dynasty is no joke. If the Shenwu dynasty really dares to mobilize troops, I will make them pay the price." Liu Zhen's expression was cold, and there was murderous intent in his eyes. Just then, a guard walked in from outside. "Your Majesty, there is an envoy who claims to be from the Shenwu dynasty, and is now seeking an audience outside the palace." The envoy of the Shenwu dynasty. Hearing the 4 words of the Shenwu dynasty, the murderous intent in Liu Zhen's eyes became more obvious. "Let him in." As Liu Zhen finished speaking, the guard bowed and retreated. After a while, the other party led a person in from outside the hall. Nanyushan of the Shenwu dynasty greets Emperor Liu. Nanyushan's back was straight, and he neither knelt down nor bowed, but simply bowed his hands. Seeing him like this, someone shouted angrily, "How dare you not kneel after seeing His Majesty? I am a minister of the Shenwu dynasty, why should I kneel to the people of the Qingfeng dynasty?" Nanyushan glanced at the other party and responded indifferently. When the former heard this, his face suddenly turned red. When he was about to continue to scold, Liu Zhen raised his hand to interrupt the other party. "You are so brave that you dare to come here alone. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you to scare the spirits of the soldiers who died in the battle of my Qingfeng dynasty? Lu Zhen looked at Nanyushan in front of him. His face was gloomy, and there was a cold murderous intent on his body. The words he said did not seem to be false at all. He really wanted to kill Nanyushan. The Qingfeng dynasty just faced a great defeat not long ago. For Lu Zhen, seeing the people of the Shenwu dynasty now, he couldn't help but want to take action. Feeling the murderous intent on Lu Zhen, Nanyushan's face never showed any fear. If Emperor Lu wants to kill me, it will be easy. But if I die, I can be buried with a group of generals of the Qingfeng dynasty, which is a worthy death. As soon as these words came out, Lu Zhen's face changed slightly. What do you mean by this? It's very simple. Nan came here to make a deal with your dynasty, exchanging the lives of 2 kings and 43 generals for a batch of resources. This work is organized and uploaded by Luju Bookbar. Nanyushan did not beat around the bush and directly stated the purpose of his trip. His words made Lu Zhen's expression move. He originally thought that all the generals on this trip were annihilated, but now he heard Nanyushan's words that many people are still alive. How do you plan to trade? It's very simple. The 2 king generals will each get 100,000 jin of middle-grade bloodstone. If they are generals, those in Dao Palace realm will get 10,000 middle-grade bloodstones, and those in Shenbian realm will get 100,000 lower-grade bloodstones. As soon as Nanyushan's words came out, the expressions of the ministers in the court changed drastically. Bloodstone is precious. 1 jin of lower-grade bloodstone is equivalent to 10,000 jin of top-grade spirit stone. And 1 jin of middle-grade bloodstone is equivalent to 10,000 jin of lower-grade bloodstone. A top-notch Dao Palace realm technique, in terms of value, is only 10,000 middle-grade bloodstones. Now, a general in Dao Palace realm will get 10,000 middle-grade bloodstones. Even ordinary generals in Shenbian realm will ask for 100,000 lower-grade bloodstones. You know, if 100,000 jin of lower-grade bloodstones are really used for cultivation, it is enough to give birth to 1 or 2 top-level cultivators in Shenbian realm. The generals in the divine transformation realm mentioned by Nanyushan are not all those at the peak of the 9th level of the divine transformation realm. Some are even at the 5th or 6th level of the divine transformation realm. However, although Nanyushan offered a high price, Lu Zhen had no way to refuse. Because once he refused, if the news spread, it would definitely be disheartening. So, Lu Zhen looked at the other party deeply, and then said in a cold voice. No problem, as long as you release the person, I will send the divine bloodstone to the Shenwu dynasty. He, although Nan's cultivation is low, he is not a novice in the world. Lu Huang should not talk about these things. If Lu Huang is really sincere in the transaction, then hand over all the divine bloodstones to Nan and let Nan take them back to the Shenwu dynasty. Within half a month, the generals of your dynasty will definitely return to the Qingfeng dynasty intact. Nanyushan said this, and did not wait for Lu Zhen to speak again, and then continued. This is the bottom line of our Shenwu dynasty. There is absolutely no possibility of negotiation. If Emperor Lu doesn't want to, he can just leave me here. But my life alone can make 45 generals of your dynasty buried with me, which is a worthy death. Silence. Death silence. Lu Zhen stared at Nanyushan with cold eyes, and the latter looked at him without any retreat. For a long time, Lu Zhen spoke in a deep voice. Okay, I agree to this. The 2 kings will convert 200,000 middle-grade bloodstones, 17 Daogong realm 170,000 middle-grade bloodstones, and 26 Shenbian realm into middle-grade bloodstones, which is equivalent to 260 kilograms. But the fraction of these 260 kilograms of middle-grade bloodstones will be waived by Nan, and Emperor Lu only needs to pay 370,000 kilograms of middle-grade bloodstones. Nanyushan said it as if he was proud. But his words were so harsh in Lu Zhen's ears. The latter's voice was indifferent, without any emotion. My Qingfeng Empire is not going to lose your 260 kilograms of middle-grade divine bloodstone. Then, Lu Zhen ordered his men to go to the treasury and bring 370,260 kilograms of divine bloodstones. After putting them into the storage ring, he handed them to Nanyushan. The latter probed into it with his divine sense and saw the mountains of divine blood stones. The majestic blood power made him a little secretly shocked. More than 300,000 kilograms of medium-grade divine blood stones. This is a truly astronomical figure. To be honest, even Nanyushin, as the commander of the Sky Patrol Guard, has never seen so many divine blood stones. If more than 300,000 kilograms of medium-grade divine blood stones are all replaced with low-grade divine blood stones, then there will be more than 3 billion. After all, the ratio of divine blood stones is 1 to 10,000. With such a batch of divine blood stones in hand, the benefits for the Shenwu dynasty are self-evident. Emperor Lu is straightforward, and our Shenwu dynasty will not break its promise. Just wait until Nan returns to Zhou, and then our dynasty will release him. The matter here is over, I will take my leave first. After saying that, Nanyushin bowed and turned to leave. Looking at his back as he left, Lu Zhen's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he wanted to take action immediately, but he restrained this impulse. After all, a Nanyushin is just a cultivator in the divine transformation realm, so it is naturally not worth letting a large number of generals of the Qingchen dynasty be buried with him. Other generals are fine, but the two king generals must be redeemed. Ji Yuyan and Anyu are both geniuses who are expected to become saints. As long as the Great Struggle era comes, the Qingchen dynasty will most likely produce 2 more saints. Hundreds of thousands of kilograms of medium-grade divine blood stones are exchanged for 2 future saints, which is naturally a good thing. Moreover, the Qingchen dynasty paid such a huge price this time to redeem a group of defeated generals, which could also make the ministers return to their hearts. After the news spread, it could also make the people return to their hearts. So, Lu Zhen could only let Nanyushin leave. On the other side, after Nanyushin left the palace of the Qingchen dynasty, he went directly to Zhou and did not dare to stay for a moment. There was no way. With hundreds of thousands of kilograms of middle-grade divine blood stones on his body, Nanyushin could not help but be nervous. If the news spread, no one knew what would happen. Although in Nanyushin's view, as long as he was in the territory of the Qingchen dynasty, Lu Zhen would not let him get into trouble. But Nanyushin did not want to gamble. His own life was a small matter, but if the Shenwu dynasty lost hundreds of thousands of kilograms of middle-grade divine blood stones because of this, it would be a big deal. Delaying for an extra quarter of an hour would be more dangerous. So, Nanyushin did not dare to waste time. However, Nanyushin did not encounter any danger along the way, and returned to the Shenwu dynasty smoothly. Then, without any rest, he went directly to meet Ji Yuyang. Your Majesty, I, Nanyushin, greet you. Nanqing, you have worked hard. I wonder how this trip went. Ji Yuyang looked at Nanyushin in front of him and asked immediately. Upon hearing this, the latter presented the storage ring with both hands. There are a total of 370,260 kilograms of medium-grade divine blood stones in it. Please take a look, Your Majesty. Hearing this, Ji Yuyang's heart was shocked, and he immediately took the storage ring, and then his mind probed into it, with an irrepressible smile on his face. Okay, with this batch of medium-grade divine blood stones, the strength of my Shenwu dynasty can be further improved. End of this chapter. Chapter 306, The Temple of Worship. 370,000 jin of middle-grade bloodstone. If used properly, it is enough to cultivate a large number of Dao Palace cultivators. Of course, it is not easy to break through the Dao Palace realm. It is not enough to have bloodstone alone, you must have the corresponding talent and understanding. If you can't cultivate the true meaning to a certain degree, you can't open up the Dao Palace Yuanshan. However, Dao Palace cultivators can't give birth. But giving birth to the 9th level of the Divine Change realm, or even a half-step Dao Palace cultivator, is no problem. Normally, 10 jin of middle-grade bloodstone is enough to give birth to 1 or 2 peak cultivators of the Divine Change realm. If it is a genius with a strong foundation, the resources required will naturally be more. But no matter what, 370,000 jin of middle-grade bloodstone. In theory, it is enough to allow the Shenwu dynasty to have tens of thousands more peak cultivators of the Divine Change realm. Among these tens of thousands of top-level cultivators in the divine transformation realm, there must be someone with excellent talent who will go one step further and enter the Dao Palace realm. In this way, the strength of the Shenwu dynasty will be greatly increased. It is said that fighting can support fighting. Now it seems that this approach is indeed good. Ji Yuyang shook his head slightly, his face full of emotion. However, he also knew that the Shenwu dynasty was lucky to win this battle. If Qingfeng was not strong enough to defeat the Xingqian dynasty head-on, then the Shenwu dynasty would never have won. So, don't think that the Shenwu dynasty has gained great benefits from this battle. In fact, as long as there is a wrong step, the Shenwu dynasty will surely be destroyed. The next day in the court, Ji Yuyang distributed all these divine bloodstones. Shenwu Academy is the foundation of the country, so I decided to allocate another 100,000 jin of middle-grade bloodstones, but I have a request. Shenwu Academy must provide at least 1,000 monks in the divine transformation realm for the court within 10 years. If it cannot be done, Shenwu Academy will change someone to be responsible. Your Majesty, rest assured, I will definitely guarantee that I will provide 1,000 monks in the divine transformation realm for the court within 10 years, and will never let your Majesty down. Yan Yun's old face is now ruddy, and he is obviously in a good mood. 100,000 jin of middle-grade bloodstones. If it is replaced with low-grade bloodstones, it will be a full 1 billion jins. Since the establishment of Shenwu Academy, all the low-grade bloodstones consumed are less than 100 million jins. Now, such a large amount of resources fell, even with Yan Yun's temperament, he was a little dizzy, and he was so excited that he could not control himself for a while. When other people looked at Yan Yun, their eyes were red. This is pure envy and jealousy. 100,000 jin of middle-grade bloodstones. They have never seen or heard of so many resources. There is nothing they can do about it. Jojo has a poor spiritual energy. This is a long-standing thing. Although the spiritual energy of Jojo has been restored since the founding of the Shenwu dynasty, Jojo is also extremely limited in terms of spiritual veins. For example, the bloodstone. Even the lowest grade bloodstone requires a top-grade spiritual vein to be nurtured. And the middle-grade bloodstone requires a holy-grade spiritual vein to be nurtured. Even if the spiritual energy of Jojo is restored a little now, it is still not enough to mine the spiritual stone veins. To be precise, the spiritual stone veins cannot be mined on a large scale. Mining a little will not affect the root of the veins, but if it is mined on a large scale, it will easily dry up the veins. So, for the Shenwu dynasty, the spiritual stone veins of Jojo are a long-term stream. The number of spiritual stones that can be mined each year is limited, and as for the bloodstone, there are only a few. All the bloodstones of the Shenwu dynasty were basically traded from the outside world. After all, Jojo is vast, and with the revival of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, many spiritual plants and other things can be planted, and with the ancient beast mountain range behind it, a large amount of resources can also be obtained. Because of this, the Shenwu dynasty can control a part of the bloodstones. However, this part of the bloodstones is actually limited. At this time, Dong Tang immediately stepped out. Your Majesty, the Ministry of Revenue is now short of resources. I hope Your Majesty will allocate a batch of resources to relieve the pressure of the Ministry of Revenue. Ministry of War, Ministry of Industry. When Dong Tang spoke, people from other departments also spoke one after another. In response to this, Ji Yuyang waved his hand and arranged all the bloodstones. Although the bloodstones obtained by other departments and institutions are not as many as those obtained by the Shenwu Academy, they are also more abundant than ever for officials from various departments. Especially the Minister of Revenue Dong Tang, his face was full of smiles, and his eyes were a little blind. Then, Ji Yuyang looked at Yan Yun and said in a deep voice, "The current problem of Xingqian dynasty has been temporarily solved, but the problem of Guiyuan dynasty still exists. You lead half of the army of Zhengxi 9 cities to attack Guiyuan dynasty. You must help Shi Zhen to suppress Guiyuan dynasty in the shortest time." "I obey your order." Yan Yun immediately clasped his fists and accepted the order. And then, Ji Yuyang said again, In addition, I plan to set up a replacement worship house. Any cultivator in the world who is willing to join our Shenwu dynasty and has no intention of entering politics can enter the worship house. The worship house is independent of the court. You can refuse to worship the officials, but you are not allowed to interfere in all the affairs of the court without authorization. Your Majesty is wise. When everyone heard this, they naturally had no objection. To put it bluntly, the existence of the worship house. It is to recruit the world's strong men for the court. Giving them the title of court tribute naturally has little impact on them. However, Ji Yuyang's words afterwards made Dong Tang's face stiffen. The resources of the tribute house will be the responsibility of the Ministry of Revenue. Your Majesty, I accept your order. Dong Tang wanted to object, but when he met Ji Yuyang's eyes, he could only bow his head and accept the order. There is no way. The imperial power is supreme. This person has the veto power in the court. What's more, now that all departments have obtained the resources of the court, I am afraid that no one will argue with this person for these small things. So, Dong Tang can only pinch his nose and accept it. Soon, the news of the tribute house spread. After Ji Yuyang gave the order, he soon opened up a place in the capital to build a tribute house. Today's capital has undergone several expansions and is no longer comparable to the past. After all, the reputation of the Shenwu dynasty spread, which led to an increasing number of people and cultivators in the capital. The original territory of the capital could not satisfy so many people. Expansion. This is inevitable. However, for cultivators, it is not difficult to expand the capital. Dao Palace cultivators can move mountains and fill the sea with a thought, and have all kinds of means. When the worship court was established, the original Chu Daoshuan became the first worshipper of the worship court, and was also granted the position of the court envoy. The court envoy of the worship court. It is the person who is in charge of the worship court. In the future, if other people join the worship court, they must obey Chu Daoshuan's orders. Chu Daoshuan was very satisfied with this. He originally thought that the Shenwu dynasty had a strong man like Jiyu Qingfeng sitting in the palace, and even if he joined, his status would not be too high. He never thought the Shenwu dynasty would directly grant him the position of the court envoy. In this way, how could Chu Daoshuan be dissatisfied? Ji Yuyang also had his own considerations for letting Chu Daoshuan become the envoy of the academy. This work was organized and uploaded by Luju Bookbar. To become an envoy of the academy, loyalty and strength are both indispensable. When the Qingchen Empire invaded before, Chu Daoshuan was able to come to help, which was enough to explain the problem. As for strength, Chu Daoshuan is a semi-saint realm strongman, who belongs to the real top level in the current Dharma ending age. There is no problem for him to be the envoy of the academy. After the establishment of the Worship Academy and Chu Daoshuan became the envoy of the academy, Ji Yuyang deliberately spread the news. Suddenly, many casual cultivators in the rivers and lakes were quite tempted. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that now the Shenwu dynasty is thriving, and it is only a matter of time before it is promoted to the empire. If the Shenwu dynasty can go further, when the great struggle and prosperity come, maybe an invincible emperor can come out. If you join such a force, the benefits are self-evident. Not to mention casual cultivators. Even many powerful people from many sects were tempted. However, the worship house established by Ji Yuyang does not accept all cultivators. To enter the worship house, one must be at least at the Dao Palace realm level. In addition, unless it is a semi-saint like Chu Daoshuan, other Dao Palace realm cultivators must at least not be too bad in terms of qualifications if they want to enter the worship house. If they have average qualifications and barely enter the Dao Palace realm, Ji Yuyang will naturally look down on them. In half a month, many Jianghu casual cultivators came to Zhouzhou to meet Ji Yuyang. The latter screened them and finally let the worship house have 5 more people. Among the 5 people, one is Yan Jun, who has a cultivation base of the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm and is only slightly weaker than Chu Daoshuan, who is at the semi-saint level. As for the remaining 4 people, there is 1 person each at the 1st level of the Dao Palace realm, the 3rd level of the Dao Palace realm, the 4th level of the Dao Palace realm, and the 6th level of the Dao Palace realm. Ancient heavenly sword. As expected of a saint's magical power, even if it is incomplete, it is still mysterious and unpredictable. In the worship courtyard, Chu Daoxuan opened his eyes from his practice, and a startling sword light burst out, and then his face was filled with shock and emotion. This was the reward he received from the Shenwu dynasty after joining the worship courtyard. An incomplete saint's magical power. As a casual cultivator, Chu Daoxuan, although a semi-saint, has a very ordinary inheritance. Except for a peak Dao Palace realm technique and a late Dao Palace realm magical power, there are no other trump cards. Subscribe to Chinese novel Audio Wave. That is, Chu Daoxuan had the opportunity in his early years to rely on a peak Dao Palace realm technique to go one step further on the original basis and step into the semi-saint level. If not, Chu Daoxuan can only be regarded as an ordinary Dao Palace realm 9th level so far. Now, just entered the worship courtyard. Chu Daoxuan got a saint's magical power. Although this magical power is incomplete, in Chu Daoxuan's opinion, this is actually the message revealed to him by the Shenwu dynasty. As long as you are loyal to the Shenwu dynasty, you can get even the inheritance of a saint. Before, Jiyu Qingfeng destroyed the ancient wasteland Holy Land, Chu Daoxuan naturally understood that the Shenwu dynasty would definitely not lack the inheritance of saints, and even the inheritance above the saints existed. So, Chu Daoxuan naturally had no other intentions. He was originally a sword master, and now that he got the incomplete ancient sword, he immediately gained all kinds of insights into this sage magical power. In a short period of time, Chu Daoxuan has already entered the door. He tried to raise his hand, and a weak blade energy burst out, easily tearing the space in front of him apart. A few breaths passed. The broken space slowly healed. Seeing this, Chu Daoxuan's face became more and more satisfied. Even if it is just the entry of the saint's supernatural power, my strength has increased by at least 10%. If I can get the complete ancient sword and practice it to perfection, then my strength will definitely be among the top ranks in the semi-saint realm. At this moment, the jade talisman on Chu Daoxuan's waist vibrated. His mind fell into it, and he immediately came out of retreat and went to the palace. Your Majesty, Chu Daoxuan, pays homage to His Majesty. In the imperial study, Chu Daoxuan saluted respectfully, without the unrestrained and unruly nature of the Jianghu wanderer in the past. Since he has received the benefits of the Shenwu dynasty, Chu Daoxuan must make his position clear. What's more, although Ji Yuyang was indeed at the 5th level of the Dao Palace realm, he was the ruler of the dynasty, and the means he possessed were beyond his imagination. If it really came to a life-and-death fight, Chu Daoxuan had no confidence in winning. There was one more thing. That was behind Ji Yuyang. There stood a truly incomparable strong man. The thought of Jiyu Qingfeng smashing the Star Emperor Bell with one sword had already been deeply engraved in Chu Daoxuan's mind. Ji Yuyang was not clear about Chu Daoxuan's thoughts. However, Ji Yuyang was quite satisfied with the attitude of the envoy of the worship court in front of him. This time I asked Chu Yuan to come here because there is something that needs to be done by Qingfeng Yuan. Your Majesty, please speak. Before, Yan Yun led the army of our Shenwu dynasty to attack Guiyuan dynasty, but Guiyuan dynasty has a strong foundation. With such a full-strength resistance, our army can hardly advance for a while. So this time I hope Qingfeng Yuan can take action and go to the east region to assist the army in attacking Guiyuan dynasty. Ji Yuyang said in a deep voice. He underestimated the foundation of an ancient dynasty. I thought that with 2 armies and the great saint soldiers in hand, it would be enough to suppress a small Guiyuan dynasty. But when Guiyuan dynasty really fought back desperately, Ji Yuyang saw the foundation of this ancient dynasty. This battle, the battle situation between the 2 sides was tense. Although if they really fought to the end, the winner would still be Shenwu dynasty. But in that case, Shenwu dynasty would definitely pay a heavy price. Ji Yuyang now naturally does not want to waste too much power on the Guiyuan dynasty. Therefore, Ji Yuyang naturally thought of the Qingfeng Yuan. Although the Qingfeng Yuan has just been established for a short time, it has a group of strong men such as Chu Daoxuan and Yan Zhen, and its strength cannot be underestimated. If the Qingfeng Yuan can take action, this battle will be much easier. Chu Daoxuan heard this, without any hesitation, and nodded directly. Ministers enjoy the court salary, and they should share the worries of your majesty. Your majesty can rest assured about this matter. I will definitely use all the power of the Qingfeng Yuan to help the army take down the Gui Yuan dynasty. Okay, with this word from Envoy Chu, I am relieved. Ji Yuzhan became more and more satisfied with Chu Daoxuan's assurance, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Immediately, Chu Daoxuan said goodbye and left. In the imperial study, Ji Yuyang muttered to himself. With Chu Daoxuan, a semi-saint, leading the team, and the current strength of the Consecration Institute cooperating with the two armies, I will see how long your Gui Yuan dynasty can struggle. End of this chapter. Chapter 307 The End of Gui Yuan Dynasty. Eastern Region. Return to the Yuan dynasty. Now that the Shenwu dynasty's army is pressing down on the territory, about half of the 373 mansions that used to be controlled by the Gui Yuan dynasty have fallen. This battle, let everyone in the world see the strength of the Shenwu dynasty. Even if Ji Qingfeng didn't show up, the strength displayed by the Shenwu dynasty was quite astonishing. As powerful as the Gui Yuan dynasty, they had to retreat steadily. Yuming Mansion. The army presses the territory. On the side of the Gui Yuan dynasty, Emperor Han went on a personal expedition to boost morale. In the Shenwu camp, Qidian and other military generals gathered here. Now Emperor Han is personally recruiting. Although this person is a semi-saint, he really wants to use all his cards to rival a saint. If Emperor Han cannot be suppressed, it will be difficult to determine the winner of this battle. Zhang Mo looked serious. Yuming Mansion has an important location and is a key palace of the Gui Yuan dynasty. If we can capture Yuming Mansion, our own army can truly advance straight in without any hindrance. On the contrary, if they cannot capture Yuming Mansion, then even if their side takes a detour, they will easily be attacked from both sides. But now the Emperor of Han is marching in person. The opponent himself is a strong man in the semi-sacred realm. If the luck of the dynasty were to be used again, it would not be an exaggeration to call him a saint. Even if the Shenwu dynasty has a great holy soldier standing guard, it is not easy to really deal with a saint. After all, the god-killing spear is indeed powerful. But if you want to truly activate the full power of the great holy soldier, it will be easy to negotiate peace. Such a treasure, at least it needs to be cultivated by a saint. Not to the realm of saints. It's just the power to activate some treasures. Even if blood sacrifice is used, it is the same. Not to mention, the Gui Yuan dynasty also has its own heritage. So when Zhang Mo finished speaking, everyone looked a little ugly. Because they knew very well that what Zhang Mo said was true. For now, it will not be easy to capture Yuming Mansion. The Gui Yuan dynasty's biggest reliance now is the dynasty's luck. If it cannot suppress Emperor Han with the power of thunder, then slowly fight with him. At the same time, he secretly sent people to sneak into the Gui Yuan dynasty to sow discord among the people and weaken the fortune of the dynasty. When the luck of the Gui Yuan dynasty declines to a certain extent, it will naturally be their demise. Quote. Qidian's eyes turned cold and he immediately made a decision. Since you can't win head-on, use other means. The foundation of a dynasty's strong fortune lies in the hearts and minds of its people. As long as the people's hearts no longer belong to the Gui Yuan dynasty, then how much dynasty luck can Emperor Han borrow? That time, it's the other party's death date. Emperor Han died. The Gui Yuan dynasty no longer had the possibility to stop itself. After hearing Qidian's words, everyone else looked at each other, and they all saw some subtle emotions in each other's eyes. If there is no other way, then this is the only way. But if this happens, a lot of people will die in the army. But there is never a death toll in war. Even like now, when the Shenwu dynasty's army is singing loudly, many people still die on the battlefield. Just then, a guard came in from outside. General, Chu Daoxuan, the envoy of the envoy to the envoy, and all the envoys are here to pay their respects. Enshrine the courtyard. When Shi Jian heard what the other party said, his expression was slightly startled, and then his face became happy. Invite them in quickly. Shi Jian was well aware of the fact that the Shenwu dynasty had an additional enshrined courtyard. Moreover, there was news from the imperial court that experts from the Enshrining Academy would come to support and assist the army in attacking the Guiyuan dynasty. What Shi Jian didn't expect was that the people from the worship court would come so quickly. Subsequently, I saw Chu Daoxuan and a group of worshippers walking in. Chu Daoxuan has met General Shi. The envoy of Chu Yuan is welcome. Shi Jian also stood up and returned the greeting. The status of the enshrining courtyard is somewhat transcendent. Although there is no rank, Shi Jian does not dare to despise it. Especially the Chu Daoxuan in front of him was a strong man in the semi-saint realm. In front of such a powerful person, Shi Jian paid even more attention to him. I've met the envoy of Chu Academy. At this time, everyone else also bowed their hands in greeting. To this, Chu Daoxuan also responded with a smile. Soon, several people sat down. Chu Daoxuan asked straight to the point. I came here under His Majesty's order to assist the army in attacking Guiyuan Imperial City, but I don't know what the situation is now. So that the envoys of Chu Yuan will know that now that Emperor Han is personally on the expedition, the morale of the Guiyuan dynasty is strong, and our army is in dire straits, so we can only plan for it slowly. After hearing Chu Daoxuan's words, the smile on Shi Jian's face disappeared and his expression became serious again. Hear the words. Chu Daoxuan and other worshippers also looked solemn. The imperial commander personally conquers. This is a bit tricky. Chu Daoxuan nodded. Naturally, he knew what the imperial commander's personal expedition meant. Emperor Han is the top powerhouse in the eastern region. If it were Chu Daoxuan who was in the semi-saint realm, he would not be able to suppress it. Even if you get the incomplete ancient heavenly sword now, it is actually the same. After all, the leader of a dynasty has an extraordinary background. If the luck of the dynasty comes again, such an existence will be comparable to that of a saint. Under this situation, it is understandable that the Shenwu dynasty's army has stopped moving forward. Subsequently, Shi Jian said, although we have great holy soldiers, the power of these treasures cannot be fully activated by Taoist palace monks. There is no way to solve this matter. Chu Daoxuan pondered for a while. If blood sacrifice is used, and then we personally come forward and pour it with our own essence and blood, we can activate the power of the treasure to a great extent. In this way, even if the power of the god-killing spear cannot be fully demonstrated, I believe it will not be a problem to deal with an ordinary saint. Quote. But there is a saying. Chu Daoxuan didn't say anything. That is why essence and blood are precious. For monks, if they lose blood essence, it is not easy to make up for it later. But no matter whether it was Chu Daoxuan or the people in the enshrinement courtyard, although they looked a little strange, no one spoke against it. After all, they had already received benefits from the imperial court by joining the enshrining court, and now that it was time to pay, it was naturally impossible for them not to contribute. Say it again. I really want to help the army take down the Guiyuan dynasty. They believe it. The rewards from the imperial court will certainly not be small. That time, even if some energy and blood are consumed, it won't be a problem to make up for it if there are a lot of resources. If the envoy of the Chu Academy has such an idea, I might as well give it a try. Shi Jian's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that Chu Daoxuan could do this for Shenwu. Although not many people came to the enshrining courtyard this time, the victory was that their cultivation level was high enough. Especially Chu Daoxuan. For such a strong person in the semi-sacred realm, a drop of blood essence is worth tens of millions of ordinary soldiers. If the powerful men of the Enshrining Academy are willing to sacrifice their essence and blood, then it is not impossible to truly activate the power of the god-killing spear. While the Shenwu dynasty was fighting foreign wars, Qingfeng had now recovered all the energy he had lost in the previous battle. He exhaled a breath of turbid air. Qingfeng's eyes were as bright as a knife. Finally recovered. Feeling the majestic energy and blood in his body, Jiyu Qingfeng showed a smile on his face. At his level of cultivation, some injuries can be recovered in an instant, which is almost the same as none. But if you really suffer an injury that involves the fundamentals of your body, it is not that easy to recover. Fortunately, Jiyu Qingfeng's injury was not serious. A battle in the ancient Beast Mountain range. He physically fought against the Star Emperor Bel and gained a truly comprehensive understanding of his own strength. The three major heavenly veins come out simultaneously. In terms of strength, this work is compiled and uploaded by Luju Bookbar. Jiyu Qingfeng felt that he could compete with the strong men in the Saint King realm. At the same time, such battles let him become more skillful in using his own strength. Although he has not made any breakthroughs in terms of cultivation, in terms of strength, Jiyu Qingfeng has improved a bit. It seems that blindly seclusion is not enough after all. Only in battle can monks truly master their own power. I have a strong foundation now, but I have experienced too few battles, and all my potential has not been fully explored. In other words, I still have room for improvement in the realm of the 9 heavens of saints. Talk about it. Since his cultivation level has improved, Jiyu Qingfeng has rarely encountered evenly matched opponents. After all, in today's law-ending era, whenever he encounters a monk, Jiyu Qingfeng can basically kill him with a snap of his fingers. The gap between the two sides. Like a natural chasm. This is the fundamental reason why, when Jiyu Qingfeng faced the Star Emperor Bel, he did not immediately use the imperial weapons, but fought with his body. A battle with the quasi-emperor soldiers can be regarded as a fight with a strong one. The benefits brought by such battles are sometimes more useful than being in seclusion for hundreds of years. In fact, just as Jiyu Qingfeng thought, a battle in the ancient Beast Mountain range. Jiyu Qingfeng benefited a lot. Think of this. Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't help but cast his sights on all restricted areas. In today's Dharma-ending era, many ancient powerful men are sleeping. The only ones that can really put pressure on me are the ancient restricted areas. Any restricted area contains great dangers. There are some restricted areas. It can even make the emperor bleed. Now, Jiyu Qingfeng had the idea of going to the restricted area for a visit. But before that, Jiyu Qingfeng took a look at his own cultivation, but he didn't leave immediately. The 9th level saint has more than 2,000 promotion points. When he reaches 5,000 promotion points, he can break the saint barrier and enter the great saint realm. In this way, entering the penalty area can be a little more secure. Quote. Jiyu Qingfeng thought to himself. Don't look at the first level of the great saint realm, it seems to be only one step away from the 9th level of the saint. But taking this step is the difference between heaven and earth. If he enters the great sage realm, Jiyu Qingfeng is confident that he can suppress the Star Emperor Bel with his absolute cultivation strength without using the Emperor's weapons. It is the change brought about by breaking through to the great saint realm. Judging from the current situation, Jiyu Qingfeng believes that it will not take too long. Time passes. With the defeat of the Star Emperor dynasty, the entire Kyushu returned to peace. But outside Kyushu, the war between the two dynasties never stopped. In the first year after the defeat of the Star Empire, the Shenwu dynasty sent strongmen from the enshrining court to fight, and joined forces with the two armies to activate the god-killing spear to severely injure Emperor Han of the Yuan dynasty, completely opening up the situation in Yuming Mansion. Then, within the next 3 years, the Guiyuan dynasty was retreating steadily. Stay until the end. There was only one palace left in such a large dynasty, and it was overthrown in an instant. In Tianyuan Mansion, the capital of Guiyuan dynasty. Today's Emperor Han is much older than he was a few years ago, with gray hair on his temples, like a dying old man. Now, outside the capital, the army besieged the city. Emperor Han had a wry smile on his face. I didn't expect that the 100,000-year-old foundation of my Han family would eventually be destroyed in my hands. Do you regret it? Emperor Han asked himself. In the past, he naturally had no regrets. But now, Emperor Han regretted it very much. If he had known that the Shenwu dynasty would be so powerful, he would never have provoked them. Or the moment the Shenwu dynasty was provoked, they would use all the strength of the Guiyuan dynasty to directly suppress the Shenwu dynasty to death without giving the other side any chance to grow. As long as you can do something between the two, the Guiyuan dynasty would not be in the current situation. What a pity. It's too late to say anything now. Years of war. The Guiyuan dynasty was defeated like a mountain. Most of the 373 mansions were destroyed, leaving only one Tianyuan mansion. Even in the current Tianyuan mansion, most of the territory has changed its flag, and only the capital is struggling to support it. Tens of millions of troops are now besieging the city. As long as the enemy gives an order, then what awaits our side is the end of the city being destroyed and people dying. Just then, there was a sudden commotion in the army below, and a monk was seen rising from the air, facing Emperor Han's eyes. Emperor Han, the Guiyuan dynasty is over. If you surrender to Qingfeng now, maybe a few fewer people will die. Shi Zhen, I am the one who underestimated you, the Shenwu dynasty. Looking at the monk in front of him, Emperor Han looked calm, without anger or murderous intent, as if he was facing an old friend. You are right, the Guiyuan dynasty is over. As soon as this statement came out, the expressions of the other generals who defended the city changed. When they were about to speak, Emperor Han raised his hand to stop them. Let me ask you, if I am willing to surrender, how will the Shenwu dynasty treat my courtiers? Those who are willing to surrender, the Shenwu dynasty is willing to let them live. If they resist stubbornly and insist on going against the imperial court, they will die. Shi Zhen looked calm and said. His words let Han Huang nod slightly. In addition, I have one last request. Emperor Han, please speak. I must retain my Han bloodline, even if I become a commoner in the future. After Emperor Han finished speaking, Shi Zhen was silent for a while. Subsequently, he said, I need to ask your majesty for instructions on this matter. Can? Emperor Han nodded. Immediately. Shi Zhen did not hesitate and directly sent the news back to the Shenwu dynasty. It didn't take long. The messenger jade talisman vibrated. Shi Zhen said, Your Majesty decrees that if the Guiyuan dynasty is willing to surrender, it can retain the Han family bloodline, but it must live in the capital for a long time. Without an order, it is not allowed to leave the mansion even half a step. 2,000 years later, this decree will be invalidated, and the Han family can regain its freedom. Emperor Han heard this. He certainly understood what Ji Yuyang's purpose was. 2,000 years is enough time to change many things. Emperor Han was very satisfied with this answer. Okay, I will order someone to open the city gate tomorrow. End of this chapter. Chapter 308. Unparalleled Sword Bone. General Shi, do you think the Emperor of Han will surrender so easily? In the army tent, Chu Daoxuan looked towards the capital of Guiyuan dynasty, where the security was tight and the atmosphere was tense. Shi Zhen looked calm. Now the Guiyuan dynasty is powerless to turn the tide. As long as he wants to keep the bloodline of the Han family, he can only surrender. One day is also a decent opportunity for him. Decent. Chu Daoxuan was silent in his heart. At nightfall, the capital suddenly burst into flames. The sound of the palace flooding was heard one after another, causing chaos in the heavily guarded capital. Such a commotion. Naturally, it also alarmed the Shenwu dynasty. At this time, a piece of news was passed to Shi Zhen. What happened? Chu Daoxuan asked. Shi Zhen put away a jade talisman for the message and then spoke lightly. The Emperor of Han slaughtered all his concubines and then burned himself in the palace. When Chu Daoxuan heard the news, his face relaxed immediately. The Emperor of Han burned himself. This was beyond his expectations, but also within his expectations. Obviously, the other party retained the last dignity. The next day, just as dawn dawned, the gates of the capital were opened, and the high-ranking officials of the Guiyuan dynasty, led by the current Crown Prince Han Yi, surrendered. In response to this, Shi Zhen naturally detained everyone at the first time, and then sent troops to the capital to completely take charge of this ancient capital that had been ruled by the Guiyuan dynasty for 100,000 years. Boom! The land of Zhouzhou, above the Shenwu dynasty. I saw a terrifying aura gathering, and the shadow of the 6th grade Qinglian slowly emerged, becoming much more solid than before. The Qinglian's pressure was heavy, as if it could suppress the world. All the cultivators showed awe on their faces when they saw Qinglian appear. The fortune of the Shenwu dynasty has become even stronger. This battle, could it be that the Guiyuan dynasty has already fallen? Now the war in the eastern region, the cultivators of all parties also have some understanding. The Shenwu dynasty has advanced straight into the Tianyuan palace. Now that so much time has passed, it is not strange that the Shenwu dynasty has really taken over the Guiyuan dynasty. Otherwise, it is also difficult to explain why the national fortune of the Shenwu dynasty has soared. At the same time, the victory news about the eastern region was also quickly passed to Ji Yuyang. Okay, this battle is a great victory for our Shenwu dynasty, and Shi Zhen should be the first to win. Pass on my decree, conferring the title of Marquis of Zhengguo to Shi Zhen, and the title of General Zhenyuan, ranking from the first rank. Ji Yuyang's face was overjoyed, and he announced the reward for Shi Zhen in the court. As soon as these words came out, the faces of all the ministers changed drastically. Marquis of Zhengguo, General Zhenyuan, the former is a marquis, and the latter is a first-rank official. The combination of the two is already imaginable. However, no one spoke out against it. After all, Shi Zhen had just suppressed a dynasty, which was the greatest victory of the Shenwu dynasty in its external wars. In such a situation, Shi Zhen's prestige in the army was extremely high. If he spoke out against it at this time, it would easily offend the other party. Then, Ji Yuyang announced the rewards of conferring titles on Zhang Mo, Shui Cheng, Yan Yun and others. Although several people were not conferred the title of marquis like Shi Zhen, they all received the title of earl. The conferment was over. Ji Yuyang asked the 6 ministries to arrange personnel to go to Guiyuan dynasty to integrate the 373 prefectures and let them merge into the Shenwu dynasty. Only when the people are submissive can the national fortune of a dynasty be greatly improved. However, this approach, it requires a lot of manpower and material resources. Manpower is one aspect, and then building the teleportation array for both parties is another aspect. Looking at the territory between Zhouzhou and Guiyuan dynasty, there are many prefectures and territories between them. For a moment, Ji Yuyang wanted to send a large army directly to take down all these prefectures and territories and completely connect the two territories. But after thinking about it, Ji Yuyang still did not act rashly. At present, the Shenwu dynasty has just won, and all aspects need to rest and recuperate. After everything in the Guiyuan dynasty is completely transformed, the next step will be planned. There is another point. If the war is frequent, it is easy to arouse the war weariness of the soldiers. Therefore, now that the war has just ended, it is not appropriate to start a war again from all aspects. Guzhazhuang. After the court meeting, Ji Yuyang came here directly to meet Ji Yu Qingfeng. Father, the Guiyuan dynasty has been defeated. As soon as Ji Yuyang arrived, he directly told the good news. The purpose of his coming here is to inform Ji Yu Qingfeng of this matter. In response to this, Ji Yu Qingfeng looked calm, as if he had expected it. Seeing this, Ji Yuyang admired him even more. No matter what, he could not be as calm as Ji Yu Qingfeng. What are your plans next? As far as I know, the Guiyuan dynasty governs 373 prefectures and has hundreds of millions of subjects. It would be best if this power can be used properly. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. After all, water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. Hearing Ji Yu Qingfeng's words, Ji Yuyang spoke without thinking. Hire plans to send people to the eastern region first to take over the 373 houses and suppress all unstable factors, and then open a college and implement the Kyushu system. In this way, within 100 years, all 373 mansions can be used by our Shenwu dynasty. Quote. What Ji Yuyang said was simple, but it was not that easy to actually implement it. After all, the Guiyuan dynasty has been in control of the 373 houses for 100,000 years, and it has long been deeply rooted. It is not that simple to really make the people of the 373 houses return to their hearts. But Ji Yuyang didn't have much worry. As long as a group of people are killed, a group of people suppressed, and then policies that benefit the people are implemented, 100 years will be more than enough. Since you have an idea, then act on it. Qingfeng nodded. He didn't interfere too much with Ji Yuyang's actions. Then, Ji Yuyang stayed in Guzhazhuang for another half-day, asking Ji Qingfeng some questions about cultivation. With Ji Qingfeng's current level of Saint 9th level, it is easy to give advice to the other party. Ji Yuyang benefited a lot from some insights on the Great Road. Half a day later, Ji Yuyang left. Ji Qingfeng looked at the sky, where the shadow of the 6th grade green lotus had dispersed. One Guiyuan dynasty is not enough to promote the Shenwu dynasty to the imperial dynasty, but this matter cannot be urgent for the time being. Once the foundation of the Guiyuan dynasty is digested, the Shenwu dynasty should be able to take a further step. At that time, even if you can't be promoted to the imperial dynasty, you can save a lot of effort. Quote, last time, the Shenwu dynasty was promoted. Ji Qingfeng received great benefits. If you are promoted to the imperial dynasty later, the benefits will only be greater. Ji Qingfeng even doubted it. This work is compiled and uploaded by Luju Bookbar. When the Shenwu dynasty was promoted to the imperial dynasty, he might be able to obtain the direct ascension pill to the saint realm. After all, when the dynasty appears, it gives the direct ascension elixir to the divine transformation realm, and the dynasty gives the direct ascension elixir to the Taoist realm, so it is normal for the imperial dynasty to give the direct ascension elixir to the saint realm. But the Shenwu dynasty still has some way to go before it wants to be promoted to an imperial dynasty. Even if the latter swallows the 100,000-year-old heritage of the Guiyuan dynasty, it cannot be achieved overnight. After all, promotion in the imperial dynasty is by no means easy. The entire ancient world, the ancient dynasty is actually nothing less. But at the imperial level, the number dropped off a cliff. Just say the eastern region. There are only a handful of ancient imperial dynasties. Any imperial dynasty needs to accumulate bit by bit over a long period of time before they can truly advance. And the divine dynasty above the imperial dynasty? There is none. The only divine dynasty that Ji Qingfeng knows about now is the Tai divine dynasty from the ancient times. Of course, that's not to say, in the entire ancient world, from the ancient times to the present, only one divine dynasty has appeared. It's just that the divine dynasties of the past were submerged in the dust of time. In today's ancient world, the divine dynasties are extinct and the imperial dynasties are respected. Since the fall of the Yuan dynasty, the Shenwu dynasty sent people to take charge of the 373rd mansion and formally establish the Shenwu dynasty's flag. To this, it certainly caused a lot of turmoil. Many forces secretly have a close relationship with the Guiyuan dynasty. All the remnants of the Guiyuan dynasty are still determined to overthrow the rule of the Shenwu dynasty and restore the prosperous age of Guiyuan. For these people, Ji Yuyang will naturally not be merciful. Whatever is discovered, they all directly dispatched large armies to encircle and suppress them. Anyone who attempts to collude with the rebels is basically a major crime that will destroy the 9 tribes. Under such implicated iron-blooded methods, only 373 houses were killed and their blood flowed into rivers. The number of monks who died during the rebellion was even greater than the number of monks who died during the war between the Shenwu dynasty and the Guiyuan dynasty. The cruel behavior of the Shenwu dynasty naturally inspired more monks to have a rebellious mentality. However, Ji Yuyang didn't give in even a step. In his opinion, since you have a rebellious mentality, then kill until no one dares to object, and the problem will naturally be solved. For a while, 373 houses are full of people. Every government order passed down represents the lives of tens of thousands or even tens of millions of people. 3 years, countless forces in various provinces were wiped out, and hundreds of millions of monks died due to involvement in the rebellion. When the Shenwu dynasty completely ignored the lives of the monks and only massacred them, the remaining people were finally afraid. They found out The Shenwu dynasty didn't care about public opinion at all. I don't care about the so-called criticism. Whenever there was an attempt to overthrow its ruler, the Shenwu dynasty had only one policy to respond. That is, kill. So, the remaining monks were naturally frightened. See this. Ji Yuyang took advantage of this opportunity to take some of the local forces for his own use, turning them into the sharp swords of the imperial court and directly acting as a force to suppress all parties. Immediately afterwards, many policies that benefit the people were passed down one by one and were quickly accepted by the monks in the 373 houses. Wait until the 5th year. The influence of the Guiyuan dynasty has been suppressed to the extreme. Except for a few diehards, everyone else gradually accepted the rule of the Shenwu dynasty. Your heir, Ji Yuyang, used iron-blooded methods to suppress the 373 palaces in the eastern region. He killed many people in the eastern region and made everyone fearful. His reputation as a tyrant has spread. Your descendant, Ji Yuyang, supports the local forces of the 373 prefectures and stabilizes the chaotic situation. Your descendant, Ji Yuyang, demonstrates extraordinary ruling methods. His reputation as a tyrant has eased, and his reputation among the people has gradually improved. Your descendant, Ji Yuyang, has obtained ancient inheritance, and his strength has improved. Your descendant, Ji Yuyang, has been practicing in seclusion, and has gained various insights in cultivation, and his cultivation has improved slightly. Your descendant, Ji Yuyang, heard the slander of his subordinates, saying that the achievements of the Marquis of Zhengguo Shizhen are too great to be tolerated by the master, and he immediately became furious and scolded on the spot. Your descendant, Ji Yuyang, has received your guidance, and his cultivation has improved slightly, and he has faintly touched the threshold of the 6th level of the Dao Palace realm. Your descendant, Ji Yuzan, has received a large amount of resources from the Taishu Holy Land, and the Qingfeng divine body potential is stimulated, and cultivation is greatly improved. Quote, your offspring, Ji Yuzan, has broken through to the 3rd level of Dao Palace realm. Reward promotion points 500. Your offspring, Ji Yuzan, has become more and more famous in Taishu Holy Land, and has been vaguely identified as the next peak master of the 9th peak. Your offspring, Ji Yuzan, led the monks of Taishu Holy Land to suppress the evil turmoil. Your offspring, Ji Yuzan, has been instructed by a mysterious strong man, and his strength has been improved. Your offspring, Ji Yushu, has taken the demon's inner pill, and his cultivation has been greatly improved. Your offspring, Ji Yushu, accidentally broke into a forbidden area, survived a near-death experience, and finally successfully escaped from the forbidden area with his own chance, and got a great opportunity. Your offspring, Ji Yushu, has been recognized as the master by the incomplete imperial weapon, and is considered by the great sage Wangji to be the son of destiny, and is expected to achieve the Dao Emperor realm in the future. Your descendant, Ji Yushu, was attacked by demons 236,535. Your descendant, Ji Yushu, was attacked by demons 1,123,641. Your descendant, Ji Yushu, used his absolute strength to annihilate a demon sect. The sleeping demon king woke up, but he was defeated by the incomplete imperial soldiers and was killed on the spot. Your descendant, Ji Yushu, angrily killed the demon king, and his reputation shook the demon world. All forces were shocked and vowed to kill this human genius at all costs. Your descendant, Ji Yushu, was attacked by demons 2,366,639. Your descendant, Ji Yushu, was attacked by demons 5,369,778. Your descendant, Ji Yushu, took a lot of demon inner pills, and his cultivation was about to break through the 8th level of the Dao Palace realm, but he thought that his foundation was unstable, so he suppressed the urge to break through and continued to polish his foundation. Quote, your descendant, Ji Yushu, met your warrior Ji Yu47. Your descendant, Ji Yushengnan, received guidance from a mysterious strongman, and his cultivation level broke through to the late stage of Grand Master. Reward promotion points 200. Your descendant, Ji Shengnan, took the ancient elixir, and his cultivation level broke through to the perfection of Grandmaster. Reward promotion points 200. Your descendant, Ji Shengnan, practiced the Azure Lotus Sword Sutra and gained enlightenment, and successfully comprehended the true meaning of the 13th level, and his strength was greatly improved. Your descendant, Ji Shengnan, received guidance from a mysterious strongman, and entered an ancient forbidden land to cleanse his roots, in order to break through the God Change realm in the strongest state. Your descendant, Ji Shengnan, has undergone the baptism of the forbidden land, trained a body of unparalleled sword bones, and his own qualifications have undergone a great transformation, and his strength has been greatly improved. Your descendant, Ji Shengnan, has practiced hard in seclusion, and his cultivation level has broken through to the first level of the God Change realm. Quote. Reward promotion points 300. End of this chapter. Chapter 309. Promoted to Great Sage, new panel features. Unparalleled sword bones. 13th level of true meaning. Ji Qingfeng's expression changed. He remembered that Ji Shengnan was not too old now, just in his early 40s. At this age, among the monks, he naturally belongs to the young ranks. Such an age, Ji Shengnan not only broke through to the first level of the divine transformation realm, but also understood the true meaning of the 13th level. If he takes another step forward, he can begin to gain domain power. Visible. The other party's understanding and talent are indeed quite astonishing. Subsequently, Ji Qingfeng continued to look at the information panel. 5 years. The entire Shenwu dynasty has undergone tremendous changes. Ji Shengqing, who was originally canonized as Princess Qingfeng, and Ji Shengxi, who was canonized as Princess Changla, have both adopted husbands and have given birth to their own children in the past few years. As they are of royal blood, it is impossible for the two of them to marry. Therefore, the two princes-in-law were both married into wives. Children born. They were all given the surname Ji. Both husbands came from poor families, so they naturally didn't dare to have any objections to this. If it were an ordinary power, the princess would usually marry outside the family, but with the power of the Shenwu dynasty, there was no need to do such a thing. Not to mention, Ji Qingfeng also disdained marriage. Even if Ji Yang had this idea, he would not agree. The two gave birth to 2 baby girls respectively 3 years ago. One is named Ji Yunrong and the other is named Ji Yunshou. And a year ago, the two gave birth to 2 babies, a boy and a girl respectively. The man's name is Ji Yunli. The woman's name is Ji Yunfen. So far, there are already 6 people in the 3rd generation of the Ji family. Counting the original 1st and 2nd generation people, there are now 14 people in the Ji family bloodline. But this is far from the limit. Because as princes, Ji Shengqing and Ji Shenggen both have to take concubines, and they must have enough royal blood. So, several concubines are pregnant. Less than a year. The Ji family bloodline has grown stronger again. In terms of strength, like the 2nd generation of the Ji family. Led by Ji Shengnan, Ji Shengqing and Ji Shenggen, they all broke through the barriers of the Grand Master and successfully entered the realm of divine transformation. The reason why they were able to break through so quickly was not only because the two of them had good talents, but also because of the large supply of resources. After all, earlier, the Shenwu dynasty obtained hundreds of thousands of kilograms of middle-grade divine bloodstones from the Star Emperor dynasty. Later, the Guiyuan dynasty was suppressed and the 100,000-year-old ancient dynasty was brought under control. The numerous resources further enhanced the Shenwu dynasty's heritage. This way, being of royal blood, of course you can get preferential treatment. Although the remaining 2nd generation bloodline did not enter the realm of divine transformation like the two of them, they all broke through to the master level. Then, it's the 3rd generation. Ji Yunyu and Ji Yunfeng both broke through to the perfection of the marrow cleansing realm. One step further, they can enter the viscera refining realm and break through to the last of the 5 body refining realms. Don't look at the fact that the perfection of marrow cleansing realm seems to be nothing nowadays. But one thing needs to be clear. Jiyu Yunfeng and Jiyu Yunfeng are only 14 years old. To be able to break through to the perfection of the marrow cleansing realm at such an age shows their talent. And then, it's about the dead soldiers. 5 years. There are many dead soldiers who died due to various accidents, but there are also many dead soldiers who have been given opportunities to further their strength. The person who improves the fastest. It was Jiyu Shichi who had already met up with Jiyu Shu. In just a few years, the latter's cultivation level went from the first level of Dao Palace Realm to the fourth level of Dao Palace Realm. Among the many dead soldiers, the opponent's strength is undoubtedly the first. And then, 4 martial arts masters, Jiyu Chong and Jiyu Long also broke through the limit of the 9th level of the Divine Transformation Realm and successfully entered the Dao Palace Realm. This way, among the dead soldiers, there are about 5 or 6 monks who have broken through to the Dao Palace Realm. The number of the remaining 8th and 9th levels of the Divine Transformation Realm is even greater. It is only a matter of time for a dead warrior who has reached this level to break through to the Dao Palace Realm. After all, the talents of the dead warriors are pretty good. As long as they have enough resources, it is not a big problem to break through the Dao Palace Realm. Overall, 5 years, the strength of the Shenwu dynasty has increased a lot. Not only the strength of the Jiyu family royal family has improved, but also the strength of many secret guards scattered in the ancient world have made breakthroughs to varying degrees. Now, all it takes is Jiyu Qingfeng to raise his arms and shout. It is enough to cause turmoil in the entire ancient world. But, Jiyu Qingfeng did not do this. After all, everything is stable in the Shenwu dynasty now, and it is not yet time to achieve this step. At last, Jiyu Qingfeng took a look at his attribute panel. Name, Jiyu Qingfeng. Age, 87 thousandths. Realm, 9th level of Saint Realm. Martial arts, Tianmai Junjing 3rd level Heavenly Sword Perfection, Dawang Boxing Sutra Perfection, Shenyang Sutra Perfection, Wangu Heavenly Sword Perfection, Ziji Dao Canon Perfection, Li Feng True Sutra Perfection, Nirvana Dao Sutra, 6th level in the Dao Palace Chapter Tianfeng Shenshu, Shaocheng, Jushao Tianjing, 9th level in the Saint Chapter, Shenshao Tianlei Perfection, Beidou Dao Sutra Perfection, 9 turns Yuangong Perfection. Promotion points. 5,136. Compared to 5 years ago, Jiyu Qingfeng has not changed much now. Like many exercises, they have all reached the level of perfection. Nirvana Sutra. Astonishingly, from the first level of the Dao Palace Chapter, he directly broke through to the 6th level of the Dao Palace Chapter. As for Tianfeng Divine Technique, it is still at the stage of completion. There is nothing we can do about this. The great sage's magical power cannot be achieved in a few years. Fortunately, the improvement points now exceed 5,000 points. Jiyu Qingfeng was finally able to take a step further. 5,000 improvement points. It's enough for me to enter the Great Saint Realm. Jiyu Qingfeng took a deep breath, took a step forward, and disappeared instantly. Outside Kyushu, in chaos, Jiyu Qingfeng's thoughts moved and he saw the 5,000 improvement points disappearing like the tide. Immediately afterwards, a lot of memories came out. That is the memory of the great holy chapter of the 9 Heavens scripture. It seems that Jiyu Qingfeng really practiced the 9 Heavens scripture for thousands of years and finally realized the mystery of the great sage. Then he broke through the shackles of the 9 Heavens of the saint and successfully entered the realm of the great sage. With the breakthrough of Jushao Tianjing, Jiyu Qingfeng has a force of energy and blood that is 10 times more terrifying than before, and now it is erupting deep in his body. Then he saw that his whole body was like a black hole, frantically plundering all the energy in the void of the universe. At the same time, above the void, the great sage disaster is coming quietly. Before Jiyu Qingfeng could react, the terrifying and thick thunder struck down hard, and the world-destroying power turned thousands of miles of space into powder. This is just like the universe does not allow any powerful person in the great saint realm to be born, so the power of this kind of catastrophe is naturally astonishing. But, no matter how powerful the great sage heavenly tribulation is, it has no impact on Jiyu Qingfeng. I saw that his physical body was intact, and despite the thunder and calamity bombardment, it was still like an eternal rock, without wavering at all. Subsequently, the catastrophe changes. An ancient phantom emerged from the calamity cloud, wielding all kinds of magical powers and blasting towards Qingfeng. These shadows, they are all left behind by the powerful men who have overcome the Great Holy Tribulation in the past generations. The error-free version is being read. 6=9 book_bar debuts this novel. And being able to be photographed by Heavenly Tao is enough to show that these powerful people have been at the top of the Great Sage realm for countless years. But, a shadow is a shadow after all. It is impossible for these powerful men who are considered invincible in the Great Sage realm to truly exert their full power in the past. With Qingfeng's absolute foundation, even without using the three major heavenly veins, he can compete with such existences. But, facing these ancient shadows, Qingfeng was also secretly frightened. It seems that in this universe, there have been many amazing and talented people. Even a shadow left behind can have the absolute strength to suppress the ordinary great sage. Qingfeng asked himself that his strength was definitely powerful in the great sage realm. If you are competing in the same situation, no one can be your opponent. But, the shadow that appeared in front of him made him feel a little pressure. Among them, there is a domineering and stalwart body, which can exert unparalleled magical power with a wave of his hand. The terrifying power tears the void of the universe, as if it can overturn the galaxy and destroy endless stars. So exists. Qingfeng took a deep breath, his blood boiling all over his body, and with a wave of his hand, the unparalleled heavenly sword condensed, directly tearing open the void of the universe. Immediately afterwards, raising his hand, he cast the heavenly phoenix divine technique again, and the sky filled with divine fire suddenly rose out of thin air. The supreme phoenix spread its wings and soared. The terrifying temperature was enough to incinerate everything. Boom, boom. Qingfeng fought with the ancient shadow, and all kinds of magical powers were unleashed from his hands, with an astonishing power. Ancient heavenly sword, Tianfeng magic, thunder from the sky. All the magical powers in his hands showed unparalleled power, and any attack was enough to kill any other great sage. A long time passed. The phantom suddenly shattered. Subsequently, a tyrannical force revived from Qingfeng. In an instant, this power is sweeping across the void of the universe. Many stars suddenly shattered under the suppression of such aura. Name, Qingfeng. Age, 88,000. Realm, first level of Great Saint Realm. Martial arts, Tianmai Junjing, third level, Heavenly Sword, perfection, Dawang Boxing Sutra, perfection, Shenyang Sutra, perfection, Wanggu Heavenly Sword, perfection, Ziji Dao Canon, perfection, Li Feng True Sutra, perfect, Nirvana Dao Sutra, the sixth level of the Dao Palace chapter, Tianfeng Divine Art, Shaocheng, Jushao Tianjing, the first level of the Great Holy chapter, Shenshao Tianlei, perfection, Beidou Dao Sutra, perfection, 9 turns of Yuan Gong, perfection. Boost points. 136. Great Holy Realm. Qingfeng looked inside and glanced at the attribute panel, only to see that in terms of cultivation, he was already in the realm of transformation. In terms of lifespan, it has been increased by 1,000 years. A lifespan of 8,000 years. At Qingfeng's current age, he has only completed 1% of his life. But, what really made Qingfeng care? It is the change in his current strength. If Qingfeng did not use the heavenly veins when he was at the 9th level of the saint, his strength would be equivalent to the 6th level of the great saint. So now that he has broken through the great saint realm, his strength has skyrocketed to the level of the 9th level of the great saint realm. He is only one step away from being half a step closer to the Holy King realm. The great sage's first level cultivation. The strength of the great sage 9th heaven. If you use a heavenly vein, your strength should be able to break the shackles of the great sage and step into the ranks of the holy kings. If we activate the 3 major heavenly veins, we might be able to compete with the holy king in the 3rd heaven. Qingfeng was naturally very satisfied with this change. If it were his previous self who had not broken through, he would have to activate at least the power of the 3 major heavenly veins to be comparable to the Holy King. But now, Qingfeng only needs to activate 1 heavenly vein to be able to compete with the strong men in the Saint King realm. If the 3 major heavenly veins come out at the same time, to a great extent, he can live up to the 3rd level of the Holy King. And this, Qingfeng's true realm is just that he has just broken through the 1st level of the Great Sage realm. This is already the case at the 1st level of the Great Saint realm. If you go 1 step further and enter the 9th level of the Great Sage, Qingfeng believed it. Perhaps he could be on par with a quasi-emperor level existence without relying on the power of the emperor's soldiers. The thought fell. Qingfeng looked into the void of the universe. Now that he has broken through to the Great Saint realm, his perception of spiritual thoughts has increased tenfold. Many things that he had not sensed in the past are now gradually becoming clearer. In the vast universe, Qingfeng smelled a lot of dangerous atmosphere there. Visible, the void of the universe. It's definitely not that simple. But after thinking about it carefully, Qingfeng felt that it was normal. After all, the universe is vast, and the ancient world is just a drop in the ocean. It is not surprising that there are really powerful existences. But, Qingfeng has no thoughts of exploring the universe and stars for the time being. So, he just glanced at the void, then turned and left. Return to Kyushu. Qingfeng is studying the changes brought about by his own breakthrough. Promoted to the Great Saint realm. It's not just a transformation in terms of strength. Even the golden finger he carried had undergone some subtle changes. I saw that in addition to the information panel and the properties panel, there was something called the fusion panel. When Qingfeng's eyes fell on the fusion panel, corresponding information immediately emerged. Fusion panel. It can integrate the world's martial arts and supernatural powers, and there is a certain probability of being promoted to a higher level. And any technique that is successfully integrated can be directly achieved. Fusion technique. Instant perfection. In this case, if I can integrate an emperor-level technique, wouldn't I be able to become an emperor directly on the spot? The thought fell. Qingfeng tried to use the 9 heavens scripture and the nirvana scripture to see if these 2 techniques could be integrated to a higher level. With the emergence of 2 skills, the corresponding text is immediately displayed on the fusion interface. The Holy King's low-grade exercise, 9 heavens scripture, has been detected. The Great Sage's ultimate skill, the Nirvana Sutra, has been detected. With the fusion of 2 techniques, there is an 80% probability of obtaining a low-grade Saint King technique, a 10% probability of obtaining a high-grade Saint King technique, a 5% probability of obtaining a mid-grade Saint King technique, and a 3% probability of obtaining a Saint King's top-grade technique. A high-grade Holy King technique has a 1% chance of obtaining a top-grade Holy King technique, and a 0.1% probability of obtaining a low-grade quasi-emperor technique. This fusion requires 10,000 improvement points. Seeing the many improvements, Qingfeng's eyes changed slightly. The so-called Holy King's lower-grade skills refer to those skills that can be practiced to the 3rd level of the Holy King. The so-called Holy King's best skills are skills that can be practiced to the half-step quasi-emperor level. Such techniques. It is an absolutely top-notch existence at the level of the Holy King. If you go further up, it means being able to enter the quasi-emperor level. End of chapter. Chapter 310 Taishu Holy Land and #039, S request for help. Then, Qingfeng tried other techniques again. Final. He already fully understands the function of the fusion panel. Fusion panel. Only 2 techniques or magical powers can be integrated at one time. And, the fusion of the 2 martial arts and magical powers must not exceed a large realm. Just like the Great Sage realm exercises and the Holy King realm exercises can be integrated, but the Holy King realm exercises cannot be integrated with the Saint realm exercises. And then, it's just about consumption. The final consumption of a Great Saint realm plus a Saint King realm technique is mainly Saint King realm, and the consumption is equivalent to the cost of improving the Saint King realm by 1 level, which is 10,000 improvement points. But if two skills of the same level are upgraded, then the consumption is 1 plus 1 equals 2. If the two Saint King Realm skills are fused, that will be 20,000 improvement points. But Jiyu Qingfeng does not have two Holy King Realm skills, only two Great Saint Realm skills. Therefore, the fusion of the two Great Saint Realm skills is 10,000 improvement points. But there is also a problem here. That is, exercises of different levels in the same realm consume the same amount, but have different success rates. For example, subscribe to Chinese novel Audio Wave. If two low-grade Great Sage exercises are fused, there is an 80% probability of fusion of the Great Sage's low-grade exercises, a 10% probability of fusion of the Great Sage's mid-grade exercises, a 5% probability of fusion of the Great Sage's high-grade exercises, and a 3% probability of fusing the two Great Sage low-grade exercises. The best of the Great Sage, the low-grade Holy King with a 1% probability, and finally the middle-grade Holy King's skills can be fused with a 0.1% probability. But if it is a low-grade Great Sage and a mid-grade Great Sage, then the fusion cost remains unchanged and is still 10,000 improvement points. In terms of improving the probability, it is completely different. This probability, the probability of merging with a Saint King level and a Great Saint level technique is the same. There is an 80% probability that the highest level of skills can be retained, which is the middle level of the Great Sage, but there is a 10% probability that it will fall to a lower level, which means that it can only integrate the lower level skills of the Great Sage. As for the upper limit, there is a 0.1% probability of being able to fuse a technique that is 4 levels higher than one's own. This one is 4 levels higher, so naturally it is the highest level among the two fusion techniques. In other words, the highest limit for a low-grade Great Sage Kung Fu and a mid-grade Great Sage Kung Fu is to merge into a middle-grade Holy King Kung Fu. The emergence of the fusion panel has solved the problem of lack of skills in the future to a great extent. The further you get to the back, the more difficult it is to obtain the skills. If you forcefully break through the realm to improve, you will consume a huge amount of improvement points. Jiyu Qingfeng knew very well how rare high-level skills were. Until now, he only has one Holy King level skill. As for the Great Sage level techniques, there are only a few. Saint King level skills are already so rare, and the Quasi-Emperor level skills and Great Emperor level skills that follow will definitely become even rarer. Even above the Emperor. So, the emergence of the fusion panel gave Jiyu Qingfeng a way to save improvement points. At the same time, each fused technique can make Jiyu Qingfeng perfect in an instant. This way, it can also improve Jiyu Qingfeng's strength to the greatest extent. Looking at the remaining 136 improvement points, Jiyu Qingfeng temporarily suppressed the urge to fuse the techniques. Now that he has just entered the Great Saint realm, he has no extra improvement points to use. But Jiyu Qingfeng was not in a hurry. He needs to get a little familiar with his own power before he can break through to the Great Saint realm. No one knows. In today's Dharma-ending era, some people have already broken through to the Great Saint realm. When Jiyu Qingfeng stayed in seclusion in Kyushu, the ancient world was already turbulent. First, it is evil spirits and turmoil. With the passage of time, many seals left by the Tai divine dynasty in the past have been broken one by one, and the terrifying evil spirits have revived, as if they are sweeping the entire ancient world. Faced with such momentum, all forces in the 5 regions of the ancient world are trying their best to resist the evil spirits, and there are even many unparalleled strongmen who personally take action to suppress the turmoil. Eastern region. Dark fog filled the air. There are many rotting corpses resurrected, forming a frenzy of the undead, which will completely pull all living creatures into the abyss of the dead. A monk stood guard in the city, and many magical powers and martial arts broke out. The terrifying torrent of power continued to kill these strange beings. Just then, black mist surges. There was a clay figure that looked like an ancient god, slowly walking out from the depths of the black mist. The moment many monks saw each other, they felt the roar of the sea of consciousness, as if they had been hit hard on a spiritual level. Ah! What's more, some people let out shrill screams, and the skin all over their bodies fester at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their entire bodies seem to have been subject to some kind of strong pollution, completely turning into immortal evil spirits. This scene, the faces of the monks guarding the city changed drastically. Those below the Grand Master level should not look directly at evil spirits with their naked eyes. As soon as these words came out, many monks closed their eyes in a hurry or avoided looking. But even if someone warned them, there were still some monks with low cultivation who could not escape, and strange and terrifying changes occurred around their bodies. Boom! A Grand Master who was screaming in agony suddenly had his head exploded and his screams stopped abruptly. The one who takes action. He is a Dao Palace realm powerhouse from the Taishu Holy Land. The other party's expression was cold and stern, and dozens of strong winds were blasted out in the blink of an eye, killing dozens of monks who were about to become strange. Just then, the clay sculpture Xie Sui had already taken action, condensing infinite black light in his right hand and blasting towards the city. Seeing this, the Taoist Palace realm expert roared angrily, and the energy and blood around his body was so powerful that it reflected the sky like the blazing sun. His fierce and domineering fist shattered the space, trying to block the evil spirit's attack. The next moment, see the great sun shattered. The Taoist Palace monk was shaken all over, spitting blood directly from his mouth, and the look on his face also became decayed. Defeated. One encounter means defeat. When all the monks saw such a scene, their faces showed despair. Dao Palace realm is already the existence with the strongest cultivation among all the people present, but even so, it cannot stop the evil spirit's attack. The strength of the latter. It makes people feel desperate. Just when I thought the city could no longer be defended, I saw an ancient mirror rising into the sky, and the supreme divine light penetrated the sky and the earth. The moment the billowing black mist touched the divine light, it melted away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar! The clay sculpture Xie Sui seemed to have sensed some danger and wanted to resist with all his strength, but he couldn't resist such an attack at all. Final. When the divine light strikes, Xie Sui's chest was pierced, and black blood flowed out. Taishu Ancient Mirror. The Holy Lord has taken action. When the monks from the Taishu Holy Land saw this, their faces showed ecstatic expressions. Taishu Ancient Mirror. It is the supreme treasure of Taishu Holy Land. Now, Taishu Ancient Mirror appears. This means that Yan Lingyun has arrived. After all, in the entire Taishu Holy Land, only Yan Lingyun has the qualifications to activate the Taishu Ancient Mirror. Sure enough, when the Taishu Ancient Mirror severely damaged the clay sculpture of evil spirit, Yan Lingyun arrived through the air, and the pressure of the semi-saint realm exploded, sweeping all sides in an instant. All disciples of Taishu Holy Land obey the orders and accompany me to kill the evil spirits. The words fell. Yan Lingyun once again used the Taishu Ancient Mirror, and the Wangwang Holy Power suppressed it. The clay sculpture evil spirit seemed to have sensed some fatal danger and wanted to turn around and escape. However, the divine light is too fast. It was so fast that it was too late to react. As soon as the clay sculpture evil spirit made a move, its head was pierced by the divine light, and the rest of its body was completely melted by the power of Taishu Ancient Mirror, and was instantly wiped out. When the clay sculpture Xie Sui fell, the other resurrected immortals seemed to have lost their vitality and fell to the ground without making any sound. It's over. Seeing this, everyone suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and their faces showed the joy of surviving the disaster. Only Yan Lingyun looked at the black earth in front of him, his face looking particularly serious. Evil. Yan Lingyun knew very well that the evil turmoil in front of him was just a microcosm of the entire eastern region. Evil and turmoil. 6. 9. Book. Bar. It's not as simple as it seems. And, although the evil spirit was killed just now, Yan Lingyun knew very well that the opponent's strength had broken the barrier of a semi-saint and was enough to rival a saint-level existence. If it weren't for the Taishu Ancient Mirror, Yan Lingyun wouldn't be sure of suppressing the evil spirits. In the age of Dharma ending, saints don't appear. Now every evil spirit has the strength of a saint. If a stronger evil spirit appears, I'm afraid there will be endless troubles. Yan Lingyun's expression became increasingly serious. Evil spirits in the realm of saints. Taishu Holy Land can resist. But what about the evil spirits in the Great Saint Realm or even the Holy King Realm? Not to mention the Taishu Holy Land in the end of Dharma Age, even the Taishu Holy Land in its heyday must be difficult to compete with. And Yan Lingyu knew it very well. My thoughts are not random guesses. After all, evil spirits have a long history and can be traced back to ancient times. At that time, the Tai divine dynasty suppressed the entire ancient world, but failed to completely eliminate the evil spirits, which shows how terrifying the latter is. Now, evil spirits revive, but there is no second Tai divine dynasty in the ancient world. Fu He, the elder of the ninth peak of Taishu Holy Land, pays homage to Emperor Ji Yu. Above the court, Fu He, dressed in purple, bowed respectfully to Ji Yu Yang above him. Although the former was Ji Yu Zan's master, Fu He did not dare to give up in front of Ji Yu Yang, let alone talk to him as an elder. Just because the man in front of him is now the leader of the Shenwu dynasty. The incident at the 373rd mansion in the eastern region had already exposed Fu He to the opponent's iron-blooded methods. Visible, the Emperor Ji Yu in front of him was a true overlord. If he really wanted to offend the other party, Fu He could already imagine the consequences. But Fu He is respectful. Ji Yu Yang had a gentle expression on his face. I wonder what's going on when Elder Fu comes here. Ji Yu Yang is no stranger to Fu He either. His second brother's master, Ji Yu Yang, also showed some respect. Although Ji Yu Yang is now not only the leader of the dynasty, but also a powerful person at the 5th level of the Dao Palace realm. Fu He in front of him is only the 1st level of the Dao Palace realm, but he is still polite. After hearing Ji Yu Yang's gentle words, Fu He felt certain and immediately got to the point. Reporting to Emperor Ji Yu, our holy land of Taishu has been attacked by evil spirits. 3 palaces have fallen and hundreds of millions of monks have perished. Even though our Taishu Holy Land tried our best to resist, it was still difficult to stop the evil spirits from invading. Quote. So Fu came here this time to ask the Shenwu dynasty to come forward to support the Taishu Holy Land and jointly resist the evil spirits. After Fu He finished speaking, he bowed to Ji Yu Yang. Ask for help. After Fu He's words, Ji Yu Yang's expression suddenly became clear. Subsequently, he just smiled and said, Taishu Holy Land and Shenwu dynasty are allies. Now that the alliance is in trouble, Shenwu dynasty should help. Next, please ask Elder Fu to stay in the capital for a few days during this trip. I will arrange the rest. Quote. Thank you so much, Emperor Ji Yu. Fu He's expression relaxed, and there was a smile on his serious face. After retreating from the court, Ji Yu Yang just called Ji Yu Yi. I want the Jinyi guards to do their best to collect all the information about Taishu Holy Land and the situation of evil spirits and unrest. Is it possible to do it in 3 days? I should do my best. Ji Yu Yi took the order seriously. Subsequently, Ji Yu Yang waved his hand. Ji Yu Yi bowed and retreated. Evil turmoil. This matter is a big trouble. Ji Yu Yang looked solemn. There are evil spirits causing chaos in Kyushu now, but they can't cause much trouble. After all, with the current strength of the Shenwu dynasty, evil spirits can be suppressed directly as long as they are not too powerful. Even if the evil unrest caused some casualties, it would still be within a controllable range. Not to mention, the biggest factor in Kyushu's stability. It was Ji Yu Qingfeng who was in charge. As long as the other party is around, Ji Yu Yang won't worry about evil spirits. But Kyushu is free from evil spirits. However, in the 373 houses in the Eastern Territory, news of evil spirits has spread, but there has been no big commotion for the time being. This time, Taishu Holy Land asks for help. Let Ji Yu Yang realize. The problem of evil spirits and unrest may be more serious than you think. 3 days later, all the information collected by Ji Yu Yi was presented in front of Ji Yu Yang. The latter read all the information and his expression became serious. I didn't expect the situation in Taishu Holy Land to be so bad. No wonder Fu He would come to ask for help in person. After figuring this out, Ji Yu Yang has already made a decision. Support. Must support the principle of dying lips and cold teeth. How could Ji Yuyang not understand? Taishu Holy Land and Shenwu Dynasty are considered allies. If the Holy Land of Taishu is allowed to be destroyed, the Shenwu Dynasty may be the next force to face the evil spirits. On the contrary, if the Shenwu Dynasty sends troops to reinforce and allow the Taishu Holy Land to block the invasion of evil spirits, then the pressure the Shenwu Dynasty will face will be greatly reduced. Plus, when the Star Emperor invaded, Taishu Holy Land also came forward. Based on emotion and reason, Ji Yuyang couldn't just sit back and watch. So, after making a decision, Ji Yuyang summoned Shi Zhen again and asked him to lead 10 million elites and carry the god-killing spear to the Taishu Holy Land in person to suppress the evil unrest. To this, Shi Zhen naturally took the order. And Fu He, who received the news, looked overjoyed. With the Duke of Zhenguo coming forward, I believe that this evil turmoil will not pose much of a threat. How could Fu He not have heard of the reputation of Zhenguo Hu Shi Zhen? This was the top warrior who led the troops to destroy the Guiyuan dynasty. Ji Yuyang asked the other party to come forward, which shows that Shenwu dynasty attaches great importance to Taishu Holy Land. End of chapter. Chapter 311, The Ancient Qin Family. Your heir, Ji Yuyang, met with Fu He, the elder of Taishu Holy Land, and agreed to ask for help. Then he sent Zhenguo Shi Zhen to lead his troops to Taishu Holy Land to suppress the evil unrest. Your heir, Ji Yuyang, has been blessed by the dynasty's national destiny. If he has divine help in his cultivation will be slightly improved. Your heir, Ji Yuyang, fell into an epiphany, and his cultivation level broke through to the 6th level of the Dao Palace realm. Reward improvement points 900. Reward of nourishing pill 100. Reward enlightenment pill 100. Your heir. You have a new heir born. You have a new heir born. You have a new heir born. Your heir, Ji Yuzan, has practiced hard in seclusion and has successfully broken through to the 4th level of the Dao Palace realm. Reward improvement points 500. Your heir, Ji Yushu, made a breakthrough in the battle, and his cultivation reached the 8th level of the Dao Palace. Reward improvement points 500. Your heir, Ji Yushu, took a large amount of demonic inner elixirs, and his cultivation reached the 9th level of the Taoist Palace. Reward improvement points 500. You have a new heir born. Your heir, Ji Yushengnan, has mastered the unparalleled sword bone, and his talent has been transformed. If there is divine help in his cultivation will break through to the 2nd level of the divine transformation realm. Reward improvement points 300. Your heir, Ji Yushengnan. Your heir, Ji Yushengnan, has reached the 8th level of the divine transformation realm. Reward improvement points 300. Your heir, Ji Yushengxing, has reached the 4th level of divine transformation. Reward improvement points 300. Your heir, Ji Yushengnan, has reached the 5th level of divine transformation. Reward improvement points 300. Your heir, Ji Yunfeng, received the guidance of a mysterious and powerful person, and his cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. He has successfully broken through the limit of the Grand Master realm, and his cultivation has broken through to the 1st level of the divine transformation realm. Reward improvement points 300. Your heir. This year, Ji Qingfeng is 100 years old. 20 years have passed since he broke through to the Great Saint realm. 20 years. The Shenwu dynasty entered an explosive stage. Ji Yu family bloodline. It has also been greatly improved. First, as the 2nd generation, Ji Yushengxing and Ji Yushengnan have given birth to many children one after another in the past 20 years. This way, the number of the 3rd generation of the Ji Yu family has exceeded 20. As for the 2nd generation, there hasn't been much change in terms of numbers. This is also something that can't be helped. Ji Yuyang's cultivation has reached the 6th level of the Taoist Palace, so the probability of having an heir is not high. In addition, the other party has been obsessed with cultivation and handling state affairs, and has no extra energy to do other things. As for Ji Yuzan and Ji Yushu, there is no need to say more. A person is the holy son of Taishu Holy Land, possesses a divine body, and is expected to compete for the rank of great emperor in the future. Naturally, it is impossible to be tied down by the love between his children. In the case of the latter, needless to say, Ji Yushu has been staying in the demon world these years, turning the entire demon world upside down. The cultivation level of the 9th level of Dao Palace Realm. The incomplete imperial soldiers. The two are superimposed. Even if the demon king is born, he still has to shed blood. So, the second generation of the Jiyu family are basically the descendants of Jiyu Yang and have no relationship with the other two. As for the Jiyu family generation, there is no need to say more. Jiyu Qingfeng has no longer thought of giving birth to extra children. For him, Jiyu Yang and the other three are enough. Nowadays, Jiyu Yang's lineage is growing stronger. The third generation is all from Jiyu Yang's lineage, and now there are 20 people. And, in the third generation, the eldest Jiyu Yunfeng is also in his 30s. Such an age, it has already reached the stage of marriage. Among the third generation descendants, the youngest is already 14 years old, the slightly older ones are already married, and there are not many left who are unmarried. Soon, the fourth generation of the Jiyu family will be born. Quote, "It won't take long for the family's bloodline to grow stronger." Jiyu Qingfeng smiled slightly. He would like to see the Jiyu family's bloodline grow stronger. 20 years. Even though Jiyu Yang, as the first heir, only broke through one realm, Jiyu Qingfeng also accumulated tens of thousands of improvement points. The fundamental reason is that other descendants have contributed many improvement points. One person may not contribute much, but there are more people. There are certainly many improvement points. At the same time, after Jiyu Qingfeng broke through to the Great Sage realm, it became much easier to practice the Tianfeng divine technique. 20 years of seclusion allowed him to successfully cultivate this magical power to a perfect stage, which was comparable to that of the former great sage Tianfeng. But, Jiyu Qingfeng is only as good as the great sage Tianfeng in terms of Tianfeng's magical skills. In terms of strength, he has already surpassed the original Tianfeng great sage and entered another level. At the same time, 20 years, evil spirits and turmoil are also getting more serious. Many ancient forces suffered heavy losses when faced with evil spirits. What's more, directly destroyed in the evil hands. The Star Empire was the party that was hit hard by the evil spirits. 10 years ago, there is a large-scale invasion of powerful evil spirits, and the Star Empire has suffered heavy losses. Later, it was the Star Emperor Liu Zhen who personally took action and used the last remaining quasi-emperor weapon to dismantle the evil unrest. But that's the case. The Star Emperor dynasty has not been able to recover much of its vitality in these 10 years. As for the Shenwu dynasty, it was actually facing evil turmoil. In the past 20 years, Jiyu Qingfeng also took action several times. Every time he takes action, it is because evil spirits beyond the semi-saint level appear, so he steps in to suppress them. As for the evil spirits below the saint level, Jiyu Qingfeng didn't pay much attention to them. Father. On this day, Jiyu Yang visited Gujazhuang in person. Jiyu Qingfeng glanced at the other party and said calmly, "What's the matter?" "There is a suspected world-destroying evil spirit in the central territory. The great Zhou dynasty has been destroyed, and all the living beings in the state have perished, becoming the evil spirit's blood meal." Jiyu Yang looked extremely solemn and spoke word by word. As soon as this statement came out, Jiyu Qingfeng's expression suddenly changed slightly. The world-destroying evil spirit. Although he had heard a little about the great Zhou dynasty, he actually didn't know much about it. After all, the great Zhou dynasty was far away in the central region, and Kyushu was close to the eastern region. The distance between the two was more than 108,000 miles. But anyway, it can be an imperial dynasty. The underlying strength is definitely not simple. Not to mention, the central territory is the center of the ancient world and the most prosperous place. The strength of the imperial dynasty that can gain a foothold there is naturally considered to be the top among many imperial dynasties. Now, The great Zhou dynasty was destroyed, and Jiyu Qingfeng's temperament found it difficult to calm down for a while. Jiyu Yang said, "The great Zhou dynasty was destroyed due to evil spirits and natural disasters, but no one knows the specific circumstances. However, this incident alarmed the sleeping ancient saint. The one who stepped into Gaiyu state alone was already severely injured when he came out. The saint said that a world-destroying evil spirit was born in the great Zhou dynasty, and all the monks in the state have perished." Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. The emergence of evil spirits and natural disasters is a catastrophe that affects the entire ancient world. The words fell. Jiyu Qingfeng suddenly asked, "What happened to that saint?" "Dead. Dead. Good." Jiyu Yang nodded. A few days after the other party came out of Jiyu state, he fell into madness and eventually died. It is rumored that after the death of the saint, the corpse also underwent strange changes, and there seemed to be signs of reviving and turning into an evil spirit. The power that the saint belonged to was afraid of the former's resurrection, so they used some means to suppress the saint's body. Quote, "Speaking of which, Jiyu Qingfeng already understood. It is not impossible to say that it is a world-destroying evil spirit that can destroy an imperial dynasty and even bring down saints. Destroy world-level evil spirits. Only by reaching the quasi-emperor level can one be promoted to the world-destroying level. This is an evil spirit that is above the natural disaster level. In fact, regarding the division of evil spirits, it was not an independent approach of the Shenwu dynasty. Rather, Jiyu Yang learned about the distinction between levels of evil spirits from the few traces left by the Tai divine dynasty in the past. The so-called world-destroying level can be traced back to ancient times. The weakest world-destroying evil spirits are existences that are comparable to the quasi-emperor level. And the top world-destroying evil spirit is enough to rival the invincible emperor. Now, a short period of time. The great Zhou dynasty fell. If it weren't for the world-destroying evil spirit, it would be absolutely impossible to achieve this step. What are your plans now in the Central Territory? Jiyu Qingfeng asked. Led by the emperor-level forces such as the Hongqian immortal sect and the ancient Qin family, we have summoned all parties and want to combine the power of the entire ancient world to exterminate the world-destroying evil spirit of Great Zhou. Based on the speculations of the top forces in the central region, the world-destroying evil spirit that was born, after slaying the entire Great Zhou dynasty, is very likely to take a step further and reach a level comparable to that of the Great Emperor. If an evil spirit with the level of an emperor appears, it will be a disaster for the entire human race. Jiyu Yang said in a deep voice. In the ancient world where the Great Emperor is now extinct, if an evil spirit that is comparable to the Great Emperor is born, the consequences can be imagined. So, Jiyu Yang is also very clear about the scruples of the emperor's forces such as the Hongqian immortal sect. Jiyu Qingfeng took a deep breath and his expression returned to calm. So what's your reason for coming here? A visitor from the ancient Qin family hopes that father can go to Zhongzhou in person. Jiyu Yang answered truthfully. The ancient Qin family. Jiyu Qingfeng nodded slightly. There are many families with the surname Qin in the entire ancient world, but if the word Qin family is preceded by the word ancient, there will only be one in the entire ancient world. The word Wanggu in the Wanggu Qin family represents the Wanggu era. In other words, the so-called ancient Qin family is an ancient family that has been passed down from the ancient times. Like the Hongqian immortal sect, the ancient Qin family were all strong men who had stepped out of the realm of the Great Emperor, and had the blood of the Great Emperor flowing through them. Think of this. A lot of information about the Emperor's bloodline suddenly emerged in Jiyu Qingfeng's mind. Great Emperor. This is the end of practice in the ancient world. The mystery of this realm cannot be matched by other realms. Even the so-called quasi-emperor is like an ant in front of the Great Emperor. Throughout the endless years of the ancient world, there are only a handful of heaven-defying evildoers who can truly rival the Great Emperor at the quasi-emperor level. Any Great Emperor. They are all invincible existences. Except, there are also the characteristics of the Emperor. As long as any monk is promoted to the Great Emperor realm, the direct bloodline he leaves behind will be affected by the power of the Great Emperor and then transform into the Great Emperor's bloodline. It can be said, as long as a Great Emperor is born, one person will achieve enlightenment in the true sense, and chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. No matter how mediocre your qualifications are, you can possess more or less of the bloodline of the Great Emperor at the moment he attains enlightenment. This way, your own talents can be changed to a great extent. Even if the descendants born later can basically inherit the bloodline of the Great Emperor, even if there are too many generations behind, causing the Emperor's bloodline to become thinner and the probability of awakening to be greatly reduced, there is always a chance to return to the ancestors. So, any Great Emperor's family can achieve true eternal existence. The so-called decline, it's just a relative term. Just like what Ji Yuyang said about the ancient Qin family, endless years have passed since the death of the Great Emperor of the ancient Qin family. But despite this, the ancient Qin family was also the top force in the Central Territory. No matter which era it is, there are always strong men in the ancient Qin family. Even if no new emperor is born, the number of powerful men above the saint level, or even the Holy King quasi-emperor level, cannot be matched by other forces. Now that he heard the news about the ancient Qin family, Qingfeng couldn't help but think. If one day he can achieve the realm of the Great Emperor, then all the direct bloodlines of the Jiyu family can transform into the bloodline of the Great Emperor. That time, I'm afraid that I can get an unimaginable improvement point instantly. All thoughts flashed through Qingfeng's mind. At last, he looked at Ji Yuyang and spoke calmly. Where are the people from the Qin family? I want to see how different the so-called Great Emperor's family is. My father has this idea. I will ask people from the Wanggu Qin family to come to Guzhazhuang to pay homage to my father tomorrow. Hearing Qingfeng's words, Ji Yuyang was obviously relieved. Tell the truth. The ancient Qin family also put a lot of pressure on him. Even in the past few decades, the Shenwu dynasty has been at its peak and its dominance of the 9 provinces has been unshakable. Even in the eastern region, it has accumulated a solid foundation. The resources compensated by the Star Empire, the legacy of the annexation of the Yuan dynasty, and the continuous supply of resources from the 373 houses allowed the strength of the Shenwu dynasty to soar in a short period of time. Even so, the gap between the Shenwu dynasty and the ancient Qin family is still astonishingly large. In Ji Yuyang's view, the greatest heritage of the Shenwu dynasty is Qingfeng. But, as an ancient imperial family, the ancient Qin family's heritage is also unfathomable. Even the emperor's army, the ancient Qin family, has it. Facing such a top power, Ji Yuyang naturally had to treat it with caution. The people of the ancient Qin family wanted to invite Qingfeng, but it was difficult for Ji Yuyang to really make the decision in this matter, so he came to Guzhazhuang to meet Qingfeng. Now that he has the other party's consent, Ji Yuyang feels much more relaxed. The next day, a young monk came to Guzhazhuang and delivered a greeting card to Ji Yupeng. Qin Ruifeng of the ancient Qin family came here to pay homage to senior Ji Qingfeng, and I hope you can tell me something. End of this chapter. Chapter 312 Great Saint Realm 3rd Level. Qin Ruifeng of the ancient Qin family. Ji Yupeng looked at the person in front of him with a slightly solemn expression. Although he had never heard of the ancient Qin family's name, he couldn't clearly see the depth of Qin Ruifeng. But, standing in front of Qin Ruifeng, Ji Yupeng naturally felt a strong pressure. To know, over the years, Ji Yupeng has received a lot of resources due to his role as the general manager of Guzhazhuang, and his cultivation has reached the 9th level of the aspirational God transformation realm. It can make him unable to see the depth, Ji Yupeng can conclude. The other party's cultivation level. At least it's the Dao Palace realm. Your Excellency, please wait for a moment. I will go and report it right now. Ji Yupeng said politely, and then turned around to report. At the same time, he motioned to the 2 guards with his eyes to ask them to pay more attention. See this. Qin Ruifeng didn't care either. Moment. Ji Yupeng came again. The owner of the village has invited you. Sir, please come with me. Good work. Lobby. Ji Yupeng and Qin Ruofeng entered here one after another. Master, the people have been brought here. Ji Yupeng said respectfully, then bowed and left. At this time, Qin Ruofeng also saw the person on the main seat. He looked ordinary, but his eyes were as unpredictable as the void. The moment they met his eyes, a terrifying pressure hit his face, causing Qin Ruofeng's breathing to slow down for half a beat. Qin Ruofeng of the ancient Qin family has met Senior Ji Yu. Now, Qin Ruofeng's expression was full of respect, without any trace of the arrogance that a genius should have. I have heard about the ancient Qin family for a long time. Now that I have met you, I know that the blood of the great emperor is indeed extraordinary. Ji Yu Qingfeng spoke calmly. He could tell with just one glance that the young man in front of him had already reached the 6th level of the Dao Palace realm. And Qin Ruofeng's age is actually not too old. To the sky, no more than 70 years old. Less than 70 years old, he is at the 6th level of the Dao Palace realm. Looking at the entire ancient world, they are all top-notch existences. Although Ji Yu Qingfeng is only 100 years old now, his situation is special and cannot be measured by common sense. Look at it this way. Qin Ruofeng's qualifications are unparalleled. Senior Ji Yu, thank you. The junior's modest behavior is nothing in front of the senior's. Qin Ruofeng kept his posture very low. Based on the ancient Qin family's understanding of the Ji Yu family, the head of the Ji Yu family in front of him has only been famous for 100 years. But Qin Ruofeng did not dare to have any contempt. Hundreds of years, he cultivates himself to become a semi-saint. Moreover, his combat power is as high as the heavens, which is enough to rival the existence of the Saint King level. With such a person, Qin Ruofeng knew that he was not qualified to discuss friendship with his peers. Even in the ancient Qin family, there were only a few people who were truly qualified to talk to each other on an equal footing. To know, in the world of practice, seniority is never determined by age, but by cultivation and strength. Ji Yu Qingfeng is not too old, but the opponent's strength is enough for Qin Ruofeng to call himself a senior and not dare to be presumptuous. The ancient Qin family was a force in the central region. Our Shenwu dynasty has lived in Zhou for a long time, and I have no connection with the ancient Qin family. Mr. Qin is here today. I wonder if you have any advice. Quote, I don't take advice seriously, but evil spirits are running rampant in the central region now. The great Zhou dynasty was destroyed by evil spirits. A saint from my Qin family entered the ancient moon state and returned home seriously injured. And not long after, I, the saint of the Qin family, also passed away. Quote, Qin Ruofeng looked serious and his words were full of solemn emotions. It can be seen that the one who destroyed the great Zhou dynasty and slaughtered hundreds of millions of living beings in Jiuyuezhou must be an evil spirit of world-destroying level. Now, the evil spirit's power to control all living beings in the ancient Yu state may go a step further and transform into a level comparable to that of the great emperor. If the transformation of that evil spirit is really successful, then not only Zhongzhou, but also the entire ancient world will face a catastrophic disaster. Quote, the ancient Qin family couldn't bear the loss of life, so they united with the Hongqian immortal sect and other forces to jointly deal with Emperor Qidian. Emperor Wei Tian. Ji Yu Qingfeng's expression changed slightly. Qin Ruofeng said, Emperor Weishan is the name we gave to that evil spirit. I, the saint of the Qin family, went deep into the great Zhou dynasty and saw the evil forces raging and the scene of hundreds of millions of living beings worshipping. I saw weird things turning into gods and endless bones building palaces. The evil spirits were high in the bone palace. Therefore, we call him Emperor Weishan. Quote, so, the fallen saint turned out to be from the Qin family. Only then did Ji Yu Qingfeng realize that the ancient saint Ji Yu Yang spoke of came from the ancient Qin family. Qin Ruofeng said, the ancestors of our clan couldn't bear the loss of life, so they ventured into Ji Yu state, wanting to explore the depths of the evil spirit. I just didn't expect that evil spirit to be so terrifying that it would be difficult for the saints of our clan to deal with it. If it weren't for his life-saving trump card, he might not even be able to leave Ji Yu state alive. Quote, the words fell. Qin Ruifeng's expression was also slightly frightened. Although he had never actually seen the Weixin Emperor, he could understand how terrifying he was just from the words of the saint from the ancient Qin family. What's more, after the death of the saint, his body almost transformed into something strange. To be able to make a saint fall because of this shows how terrifying the Emperor Weixin is. So Mr. Qin is here because he wants me to go to the Central Territory and deal with Emperor Qidian together. Senior's words are right. The ancient Qin family has a strong foundation. I believe that dealing with an evil spirit will not be a problem. To take a step back, if the ancient Qin family can't deal with it, one more person will not change anything. Qingfeng picked up the teacup on the side and smiled calmly. Qin Ruifeng shook his head. Senior's words are wrong. In the battle at the ancient Beast Mountain Range, Senior's strength impressed everyone in the ancient Qin family. Even if I have some background in the ancient Qin family, I may not be able to compete with my predecessors. Quote. In addition, Emperor Wei Tian's strength is terrifying. If we can't kill him directly and give him a chance to breathe, there will be endless troubles in the future. Qin Ruifeng spoke sincerely, not only complimenting Qingfeng in his words, but also explaining the threat of Emperor Wei Tian. When do you plan to take action against Emperor Qidian? When the powerful men from all sides come together, it can take as short as 1 month or as long as 3 months. We will definitely enter Gaiyu State and kill Emperor Qidian. Qin Ruifeng spoke without hesitation. Hear the words. Qingfeng paused for a moment, then said, in 3 days, I can follow you to the Central Territory. This junior is here to replace the people of Zhongzhou. Thank you very much, senior. Qin Ruifeng was overjoyed. After getting Qingfeng's affirmative answer, most of his tasks for this trip have been completed. Then 3 days later, the junior will come to visit again. I have disturbed the senior for a long time, so I will leave first. Finished. Qin Ruifeng just stood up and said goodbye. Qingfeng ordered Peng to send the other party away, and then returned to the knife sharpening hall, preparing to further enhance his power. Inside the knife sharpening hall, Qingfeng's mind sank into his body, preparing to use the panel fusion function to formally fuse the techniques to improve his strength. 20 years. Under Qingfeng's research, he gained some new understanding of the role of the fusion panel. That is, if you don't practice the technique to perfection, you can't truly integrate it. Just like the Nirvana Sutra and the 9 Heavens Sutra. 2 techniques. Qingfeng has never truly cultivated to perfection. Although both techniques can be used as fusion materials in the fusion panel interface, when the fusion actually begins, you will find that the fusion cannot be successful at all. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Therefore, if Qingfeng wants to improve his strength, the best way is to use 2 techniques of the same level to merge them into a higher level technique, and then integrate them step by step. Immediately, Qingfeng used Beidou Dao Sutra and Shenyang Sutra as fusion materials. Discovered the top-notch Dao Palace level Kung Fu technique, the Shenyang Sutra. Discovered the ultimate Taoist Palace level technique, the Beidou Taoist scripture. The fusion of 2 skills requires 1,000 improvement points. For every additional 1,000 improvement points, the probability of the same level is reduced by 10%, and the other probabilities increase accordingly. Corresponding information prompts appeared in Qingfeng's mind. If 2 techniques of the same level are fused normally, there is an 80% chance of getting a brand new technique of the same level, and the remaining 20% probability of getting a higher level technique. And among them, the probability of being promoted to a higher level is only 10%. The probability of improving to 5 levels is only 0.1%. Immediately, Qingfeng just tried to invest 1,000 improvement points, and then he saw that the probability of reaching the same level became 70%, and then the probability of being promoted to the next level was 20%. As for other aspects, there are no changes. See here. Qingfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he invested another 2,000 improvement points in one go, abruptly reducing the probability of the same level to 50% and increasing the probability of the next level to 40%. This way, counting 1000 improvement points from the original base. This fusion. That means a total of 4000 improvement points are needed. Look at the probabilities. Jiyu Qingfeng no longer hesitated and started to fuse directly. In Jiyu Qingfeng's sight, the fusion interface invisible to others vibrated. The two techniques turned into divine light and entangled each other. Finally, a bright divine light submerged into his sea of consciousness. Congratulations on your fusion of the mid-level Saint Realm Kung Fu technique, Beiyang Dao Jing. When this message appears, a large number of memories emerged in Jiyu Qingfeng's mind. These memories are overwhelming. He seemed to have practiced hard for hundreds of thousands of years to understand the Shenyang Sutra and the Beidou Dao Sutra, and then realized a higher level technique based on the two techniques. At the same time, Jiyu Qingfeng's physical body also had a strong force of energy and blood emerging from it. The middle level exercises in the realm of saints. It is equivalent to Jiyu Qingfeng cultivating a skill to the level of the sixth heaven of a saint. Although his cultivation has now reached the great saint realm, having one more skill from the sixth heaven of the saint realm will also improve his strength. The top-level skills at the Dao Palace level are merged into the middle-level skills at the saint level, directly crossing two levels. I didn't expect that the 5% chance would happen to me. Jiyu Qingfeng fused for the first time and was increasingly satisfied with the function of the fusion panel. Although the two skills as fusion materials disappeared from the attribute panel, the accumulation brought about by practicing the previous two skills will not disappear out of thin air. That is to say, even if it is merged into the same level of skills, it is a profitable business for Jiyu Qingfeng. But this also has a premise. That is, Jiyu Qingfeng has not really reached his limit at a certain level. For example, at the levels of the Divine Transformation Realm and the Dao Palace Realm, Jiyu Qingfeng has already reached the extreme, so there will be no change if the skills at this level are perfected. Subsequently, Jiyu Qingfeng had an idea. Use the newly fused Beiyang Dao Jing as the material, and integrate it with the 9 transformations Yuangong. This time, there are not many improvement points for integration. Just 2000. The reason why this is the case is because the Zhujuan Yuangong is a top-level exercise in the Saint Realm, and the Beiyang Dao Jing is only an intermediate-level exercise in the Saint Realm. There is some difference in the levels between the two. The improvement points required for fusion are reduced, but the probability also changes accordingly. 80% of the same level. 10% dropped by one level. There is a 5% probability to advance to a higher level. This grade. Naturally, the highest grade 9 transformation Yuangong is the main one. Likewise, if you invest in improvement points, you can reduce the probability of being at the same level or losing a level, and then increase the probability of being promoted to a level. I saw Jiyu Qingfeng trying to invest 2000 improvement points. The first two dropped by 3%, while the latter increased by 6%. In other words, there is a 77% probability of being at the same level, a 7% probability of falling by one level, and an 11% probability of improving by one level. Looking at the remaining improvement points, Jiyu Qingfeng devoted them all in one go. Moment. I saw that the probability of being at the same level dropped to 71%, the probability of falling by one level dropped to 1%, and the probability of improving by one level increased to 23%. Fusion. Jiyu Qingfeng started merging directly without any hesitation. Looking at the divine light on the fusion interface, Jiyu Qingfeng was also a little nervous. After all, this fusion has invested all his improvement points. If the fusion is unsuccessful, there will be blood loss. After all, 10,000 promotion points. It was enough for Jiyu Qingfeng to break through to the next level in the Great Sage Realm. But now, he has devoted all his energy to the fusion technique. Soon, fusion ends. A ray of divine light sank into Jiyu Qingfeng's sea of consciousness, and then he saw a powerful aura on his body. Second level of the Great Saint Realm. The third level of the Great Saint Realm. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. It only takes a moment. Jiyu Qingfeng's cultivation level was from the first level of the Great Sage Realm to the third level of the Great Sage Realm in one breath. 2 breakthroughs in cultivation. Let his strength increase sharply again. Congratulations on your fusion of the low-level Great Sage Realm technique, 9 Suns Taoist scripture. Corresponding reminders also appeared in Qingfeng's mind. Everything about the 9 Yang Dao Jing was familiar to him and digested. Success. He opened his eyes with a smile on his face. There is a 23% probability that I will make the bet right in the end. Juyang Taoist scripture. The Great Sage's inferior skills. This level of skill can allow you to directly break through to the 3rd level of the Great Saint realm in one breath. That is to say, a total investment of 12,000 improvement points produced an effect of 20,000 improvement points. More importantly, the improvement brought about by a brand new low-grade Great Sage Realm technique is much more powerful than the breakthrough from the 9 Heavens scripture to the 3rd level of the Great Sage. End of chapter. Chapter 313. The Magnificent Imperial City. The 3rd level of the Great Saint Realm. Breaking through the 2 realms, my current true strength, even if it is not as good as the Saint King realm, is still enough to reach the level of a half-step Saint King. If his cultivation goes a step further and reaches the 4th level of the Great Saint realm, his combat power should be able to truly join the ranks of Saint Kings. Qingfeng had a clearer estimate of his own strength. This one is comparable to the Holy King. Naturally, it refers to the normal state, not the increase after using the Tianmai Sutra. 12,000 promotion points. He accomplished something that could only be accomplished with 20,000 improvement points. This way, Qingfeng was equivalent to saving at least 10 years of accumulation. But, Qingfeng also understood. I was lucky to have fused twice, and encountered relatively low probability events. This kind of 1 or 2 probability thing cannot be regarded as the norm. As the number of subsequent fusions increases, the probability will naturally return to normal. But still the same sentence. The emergence of the fusion panel has only advantages and no disadvantages for Qingfeng. Even if the fusion fails, Qingfeng can enhance his own foundation. If something with a very small probability is triggered, you can reach the sky in 1 step. And then, that's the same sentence. If higher level techniques are not available in the future, fusion is the only way out. Compared with the consumption of breaking through and improving, the consumption of fusion is naturally not worth mentioning. Take the Saint Realm Kung Fu as an example. If these techniques are to break through the mirror and reach the level of a great sage, they need at least 100,000 or more improvement points. Therefore, even if the fusion panel has a lower probability of success, it is still much better than breaking through the realm. Next, Qingfeng just became familiar with his newly improved strength. No one knows. Qingfeng was able to break through from the 1st level of the Great Sage Realm to the 3rd level of the Great Sage Realm in just 3 days. When he saw Qin Ruifeng again, he didn't know that the person standing in front of him was already a 3rd level saint. I've met Senior Jiyu. Seeing Qingfeng again, Qin Ruifeng still looked respectful. Qingfeng glanced at him with a calm expression. Let's go. Yes. Qin Ruifeng didn't say much. But then he saw a longboat suddenly appeared when he raised his hand, and in an instant it became 100 feet in size. Senior Jiyu, this is the Luyun boat, the holy weapon of our ancient Qin family. If you use this boat, you can reach the central region in less than 3 days. That's fine. Qingfeng glanced at the longboat in front of him, then stepped out and entered the longboat. Although Kyushu has now established a teleportation array with the eastern region. But, the Eastern Territory and the Central Territory are far apart. If you really want to use the teleportation array to get there, you need to make many transfers, and it is also quite troublesome. Originally, according to Qingfeng's idea, he should go directly from the sky. But, since Qin Ruifeng took out Luyunzhou, Qingfeng saved a lot of effort. Seeing Qingfeng boarding the Luyun boat, Qin Ruifeng also stepped into the Luyun boat without hesitation. Pinch and move the seal. The huge longboat soared into the sky. Next breath, he saw it escape into the void and disappear in Kyushu in an instant. Longboat shuttle. It can be said that it is almost reaching the extreme. In Qingfeng's sight, He could see the surrounding scenery flying by, and there was even more powerful space power oscillating around the longboat. Each oscillation could directly travel thousands of miles. This thing is not ordinary. The ancient Qin family really has a rich heritage. Qingfeng nodded slightly and gave some affirmation. He could see that with Lu Yunzhou's speed, even ordinary great saints, not to mention saints, might not be able to catch up. This really pushes the speed to the extreme, even abandoning some other functions. Just in terms of speed, Qingfeng suspected that he might not even be able to compare with Lu Yunzhou. Hear the words. Qin Ruifeng smiled calmly and said, "The Luyun boat is a treasure obtained by an ancestor of my ancient Qin family from an ancient forbidden land. This thing is rumored to be owned by a certain great saint in ancient times, and its speed is extremely amazing. If Lu Yunzhou's power is fully mobilized, no one in the saint realm can stop him." Quote. Indeed. Qingfeng nodded. Qin Ruifeng's words were not exaggerated. With the power of Lu Yunzhou, no one in the saint realm can match it. Unless, there are saints who specialize in practicing space magical powers, and they might be able to stop one or two. If it had been anyone else, there would have been absolutely no hope. On the Luyun boat, Qingfeng could clearly feel that the strange aura filling the world had become particularly obvious. The earth below. War can be seen everywhere. Various forces attack each other, or evil spirits invade, and fierce fighting breaks out. But these images are fleeting. It didn't take long. Qingfeng noticed that the spiritual energy in the air suddenly surged. Such a spiritual energy concentration is at least more than twice as high as that of the eastern region. Qingfeng understood. This shows that the two of them have left the eastern region and directly entered the central region. The reason why the Middle Territory is called the Middle Territory is not only because it is the center of the entire ancient world, but also because the Middle Territory is the most powerful of the 5 regions in the ancient world. Since ancient times, there is an endless supply of strong men in the central region. It comes down to it. It is because the spiritual energy in the central region is rich, which is not comparable to other large regions. According to the information about the central region that Qingfeng learned, in the ancient times, there were peerless strongmen who laid out a heaven-defying formation in the entire central region to suppress the spiritual energy of the entire central region and prevent it from leaking. However, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth often flows into the central region from the other 4 large regions. Once these spiritual energies enter the central region, they are like a drop in the ocean, without any movement, let alone feedback. In this way, the spiritual energy in the central region is naturally improved accordingly. Looking at the other 4 large regions, the spiritual energy is much worse. With Qingfeng's current vision as a 6th-level formation master, he can only barely glimpse some clues of this formation. If he wants to truly see through its essence, he is far behind. I heard that in the ancient times, an ancient strongman laid a heaven-defying formation in the central region. Now it seems that this formation is indeed extraordinary. Qingfeng said with emotion. The power of the formation before him was not something that an ordinary formation master could do. Even an 8th-level Grand Master, Qingfeng suspected that it would be difficult to set up such a large formation. Even a 9th-level Grand Master might not be able to do it. Senior Gu also studies formations. Qin Ruifeng looked surprised. Qingfeng smiled lightly. I have some knowledge, but not so much. Senior Gu is too modest. Qin Ruifeng would not take it seriously. After all, with Qingfeng's current status and strength, if he really studied formations, it would definitely not be as the other party said, just a little knowledge. But, in the information obtained by the ancient Qin family, there was no information about the other party's achievements in formations. But everyone has their own secrets, and Qin Ruifeng naturally would not explore too much. So, he changed the topic. In the ancient times, there appeared in the central region an almighty being who achieved the great emperor realm by means of formations. He was also the only powerful person who could become an emperor by means of formations since ancient times. The formations in the central region were set up by that great emperor. Since the ancient times, all the great emperors of all generations wanted to break this formation and disintegrate the spiritual energy of the central region. However, this formation is connected to the entire land veins of the central region. Once the formation is forcibly broken, it will endanger the entire land veins of the central region, and there will be endless troubles. In addition, this formation is so powerful that even the ancient great emperors may not be able to break it. Qin Ruifeng's words made Jiyu Qingfeng nod secretly. Becoming an emperor by means of formations. This was the first time he had heard of it. However, this formation is connected to the land veins of the central region. Let alone whether other great emperors have a way to break this formation, even if they do, they cannot act rashly. A correct version can be found in the 16:9 book forum. After all, destroying the land veins of a large region is a devastating blow to the creatures of a region. If you really want to do this, I'm afraid that all the major forces in the central region will not allow it. Besides, if you act like this, the heavenly Tao will also send down heavenly punishment. So, after understanding the origin of this formation, Jiyu Qingfeng didn't have many ideas. With his current cultivation of the formation, he is not qualified to comprehend this formation. When he is promoted to the 7th level Grand Master, or even the 8th level Grand Master, he will come to the central region again, and maybe he will be able to glimpse one or two of the mysteries. Jiyu Qingfeng is also quite interested in the formation. It's a pity, the cultivation of the formation requires understanding and opportunity. So, for so many years, Jiyu Qingfeng has found it difficult to make further progress in the formation. After half a day's effort, the Luyun boat appeared in front of a magnificent city. The city is magnificent. The city wall is more than 100 feet high. It stands on the earth like a mountain, as if it has existed forever. Mottled bloodstains can be seen on it, some of which have not dried up, exuding a terrifying breath that makes people palpitate. This is where my ancient Qin family is located. This city is called Qin Emperor City, which was built by my Qin family emperor. Although Qin Emperor City is not an imperial soldier, many top materials were used when the city was built. Even a saint would find it difficult to leave any traces on the city wall. And the blood on the city wall is left by the strong who invaded Qin Emperor City in the past dynasties. In the ancient times, there were even quasi-emperors who shed blood. This kind of emperor blood has never really dried up after hundreds of millions of years, and it still exudes terrifying imperial power. Qin Ruifeng looked up at the majestic imperial city in front of him, his face full of pride. Qin Emperor City, this is the foundation of the entire ancient Qin family. With this imperial city, the ancient Qin family can last forever. How many strong men in the past dynasties invaded the ancient Qin family, but they failed to break into Qin Emperor City, and finally fell into the sand, and even shed blood here. Every trace and every bloodstain on Qindi City represents that a peerless strongman had visited Qindi City, but eventually left in this imperial city. After all, Qindi City still stands here, which is enough to explain everything. Qindi City. Jiyu Qingfeng's expression was also slightly solemn. In the ancient imperial city in front of him, he felt many terrible auras. Some auras make Jiyu Qingfeng feel a little palpitating now. You know, at Jiyu Qingfeng's level, even if he faces the existence of the Saint King realm, he will not feel such pressure. In other words, such auras are at least at the quasi-emperor level. Among the many auras that were at least at the quasi-emperor level, there was a terrifying imperial might that seemed to last forever. The mighty power made Jiyu Qingfeng feel great pressure, and his blood and qi could not stop trembling. Emperor Qin. Jiyu Qingfeng understood. This aura was left by the supreme emperor who built the Qin Emperor City. In the countless years of the ancient Qin family, only one emperor had walked out, and that was Emperor Qin. And the pressure in front of him. It was the pressure of Emperor Qin. At this moment, Qin Emperor City suddenly shook. The magnificent imperial might suddenly rose into the air. Then, in the void, a terrifying body condensed from the void. The other party was wearing a black imperial robe, standing in the sky with his hands behind his back. His body was domineering and unparalleled. The aura he exuded seemed to be able to suppress the world for eternity. Every move he made was already emitting infinite power. Such an incident. The faces of the cultivators in the entire Qin Emperor city changed drastically. This is the phantom of the Great Emperor. Who on earth can trigger the phantom of the Great Emperor? The powerful men of the ancient Qin family are now looking at the phantom of the Great Emperor in the void, their eyes full of shock and disbelief. Qin Zhenshin, the head of the Qin family, looked up at the phantom of the Great Emperor in the void, and thought of the legends of ancient times. The ancestor of the clan once said that if a future emperor came to Qindi city in person, the phantom of the Great Emperor could be triggered to appear. At this moment, the phantom of the Qin Emperor suddenly appeared. Could it be that the future emperor has arrived? Qin Zhenshin murmured to himself. Future emperor. To put it bluntly, it is the existence that is expected to become an emperor in the future. Only the top geniuses of the world who suppress the evildoers of an era can truly be called future emperors. Such existences, all have the qualifications to become emperors. However, even if the ancient Qin family has the blood of the great emperor flowing in their bodies, no one can be called the future emperor, let alone attract the great emperor's phantom. The strongest genius of the ancient Qin family is Qin Ruifeng, who has the blood of the great emperor. The great emperor's blood flowing in the other party is extremely strong, and there are already signs of returning to the ancestors. Even so, Qin Ruifeng is still a little short of the talent of the great emperor. In the final analysis, it is still that the other party's cultivation is too weak, only the 6th level of the Dao Palace realm. If one day, the other party can enter the Saint realm, or even the Great Saint realm, Qin Zhenshin believes that the former can also attract the great emperor's phantom to appear. But no matter what, the strange phenomenon in front of him. It is the first time Qin Zhenshin has seen it in thousands of years. There were corresponding records in the ancient Qin family in the past. But, records are records. After all, it is not as amazing as witnessing it with your own eyes. On the other side, outside Qindi city, when the shadow of the emperor appeared, Qin Ruifeng's face changed drastically. He looked at the domineering figure, and the terrifying imperial power emanating from it made it difficult for Qin Ruifeng to breathe. I heard that when the future emperor comes to Qindi city, he can trigger the shadow of the emperor and show a shocking phenomenon. Qin Ruifeng muttered to himself. While speaking, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Jiyu Qingfeng beside him. The matter was too coincidental. Jiyu Qingfeng had just arrived in Qindi city and caused such a shocking phenomenon. Combined with the rumors about Jiyu Qingfeng in the past, Qin Ruifeng understood. The phenomenon in front of him must be closely related to Jiyu Qingfeng, the future emperor. Thinking of this, Qin Ruifeng's heart was shocked again. End of this chapter. Chapter 314. The Great Emperor Reincarnates. This must be the head of the Jiyu family. I am Qin Zhenshin. In Emperor Qin's city, when the emperor's vision disappeared and Jiyu Qingfeng and Qin Ruifeng entered the city, they saw an old man in black robes coming towards them with a group of people. Jiyu Qingfeng politely handed over his hand. I have met the Qin family master. The Qin Zhenshin in front of him looked old, but he had strong energy and blood, much stronger than other half-saints Jiyu Qingfeng had ever seen. Visible, the opponent's strength is also unusual. But Jiyu Qingfeng soon felt relieved. Descendants of the great emperor, the head of the ancient family. The two are enough to give Qin Zhenshin an amazing foundation. This is beyond the reach of others. If the head of the Jiyu family can come this time, I believe it will be easy to deal with the evil spirits in Jiyu Yuezhou. Qin Zhenshin's face was full of smiles, as if he and Jiyu Qingfeng had been friends for many years. This enthusiastic attitude made other Qin family members look surprised. After all, Qin Zhenshin was the head of the Qin family in ancient times. He had always been majestic and domineering. When did such a scene happen? But then I thought about it. They knew it in their hearts. If it were an ordinary person, Qin Zhenshin would not be so enthusiastic. But the man in front of him was known as the most powerful man in the age of Dharma ending. His strength was comparable to that of the ancient great sages and even the holy kings. Even if you are a member of the ancient Qin family, you still have to be polite when facing such an existence. After all, the other party could have reached this point in the age of ending Dharma. If they wait until the age of great conflict arrives, it will be easier to go further. At this time, the two met and exchanged pleasantries. Qin Zhenshin personally took Jiyu Qingfeng to stay temporarily in Emperor Qin City. The entire Qin Emperor City is owned by the ancient Qin family. Unless they are invited by the ancient Qin family, outsiders have no qualifications to enter Emperor Qin's city. Said without politeness, this imperial city is the core of the entire ancient Qin family. Inside the temporary residence, Jiyu Qingfeng sat cross-legged. Looking back on what he saw and heard today, he learned a little more about the ancient Qin family's background. The ancient aristocratic family has extraordinary heritage, and there are many people with strong cultivation levels. The scene of the ancient Qin family in front of us is just a microcosm of many ancient families. It can be seen that these ancient forces that have developed for countless years have amazing foundations. Since entering Qin Emperor City, there are a lot of Taoist monks who can be regarded as top Taoist monks here, but there are also a lot of them here. Even a strong person in the semi-sacred realm. In Jiyu Qingfeng's perception, there are no less than 100 of them. Not to mention, there are some strong men hiding in the dark who have never shown any clues. In today's Dharma-ending era, the strong ones in the semi-holy realm are the top. For forces like the Taishu Holy Land and even the Guiyuan dynasty, there are only one or two beings who can enter the semi-sacred realm. But that's the case. It also established the status of the two major forces. But if compared with the ancient Qin family, the gap between the two is obvious. 10,000 Tao palaces, hundreds of semi-saints. This is the foundation of the ancient family. The Shenwu dynasty has a long way to go if it wants to grow to be on par with such forces. Jiyu Qingfeng shook his head slightly. This trip was an eye-opener for him. But, such power, it didn't make Jiyu Qingfeng feel any threat. After all, no matter how many half-saints there are, they are no different from ants in front of him now. The only thing that Jiyu Qingfeng can be more afraid of is the sleeping ancient beings of the ancient Qin family. Jiyu Qingfeng believed it. There was definitely a sleeping great sage and holy king in the ancient Qin family. Even if it exists at the quasi-emperor level, it might be possible. Such a power background cannot be measured by common sense. The thought fell. Jiyu Qingfeng just closed his eyes and rested his mind, silently meditating on the 9 heavens scripture. Although it is difficult for saints and monks above to make progress due to the current limitations of heaven and earth, this does not prevent Jiyu Qingfeng from comprehending the 9 heavens scripture. If the era of great competition comes in the future, the current accumulation will naturally be revealed by then. Practice. It is a slow accumulation process in itself. Although most of Jiyu Qingfeng's cultivation level has been improved through improvement points, it does not hinder his self-cultivation. The ancient Qin family. In the main hall, many senior officials of the Qin family gathered together. Today, Qin Zhenshin has no smile on his face, and his expression has returned to the seriousness of the past. Ruofeng, what do you think of that person? Hear the words. Qin Ruofeng, who was below, pondered for a long time, and then answered word by word. Unfathomable. That was Qin Ruofeng's answer. Ever since meeting Jiyu Qingfeng. That's how the other party felt about Qin Ruofeng. Finished. Qin Ruofeng added another sentence. As soon as that person arrived at Qin Emperor City, the phantom of the emperor appeared. This junior suspects that the strange phenomenon in Qin Emperor City may be related to it. This guess. Qin Ruofeng certainly has his reasons. When other senior members of the Qin family heard this, their expressions also changed slightly, but they were not too surprised. Obviously, they also guessed something. Qin Zhenshin said in a deep voice, only the future emperor can trigger the phantom of the great emperor. It is said that Jiyu Qingfeng is only 100 years old. Not only is his cultivation level comparable to that of a half-saint, but his strength is even comparable to that of a saint king. Such a monster has never existed in the past and present. Even Emperor Qin was much inferior to him at his age. It must be true that this person is the future emperor. Thinking of the ancient Qin family's information about Jiyu Qingfeng, Qin Zhenshin was also deeply shocked. If he had not been sure that there was no problem with the ancient Qin family's information, Qin Zhenshin would have almost suspected that someone had deliberately given him some false information. At this time, an elder of the Qin family could not help asking, "Is that person really only 100 years old?" "Yes," Qin Zhenshin nodded. "It turned out that I had some doubts, but today I met that person, and I could see through his bone age at a glance. His age is only 100 years old at most." As soon as this was said, in the hall, many senior members of the Qin family didn't know what to say for a while. 100 years old, half-saint. If it was just like this, they could barely accept it. After all, some real divine bodies or those with special bloodlines are expected to achieve this level if they get the opportunity. For example, Qin Ruifeng. The other party is only in his 60s now, and his cultivation has already reached the 6th level of the Dao Palace realm. If the ancient Qin family invested more resources, it would not be impossible for the other party to enter the semi-saint realm before the age of 100. For others, if they want to break through the semi-saint, they need to pay attention to talent and opportunity. But for the ancient family, it is not difficult to give birth to a semi-saint. After all, the ancient family has a strong foundation, and any little thing can give birth to a semi-saint. But such a semi-saint, the combat power is limited. Basically, it is the bottom of the same realm. Let alone the Saint King. Even in front of a saint, he is no different from an ant. So, what really shocked the ancient Qin family was not that Jiyu Qingfeng was a 100-year-old semi-saint, but that he could have a heaven-defying combat power comparable to the Saint King realm in the semi-saint realm. A correct version in the 16:9 book forum. Qin Zhenshin said in a deep voice, "The ancient family has recorded that some ancient emperors have the means to reincarnate and rebuild, trying to make up for the defects of the previous life, and then ascend to heaven in the second life. Such a reincarnation of the emperor is born with invincible combat power, and it is easy for him to fight across levels. Based on the heaven-defying level of that person, I suspect that he is the reincarnation of the emperor." The reincarnation of the emperor. As soon as this was said, everyone's face changed. Someone said with a shocked face, "Is there really a reincarnation of the emperor?" "Of course there is." Qin Zhenshin nodded. "Among the great emperors of the ancient world, there are some who were reincarnated emperors and successfully lived a second life to reach the pinnacle. It is said that the Zan Emperor in Zhongzhou in ancient times was the reincarnation of the great emperor. He lived again and not only reached the realm of the great emperor, but also reached a peak that his predecessors could not reach. Later, the immortal gate was opened, and the Zan Emperor entered the immortal gate. He was the only one who became an immortal in the ancient times." Are there really immortals in the world? Everyone had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Immortals. This kind of thing is too illusory. Although there were legends of immortals in the history of the ancient Qin family. But the existence of immortals still confuses everyone. Qin Zhenshin shook his head. Whether there are really immortals, no one knows, but it is undeniable that in the records of the ancient times, the Zan Emperor did enter the immortal gate and ascended to the upper realm. As for whether this record is true or false, and whether the so-called upper realm is the rumored immortal world, no one knows. Speaking of this, Qin Zhenshin also sighed slightly. The existence of immortals. It was too far away for him. Even among the great emperors of all dynasties, not everyone could ascend to the upper realm. At least in the records of the ancient Qin family, there were only a handful of great emperors who could truly ascend. However, any great emperor who ascended was invincible in the world. Even among the great emperors of all dynasties, they were all top-notch. If Jiyu Qingfeng is really the reincarnation of the great emperor, he might be the second Zan Emperor in the future. If my Qin family can make friends with him, it will be more beneficial than harmful. Qin Zhenshin's eyes flashed with brilliance. The reason why he was so enthusiastic about Jiyu Qingfeng was because he guessed that the other party was the reincarnation of the great emperor. To put it another way, even if Jiyu Qingfeng was not the reincarnation of the great emperor, with his qualifications, it would not be a problem for him to become an emperor in the future. Making friends with a future great emperor would be beneficial to the Qin family without any harm. Don't look at the strong foundation of the ancient Qin family, but since the ancient times, no great emperor has been born in the Qin family. Even if the emperor has a strong foundation, there will be a day when it will run out. The reason why many ancient families, even the ancient families, can survive for a long time. The fundamental reason is not only because these ancient families have a deep foundation, but also because they know how to judge the situation and invest in some geniuses. If these geniuses grow up, they will definitely be able to get returns. On the contrary, if the investment fails, it is not a big deal. After all, it is still the same sentence. The ancient families have a strong foundation. It is understandable to lose some resources. At this time, the eldest elder of the Qin family said, "It is said that the head of the Jiyu family only has one wife. It is normal for such a powerful man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. It would be better to find a more outstanding woman in the family and betrothed to the head of the Jiyu family. If it can be done, my ancient Qin family will be married to the Jiyu family in the future." Quote. As soon as this statement came out, the others immediately looked happy. What the great elder said is absolutely true. I have a great-great-granddaughter. She is only 28 years old this year. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also very talented. She should be a good match for her. Put her down. If your granddaughter's beautiful face makes that person mistakenly think that our Qin family is humiliating him, then we will be in big trouble. What do you mean? What do I mean? You still don't understand. I see your skin is itchy. Why don't you go out and practice? Who is afraid of whom? The hall suddenly became noisy. Several people were arguing with red faces and thick necks, as if they were about to take action if they disagreed. Qin Ruifeng lowered his head, treating himself as a transparent person and had no intention of getting involved. He is just a junior of the Qin family. Every one of the people sitting here can be said to be at the level of his ancestor. Even if everyone is at the same level of cultivation, Qin Ruifeng doesn't dare to overstep his bounds. Enough! Qin Zhenshin shouted angrily, immediately silencing the noisy scene. After glancing at everyone, Qin Zhenshin spoke. I have my own thoughts on this matter, so you don't have to argue anymore. The words fell. Someone muttered angrily, the master of the house looks like he wants to eat alone. When Qin Zhenshin heard this, his eyes suddenly turned cold and a smile appeared on his face. It's just that this smile looks quite cold. Looking at what 6th elder means, do you really want to practice with me? Just kidding. The 6th elder of the Qin family was shaken, and his face was full of ridicule. Both are half saints. He naturally knows how strong Qin Zhenshin is. Otherwise, Qin Zhenshin is not qualified to sit on the throne of the Qin family. In the entire Qin Emperor city, none of the top officials of the Qin family in the semi-saint realm could be Qin Zhenshin's opponent. The strength of the head of the Qin family is not necessarily much different even if he faces the saint directly. When the Qin family was arguing, Jiyu Qingfeng didn't know. But, the next day Qin Zhenshin came to visit and brought a woman over. According to Qin Zhenshin, the woman was a direct descendant of the Qin family, named Qin Qingran. The other party is only in his early 20s, his cultivation has already reached the realm of divine transformation, and his talent is quite outstanding. The head of the Jiyu family has just arrived, so it is a bit inconvenient to be alone. Qingran is a direct descendant of my Qin family, and has good talents. He just happens to stay with the head of the Jiyu family to serve. Master Qin, you are so polite. Jiyu is used to being alone, so I can't even talk about serving. Jiyu Qingfeng glanced at Qin Qingran and shook his head. Undeniable, Qin Qingran is indeed beautiful. The other party not only has a delicate and gorgeous face, but also has an outstanding figure. There is always a coldness about him, as if strangers are not allowed to enter, which gives people a different feeling. Compared with the previous Xu Yulan, she was definitely on a different level. But, Jiyu Qingfeng felt little emotion in his heart. At his level, looking at beautiful people is like looking at bones, so naturally it is impossible to be tempted by some beauty. End of chapter. Chapter 315 Saint King Ancestor. But, although Jiyu Qingfeng has no idea about female sex, but due to Qin Zhenshan's persistence, he let Qin Qingran stay with him for the time being. Qingran has met Senior Jiyu. After Qin Zhenshan left, Qin Qingran also opened his lips lightly, and his voice was a little cold, but also a little shy that was not easy to detect. If other people in the ancient Qin family saw this scene, they would definitely scream in disbelief. After all, Qin Qingran has always been aloof, and he treats others without hypocrisy. But now in front of Jiyu Qingfeng, the other party rarely showed the attitude of a young woman. This is Emperor Qin's city, so you can handle matters in the mansion as you wish, but you are not allowed to trespass only in Gu's retreat. Jiyu Qingfeng looked at Qin Qingran, paused, and said again. In addition, if you don't understand anything about practice, you can come and ask me. Thank you, Senior Jiyu. A smile appeared on Qin Qingran's pretty face, giving people a stunning feeling. Waved his hand. Jiyu Qingfeng just went back to practice in seclusion. Qin Zhenshan's intention was obvious, that he wanted to use this method to bring the ancient Qin family closer to the Shenwu dynasty. Jiyu Qingfeng sees Qin Qingran's age and talent right now. If the other party is willing to spend such a huge amount of money, how can he give up so easily? Not to mention, the ancient family has a rich heritage. If you can make friends with him, it's not a bad thing. As for the multiple maids around him, to be honest, Jiyu Qingfeng didn't care much about this kind of thing. The next few days, Jiyu Qingfeng always stayed in the mansion and spent most of his time practicing on his own. But every time he came out of seclusion, Qin Qingran had already prepared meals, completely unable to see the arrogance that a proud woman of heaven should have. See this. Jiyu Qingfeng was not stingy and pointed out some cultivation issues to the other party. Qin Qingran is only 23 years old now, but his cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the divine transformation realm, and his qualifications are extremely high. According to Qin Qingran, she also has the blood of the great emperor. Moreover, this bloodline concentration is much higher than that of most people of the ancient Qin family. To this, Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't help but ask, how much blood of the great emperor does Qin Ruifeng have? The blood of the great emperor in my second uncle's body is considered to be the one with the highest blood concentration among the younger generation of the ancient Qin family. It is said that his blood concentration of the great emperor is already 80%. Quote. Qin Qingran said truthfully, second uncle. Upon hearing this title, the corners of Jiyu Qingfeng's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't expect that Qin Qingran and Qin Ruifeng had such a relationship. But then I thought about it. Jiyu Qingfeng was relieved again. The Wanggu family is the same as everyone else. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it is to give birth to children. Therefore, the marriages of people in the ancient Qin family were actually similar to ordinary people. When they reached age, they got married and had children to continue the family bloodline. Qin Ruifeng looks young, but he is still in his 60s. The Qin Qingran in front of him was only in his 20s. There is a difference of 40 years between the two. There is no problem if the former is the elder of the latter. But, Jiyu Qingfeng was also a little surprised that Qin Ruifeng carried 80% of the great emperor's blood. Because from Qin Qingran's mouth, Jiyu Qingfeng understood. The higher the concentration of the emperor's bloodline, the stronger the qualification. For example, the blood of the great emperor flowing through most people in the ancient Qin family was actually less than 10%. But even so, a little blood of the great emperor. It is also enough to give them qualifications that ordinary people cannot match. Like Qin Qingran, who has 30% of the blood of the great emperor, which is considered extremely high. And such a concentration of the emperor's bloodline also allows the other party to directly enter the 3rd level of the divine transformation realm at the age of more than 20 years old. To know, Qin Qingran has a solid foundation and is by no means the kind of person who can be improved simply by taking pills. Looking at Qin Ruifeng's 80% emperor's bloodline, we can see how terrifying this concentration of bloodline is. And, as far as Qingfeng knows, blood concentration is not fixed. There are many ways to increase the concentration of blood in a monk and make him go further. With the concentration of Qin Ruifeng's bloodline, if he gets another chance, he might be able to return to his ancestral lineage, comparable to the reincarnated emperor. When does the ancient Qin family plan to take action against Qingfeng? Qingfeng changed the topic. Qinran said, "The clan is now convening various forces, and I believe that it won't be long before all the powerful forces will arrive. At that time, it will be time to take action against Qingfeng." Quote, "How much do you know about the evil spirits in Gu state?" Qingfeng asked again. When Qinran heard this, a trace of fear clearly flashed across her pretty face, and she immediately shook her head. "I have never seen that evil spirit, but there was a saint ancestor of our ancient Qin family who went deep into it. The ancestor once said that people below the saint of Weixin Emperor should not look directly at him, as it is ominous." Quote, although Qinran tried hard to calm down his voice, everyone could hear the fear contained in the other person's words. Obviously, regarding the existence of Emperor Weixin. In ancient times, everyone in the Qin family was jealous, even afraid. After all, a saint and ancestor fell because of this. For other members of the ancient Qin family, who are the strongest but half-saints, evil spirits of this level are naturally not so easy to deal with. The next few days, Qingfeng didn't make any move. But, however, he could keenly sense that there were already several powerful and slightly ancient auras in Emperor Qin's city. Ancient strong man. Such thoughts came to Qingfeng's mind. These auras are very strong. None of them are weaker than the great saint realm. In today's Dharma-ending era, it is naturally impossible for anyone else to be able to overcome the tribulation and become a saint, let alone enter the realm of a great saint. So, the origins of these powerful men are self-evident. This time, Qinran arrived again. "Senior Gu, the head of the family asked me to invite you to the main hall to discuss matters." Can. Qingfeng nodded, and immediately led Qinran towards the Qin family's main hall. After a while, a magnificent palace appeared in sight. Qinran did not enter, but allowed Qingfeng to enter alone. Enter the main hall. Qingfeng saw many unfamiliar faces and one familiar face. This one is familiar. It was Qin Zhenshin. At the same time, after Qingfeng entered the hall, the eyes of many monks also fell on him. These eyes were curious, scrutinizing, and slightly suspicious. "Everyone, this is the supreme emperor of the Shenwu dynasty, Qingfeng, the head of the Gu family." Qin Zhenshin laughed loudly, and then introduced a majestic old man on the throne to Qingfeng. "This is Qin Shangdao, my ancestor of the ancient Qin family. His cultivation has been in the Saint King realm for many years. This is the ancestor of the Red Dust Immortal sect. This is the ancestor of the Wangguji family." This. As Qin Zhenshin finished speaking, Qingfeng gained some understanding of the people present. Red Dust Immortal sect. The ancient Qin family. The Sun and Moon Emperor dynasty. Counting the original ancient Qin family. All the 4 great emperor-level forces in the central region are here. Don't look at the dignified Zhongzhou, there are only 4 emperor-level forces, which seems to be a little small in terms of quantity. But in fact, it is not easy for the emperor himself to attain enlightenment. Since ancient times, there have only been a limited number of strong men who can truly realize the great emperor. And, over the years, check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Catastrophes of heaven and earth occur frequently. Even if it is the power of the great emperor, it is impossible to say that it will be able to survive the catastrophe and survive forever. So, many great emperor-level forces have been submerged in the long river of time and have long since disappeared. Only the ancient Qin family and other 4 great emperor-level forces can truly survive forever. Now, each force dispatches an ancestor at the level of a holy king. This shows the importance attached to this matter. After Qin Zhenshin finished speaking, Qingfeng frowned slightly. I heard that the evil spirit in Gu Yuezhou is a quasi-emperor level annihilator. If we only send out Saint King level experts, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to eradicate that evil spirit. Fellow Taoist Gu, you can rest assured about this. Although we are holy kings, we will bring the imperial troops to this battle. No matter how rampant the evil spirit is, it will never cause any trouble. Quote. Before Qin Zhenshin could speak, Qin Shangdao said in a deep voice. As he spoke, his eyes fell on Gu Qingfeng from beginning to end. The emperor is reincarnated. Qin Shangdao couldn't help but think of what Qin Zhenshin told him before. Originally, before seeing Gu Qingfeng, Qin Shangdao had some doubts about the former. But now, Qin Zhenshin no longer has this idea. Just because he could see that the strong energy and blood in Gu Qingfeng's body was as blazing as the divine sun. Once it exploded, it would be earth-shattering. Even though Qin Shangdao was an ancient holy king, he was a little frightened when he faced such an existence. A more important point, Qin Shang knows clearly. Gu Qingfeng is only 100 years old. This age. There is such a cultivation level. If the emperor is not reincarnated, there is no other possibility. If that's the case, then Gu has no doubts. Gu Qingfeng nodded, and then sat down in his own place. Subsequently, Qin Shangdao looked at the others again and said, Fellow Taoists, if there are no other questions, we will attack Gu Yuezhou with all our strength in 3 days. The 5 of us went deep into Gu state, mainly to kill the Weixin emperor. The remaining forces are to encircle and suppress other evil spirits in Gu state and wipe them out completely. Quote. The Wangguji family has no objections. After Qin Shang finished speaking, someone slowly spoke. Gu Qingfeng looked at the person who spoke, and the identity of the other person emerged in his mind. Ancestor of the Ji family. Ji Wuxuang. He is also a strong man in the Saint King realm. As the ancestor of the Ji family spoke, no one from the Sun Moon Emperor dynasty or the Hongqian immortal sect had any objections. Okay, since everyone has no problem, we will officially start in 3 days. Qin Shangdao's voice was cold and stern, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. It would be unbearable for heaven and earth to destroy a state because of evil spirits. I will make sure to wipe it out in this battle. Leaving from the Qin family's main hall, Gu Qingfeng returned to the mansion where he lived. Half an hour later, someone came to visit. The person coming is Luo Yang, the ancestor of the Saint King of the Red Dust Immortal Sect. Fellow Taoist Gu, fellow Taoist Luo, Gu Qingfeng also returned the favor. Subsequently, he invited Luo Yang in, and Qin Qinbran served tea to the 2 of them. Fellow Taoist, what advice do you have for me this time? It's not about advice, but I have always heard of fellow Taoist Gu's reputation, but unfortunately I have no chance to meet you. This time, I know that you are extraordinary. For fellow Taoist, I always like to make friends with such a genius. This battle is dangerous and life and death are unpredictable, so I came here to chat with fellow Taoist and discuss something with each other. Luo Yang said modestly, without the arrogance of the Saint King Patriarch, and looked approachable. Seeing this, Gu Qingfeng naturally would not be naive to think that a Saint King realm powerhouse would really be so easygoing. Again, the same words. There have always been only 3 realms in the cultivation world. Ant, fellow Taoist, senior. The reason why Luo Yang is so easygoing is because of his own strength. But even if Gu Qingfeng knew these things, he would not say them out. The reason is very simple. This is human nature. Just like Gu Qingfeng now, he would not care about the opinions of some ants. When the Shenwu dynasty was facing danger, a strong man from the Hongqian immortal sect came to help. Speaking of it, Gu also owed a favor to the Hongqian immortal sect. Haha, brother Gu is joking. With brother Gu's strength, a mere Xingqian dynasty can't count. Even if the Hongqian immortal sect does not take action, brother Gu can easily solve it. Although Luo Yang said so, his smile was a little more. Then, the 2 talked again and began to sit and talk. As a strong man in the Saint King realm, Luo Yang naturally has unique insights in cultivation. In a few words, the other party has already explained the mystery of the Tao, which made Jiyu Qingfeng quite rewarding. Then, Jiyu Qingfeng also started to preach and explained his own Tao. The more he listened, Luo Yang's face became more solemn. Originally, he thought that, considering Jiyu Qingfeng's age, even if he was powerful, he would not have too many insights into the Tao. But now, after a discussion of the Tao, Luo Yang realized that he had underestimated him after all. Jiyu Qingfeng's talk about the Tao, even at Luo Yang's level, was enlightening. In this regard, Luo Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly. He came this time. He wanted to let Jiyu Qingfeng owe another favor to the Red Dust Immortal sect in the form of a discussion of the Tao, so that their relationship could be further improved. As a result, Jiyu Qingfeng's understanding of the Tao of cultivation was not as simple as imagined. The original guidance turned into a real discussion of the Tao. However, although the development of the matter was not as Luo Yang expected, the latter quickly recovered his mind, and then listened carefully to Jiyu Qingfeng's insights into the Tao, and occasionally expressed some of his own views. After a discussion of the Tao, the two spoke the truth of the Tao. I saw strange phenomena appearing around me, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered, which was extremely mysterious. Qingran, who was serving beside him, was now in a state of enlightenment. For Qingran, the great Tao that the two talked about was too mysterious, but being able to truly listen to the heavenly sound of such a great Tao, even if she could not really understand much, was enough for her to gain a lot. As the strange phenomena of heaven and earth dissipated, Luo Yang looked at Jiyu Qingfeng with a look of emotion. Today's discussion with fellow Taoist Jiyu is better than 10 years of hard practice for me. End of this chapter. Chapter 316. Capital of the Great Zhou. Jiyu also benefited a lot from this discussion. Jiyu Qingfeng smiled slightly. Discuss with the Holy King. Many of his previous fogs about cultivation have now dissipated directly. Visible, although this discussion did not last long. But it also saves Jiyu Qingfeng years of self-isolation and hard training. So, Jiyu Qingfeng was in a good mood. Although discussing the Tao did not allow him to make any breakthroughs in cultivation, he did not even make much progress in terms of strength. But this harvest will not really have any effect until it is slowly digested later. It's almost time, I'll go back and make preparations first. Luo Yang stood up and said goodbye. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng didn't hold back. After Luo Yang left, Jiyu Qingfeng turned his attention to Qingran, who was standing aside. The latter is still in a state of enlightenment now. He saw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathering around him, causing Qingran to be passively refined. His energy and blood vibrated, and his cultivation slowly improved unknowingly. See this. As soon as Jiyu Qingfeng thought, a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy was plundered by an invisible hand, providing corresponding energy for Qingran's breakthrough. Boom! After a while, Qingran's aura vibrated, and he made a breakthrough in his cultivation, reaching the 4th level of the divine transformation realm. Open your eyes. Qingran looked at the scene in front of him, then his bright eyes fell on Jiyu Qingfeng beside him, and he said with a slightly shy expression. Thank you, Senior, for protecting the Tao. Although Qingran is in an epiphany, it does not mean that she has no understanding of the outside world. Quite the opposite. External affairs. Qingran knew it very well. Originally, it was not so easy for me to achieve a breakthrough. But later, Jiyu Qingfeng plundered some of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and then he succeeded in breaking through. But, for Qingran, the biggest gain from this epiphany is not a breakthrough in one's own cultivation, but an improvement in supernatural powers. The true meaning that was difficult to break through in the past is now gradually showing the prototype of the field. Such breakthroughs in true meaning are much more precious than breakthroughs in cultivation. The time is almost up. You have just made a breakthrough, so you stay here to stabilize your cultivation base. In the Battle of Jiyu State, there is no need to participate with your strength. Jiyu Qingfeng glanced at the other party and said calmly. The 4th level of divine transformation. In this level of war, they are no different than cannon fodder. But these words, which were obviously just ordinary words, fell in Qinran's ears, but made the latter's cheeks blush slightly, and his heart felt inexplicably sweet. Gu Qingfeng looked at Qinran, who had his head lowered, and was speechless for a moment. But he didn't pay much attention to it and immediately went back to retreat. Gu Qingfeng gained something from this sermon. Now that he still has time, he naturally has to digest it slowly. The next day, Gu Qingfeng came out of seclusion. Appeared directly in the main hall of Emperor Qin City. Now, Luo Yang and other Saint King-level ancestors from various forces gathered here. When he saw Gu Qingfeng arriving, Qin Shangdao immediately spoke. Everyone is already here, let's go directly. Hear the words. Several other people also had no objection. Subsequently, led by Qin Shangdao, a group of powerful men flew through the air and appeared directly on the wall of Emperor Qin City. At the same time, inside Qin Emperor's city, monks from many forces have already appeared here. These forces all come from the central region. But because this trip is to deal with the evil spirit that destroyed a state and was called the Emperor of the Sky. So, the monks who participated in the battle this time were all in the realm of divine transformation with the weakest cultivation. As for people below the divine transformation realm, they are not qualified to participate in this battle at all. Say something ugly, Grandmaster. Being cannon fodder is not enough. After Qin Shangdao and others arrived, the originally noisy scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes were looking at the 5 figures in the void, with a look of awe on their faces. Qin Shangdao, the ancestor of the Qin family, is rumored to be at the level of a holy king. That is Luo Yang, the ancestor of the Red Dust Immortal sect, who is also a strong man at the Saint King level. The identities of all the ancient powerful men were recognized by the powerful men from all major forces. Although these powerful men do not belong to this era, the moment they woke up, corresponding news had already spread. Therefore, now seeing Qin Shangdao and others face to face, these monks can naturally recognize them at a glance. But more people's eyes fell on Gu Qingfeng. Nothing else. It's all because the other person is attractive enough. After all, among the 5, 4 are ancient holy kings. Only Gu Qingfeng looks young and does not have any aura of twilight that an ancient strong man should have. To know whether a monk is young or not depends not entirely on his appearance, but on his age and aura. After all, for many monks, they can maintain the appearance of their youth for thousands of years. But some people don't like to keep the appearance of their youth, and will become old before they are 100 years old. Therefore, it is never advisable to judge a monk's age based on his appearance alone. If you want to accurately judge a monk's age, you can either look at his bone age or feel the aura of aging on his body. When a monk reaches a certain age, even if his face is young, the aura of decay and decay in his body cannot be concealed. Gu Qingfeng's bone age is only 100 years old, and there is no aura of old age in his body. Such an age, standing together with the 4 ancient holy kings, it was difficult not to attract attention. This person is Gu Qingfeng from the Shenwu dynasty. I heard that this person is no more than a half-saint, and is already comparable to the Saint King realm. Now it seems that the rumors are true. Not only is he comparable to the Holy King, I heard that when he came to Qin Emperor City, he even attracted the shadow of the Emperor, and was regarded by the ancient Qin family as the future Emperor. The future Emperor. Many people who recognized Gu Qingfeng's identity now involuntarily took a breath. At the same time, there was also a bit of awe on their faces. Although many powerful people in the Central Territory have never seen Gu Qingfeng take action. But just because the other party can stand with the 4 holy kings is enough to explain a lot of things. This kind of thing, no one would doubt Gu Qingfeng's strength. Not to mention Leng Tuqing jumped out, openly questioned and provoked the other party, and said stupid things that were not worthy of being ranked with the 4 holy kings. After all, there are a few people who can cultivate to the realm of divine transformation, or even to higher levels, who are fools. Even if there are some simple-minded people, it is impossible to deliberately provoke a top powerhouse on such an occasion. Such things Totally thankless. In the absence of any conflict of interest, there is no need to offend the other party. I really want to question it. Then it was not only Qingfeng's face that was slapped, but also the faces of the other saint kings and the 4 great emperors. When many monks have different ideas in their minds. Qin Shangdao spoke in a deep voice. An evil spirit appeared in Jiyu state, which caused the destruction of the Zhou dynasty, the death of hundreds of millions of creatures, and the entire state turned into a ghostland. Now, as a human race, we should shoulder the responsibility of eradicating evil spirits. This battle will definitely kill Emperor Qidian, purge the world, and redefine the world. Quote. Speaking of which, Qin Shangdao paused. Then, I saw him wave his hand. Set off. The words fell. Qin Shangdao stepped through the void with one step, and his body disappeared into it. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Immediately afterwards, Qingfeng and others also tore apart the space in front of them and escaped into it in the blink of an eye. While the 5 of them were taking action, when the monks from other forces saw this place, they all flew in the air and headed towards Jiyu state. What's more, it is a monk who sacrifices a piece of treasure to control the sky and carries his own power. Do this. Naturally, it is to save the consumption of most monks. After all, although Yukong Ascension does not consume much, it is actually weakening one's own strength in disguise. Even if this weakening is not obvious. But a fight to the death. Sometimes, victory or defeat is often a matter of a moment. The more strength you retain, the more chance you have of winning. Other side. Space is broken. The 5 people headed by Qin Shangdao have already appeared here. This is Jiyu. With such an evil aura, it seems that all life in Jiyu is really extinct. Several people looked at the dark land in front of them, with a strange and ominous atmosphere everywhere, and frowned. Such evil aura lingers, and ordinary people have no ability to survive here. Even if the evil spirit does not deliberately kill, as long as such power invades the body, it can cause strange changes and then degenerate into a new evil spirit. Qingfeng also looked equally serious. The evil aura of Jiyu. It was much more powerful than any evil spirit he had ever seen. Even the strange statues seen in the ancient Beast Mountain range back then, the aura they exuded was far from comparable to this place. Qin Shangdao said, the Weixin Emperor is a world-destroying evil spirit, and the weird power emitted by such a being cannot be resisted by ordinary people. Anyone below a saint is not even qualified to look directly at Emperor Weixin. Under such circumstances, how could the people of Jiyu state have a way to survive? Quote. Speaking of which, Qin Shangdao was also full of fear. The existence of evil spirits. The origin is elusive. What's more, some powerful evil spirits are even more indescribable, and the power of strange pollution is extremely powerful. It seems that the person in front of him is just the Emperor Qidian who has just entered the world-destroying level, and his strength is comparable to the quasi-emperor level, which is enough to sink the monks who are below the saint. Even a semi-saint level expert would have difficulty resisting this kind of power. If it were a truly top world-destroying person with strength comparable to that of a great emperor, Qin Shangdao couldn't even imagine what would happen. That time, I'm afraid that once such an evil spirit appears, its strange power will shine on a state, which will be enough to make the entire state strange. Even, the entire central territory and even the ancient world have the possibility of falling. Why did the evil spirits come from? They have been killing them incessantly since the ancient times. Even with the strength of the Tai divine dynasty, they were not able to completely kill them all. Luo Yang's face was gloomy, and his eyes fell deep into the Jiyu state from beginning to end. Under the terrifying perception of the Holy King, Luo Yang was naturally able to detect the terrifying aura contained in the depths of Jiyu state. Such breath. It made Luo Yang, the Saint King, tremble. The origin of the evil spirits is untraceable, but this race has survived from the ancient times to the present day, and it is enough to show how terrible the evil spirits are. This battle, we must go all out and never give Emperor Qidian any chance to breathe. If we miss this opportunity, it will not be so easy to kill him later. Qin Shangdao's face was full of murderous intent, and his expression was unprecedentedly resolute. Kill the evil spirits. It is urgent. If this fails, then the next one will definitely be a quasi-emperor level strongman from the major forces. But until that point, no one wants to use the quasi-emperor's foundation. After all, for these great emperor level forces, the sleeping quasi-emperor can be said to be the last trump card. Such a trump card must wait until the right time before it can really come out. Any quasi-emperor is a strong man who has the hope of becoming a great emperor in the future. Such an existence, it cannot be used easily. As long as the time is right, if another great emperor emerges from their own forces, they can reappear the glory of the peak in the past. Then, Qin Shangdao took the lead and went deep into Guuzhou. Seeing this, the others followed suit. Going deep into Guuzhou, they saw many evil spirits that looked like rotting bodies, trying to attack several people. Some were even able to fly in the air, showing their powerful strength. From the tattered clothes worn by these evil spirits, their identities can be seen. These evil spirits, all were cultivators in Guuzhou at the time. But now, the cultivators died. Contaminated by the power of the evil spirits, all of them fell. The evil spirits deserve to die. Not only did they harm the cultivators of our ancient world, but they also made them restless after death. The ancestor of the Sun and Moon dynasty, Shang Shintong, had a cold face and slammed out with a palm. The evil spirits on the 10,000 miles of land exploded and instantly perished on the spot. The Holy King attacked angrily, as if it could destroy the heaven and earth. Destroying a vast land is a piece of cake. At the same time, others also took action, killing many evil spirits in a snap of their fingers. However, no one deliberately chased and killed other evil spirits, but followed the powerful aura and went deep into Guuzhou unswervingly. For them, killing other evil spirits is just a matter of convenience. The real purpose of this trip is to kill the Qidian emperor. As long as the other party is solved, the other evil spirits in Guuzhou will not be a concern. 3 days later, the 5 people came to the capital of the great Zhou dynasty. I saw that this ancient capital that has stood for countless years has lost its former glory. On the city wall, bloodstains. There are also many broken bodies of monks, which are thrown here at any time. If you look carefully, you can find that many bodies have signs of being eaten. Silently telling, a fierce war had taken place here. When entering Guuzhou, there were many evil spirits blocking the way, but when they came to the capital within 1,000 miles, all the evil spirits seemed to disappear out of thin air. Inside and outside the capital, it was dead silent. But everyone looked solemn, their eyes fixed on the capital of the great Zhou in front of them. The aura contained in it was like a black fog covering the sky and the sun. Even the Holy King felt a palpitation in front of him. End of this chapter. 1 day off. Take a day off. I will update as usual tomorrow. Don't worry. End of this chapter. Chapter 317 War breaks out. The capital of the great Zhou dynasty. Eerie silence. The 5 people looked at each other. Qin Shangdao said, "Then let me take the first step and test the depth of this evil spirit." The words fell. He just does it directly. Qin Shangdao punched out, and the void collapsed for hundreds of miles. Faced with such power, all the ancient kingdoms collapsed in an instant. At the moment when the capital city was shattered, divine light suddenly shot out from the sky, like 9 gods shining down on the heaven and earth. Immediately afterwards, there are also Sanskrit chants, like thousands of sentient beings singing praises and worshipping. A majestic body wearing imperial robes and a crown slowly emerged from the void. The other person is sitting on the 9 heavens divine throne, like a supreme god looking down on the world. His face is obscured by divine light, making it difficult to truly see his essence. Just such a scene gives people a strange feeling. However, before everyone could respond, they saw the mighty divine light, and a majestic figure suddenly appeared, standing to the left and right of the supreme god. "You are about to see the Emperor of Heaven, why don't you worship?" A god is bathed in golden light and looks down from the void. His majestic voice spreads in all directions, causing the space to tremble. There was even a terrifying coercion that descended from the 9 heavens and fell on Jiyu Qingfeng and others. That moment, Jiyu Qingfeng felt pressure coming from him, but there was no emotion on his face. You are just evil, but you dare to call yourself the Emperor of Heaven, and you are worthy of having us kneel down and worship you. Qin Shangdao laughed angrily, looked at the strange god general, and took action directly. The terrifying cultivation of the Saint King realm was all displayed at this moment. The extremely strong qi and blood were like a furnace under the sun, and the strange and cold atmosphere between the heaven and the earth seemed to have been completely dispersed. Immediately, Qin Shangdao punched out, and the strange god general became furious. The divine spear in his hand pierced the void, intending to completely kill the former on the spot. But the next breath, the two collide. The strange god general did not even scream, but was instantly destroyed on the spot. In front of a strong man in the Saint King realm, an evil spirit cannot make much waves. Kill. When the strange god general fell, other evil spirits appeared with blood in their eyes, and they immediately started to kill Qin Shangdao. The aura exuded by each evil spirit is comparable to that of a great sage. Qin Shangdao's eyes were cold. You all use all your strength to kill these miscellaneous soldiers first, and then deal with Emperor Qidian with all your strength. Good. The other people nodded and immediately took action, killing the strange generals. Other side, Jiyu Qingfeng did not hold back much. He took a step forward and saw a purple divine thunder coming from the 9 heavens. When the thick and terrifying thunder fell, it directly killed a strange divine general on the spot. The cultivation level of the 3rd level of the Great Saint realm. Although Jiyu Qingfeng's strength has not truly entered the Saint King realm, under normal conditions, it is enough to rival a half-step Saint King. As for the 3 major heavenly veins, to deal with these evil spirits, Jiyu Qingfeng doesn't have to go to this extent. Seeing Jiyu Qingfeng kill a strange god general with divine thunder, everyone else couldn't help but look at him with suspicion. The 4 of them have heard about Jiyu Qingfeng's strength, but have never really seen it. Even though they knew that Jiyu Qingfeng's strength was not simple, they still couldn't help but feel shocked when they actually saw the other party kill a strange god general who was as good as the great sage. There really are such monsters in the world. Shang Shintang's face was filled with shock. The emperor is reincarnated. He thought about this rumor. But here's the thing. What if the emperor is reincarnated? Many emperors failed to do this when they were young. After all, a half-saint is a half-saint. No matter how rich the foundation is, there are very few semi-saints who can compare with the saints. Not to mention the great sage, or even the holy king of a higher level. After reaching the 5th realm of body refining, the so-called geniuses and evildoers can fight across levels, but the level they have surpassed is only a small realm. It is extremely rare to truly be able to fight beyond a larger realm. Not to mention, from half-saint to holy king. But there are 3 major realms. Even if the emperor is reincarnated, it is almost impossible to achieve this step. But the strength shown by Jiyu Qingfeng now shows that these things are not rumors. But, Shang Shintang was not shocked for long. After all, many strange generals have already taken action, so they naturally want to solve the problem at hand. Boom, boom, boom. Strange divine generals stepped through the void, and streaks of golden light rose into the sky, killing Shang Shintang and others. The golden light is obviously sacred, but it gives people a strange and eerie feeling. In the bright golden light, it seemed that a touch of blood could be seen faintly emerging. Kill. Luo Yang's expression was cold, and a terrifying evil energy surged into the sky around him, creating a majestic Dharma-like shadow in the void. Immediately afterwards, he saw a magical sword filled with terrifying evil energy suddenly slashing down. One knife out, all will be destroyed. It is the top magical power of the Red Dust Immortal sect. Wanren Shensha. It is also a powerful means for Luo Yang to become famous for many years. Even the strange god generals who were comparable to the great saint realm could not stop the sharp edge of the Wanren Shensha. In an instant, the bodies of several strange god generals shattered and turned into billowing black mist and dissipated. The sun and the moon are in the same sky. Shine all over the world. Shangshintang roared loudly, and the surging qi and blood seemed to evolve into the ancient sun and moon at this moment. The blazing sunlight and the cold moonlight intertwined, like the mutual generation of yin and yang. At the moment when this kind of power blasted out, several strange gods stagnated and seemed to have frost condensed on their bodies. The next breath, the terrible temperature exploded. These strange gods fell on the spot in an instant. Saint King. Qingfeng looked at the methods of the strong men from all sides, and he had a clearer understanding of the existence of the Saint King realm. To be precise, if he had not used the heavenly vein, his strength had not really entered the Saint King level, and he could only be regarded as a half-step Saint King. However, the strength of a cultivator, not only reflected in the realm, divine power, foundation, all are indispensable. With the actions of several great Saint Kings, terrible power exploded in the depths of Gaiweizhou. The mighty fluctuations were like destroying the heaven and earth. Even if they were separated by hundreds of millions of miles, they were clearly audible. The Saint King has already fought with the evil spirit in the depths of Gaiweizhou. What we have to do is to kill all the remaining evil spirits in Gaiweizhou. We must not let these evil spirits leave Gaiweizhou alive. Otherwise, it will definitely be a disaster. Qin Zhenshin said in a deep voice. Qin Shangdao and others were responsible for dealing with the Qidian emperor, but the evil spirits in other Gaiweizhou could not be ignored. If the evil spirits in one state really spread, it would be a nightmare for the entire central region. The cultivators of other forces also nodded when they heard this. We understand. This battle will surely destroy the evil spirits in Gaiweizhou. Kill. One by one, the monks burst out with powerful auras, and the hot blood and qi power was like the rising sun. The powerful aura gathered together dispelled all the strange and cold auras around. Then, the earth shook. The charred ground suddenly cracked, and the corpses buried underground were now inspired by some kind of power and revived directly. When these corpses crawled out of the ground, they killed everyone. When a person dies, it's like a light goes out. Why live again? Some monks looked fierce, and the long sword in their hands slashed out with a huge sword energy, instantly slashing off the heads of more than a dozen corpses, and the black and smelly blood gushed out and splashed in all directions. Some monks were accidentally touched by the blood, and immediately saw that the skin where they touched the blood turned black and rotten, and the severe pain made their faces a little distorted. A perfect version in the 16:9 book forum. Be careful, this blood is poisonous. Everyone, be careful, don't let the blood of these corpses contaminate your body. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The remaining monks saw this scene and their faces were a little ugly. Next, the monks from all sides became much more cautious when they took action. After all, these corpses were revived, and the blood flowing in their flesh seemed to have undergone some strange changes, making them full of poison. But as long as you are careful, these corpses are not too threatening. At this time, there was a surge of black fog. A tall figure slowly emerged from the black fog, and a dry blue-black palm stretched out from the black fog, instantly grabbing dozens of monks in his palm. 5 fingers squeezed hard. The flesh of these monks exploded instantly. A large amount of flesh and blood seemed to be attracted by something, and gathered towards that figure. Evil beast. A semi-saint saw this scene and immediately became furious. He punched out suddenly, and the terrible power tore through the heavy black fog, directly revealing the scene inside. In the black fog, there was an evil spirit several feet in size. From the outside, the other party looked no different from the human race. But the blood-black aura lingered around his body, as if there were countless resentful souls of living beings wailing and howling. At the same time, he was seen chewing in his mouth, and a lot of blood flowed from his mouth, which looked quite scary. Evil spirit. The semi-saint looked solemn. He didn't hurt the evil spirit in front of him with his angry blow, which showed that the other party's strength was definitely not simple. However, this battle has integrated most of the power of the central region. A mere evil spirit is not qualified to stir up waves. Boom! Many evil spirits appeared, and a large number of dead bodies revived, fighting with the central region monks. Horrible blood and strange aura collided. In the entire Guu province, the two forces were shaking constantly. Every moment, there were cultivators and evil spirits who died. The huge Guu province seemed to have become a nest of evil spirits. The evil spirits here seemed endless and could not be seen at a glance. Every time there was a fight, a lot of blood was splashed, and broken limbs flew across the sky. The scene was extremely tragic. Boom! Qin Zhenshin sacrificed the holy weapon. The power hidden in this treasure was fully stimulated at this moment. The power comparable to a saint's blow flattened the void for thousands of miles and killed countless evil spirits. But soon, the space was broken. A clay statue suddenly appeared. The next breath, the divine sound of Zen chanting was heard, and the powerful and strange spiritual power spread. Some cultivators with insufficient cultivation instinctively stagnated in place when they encountered such power, as if they were trapped in a certain environment. Then, there was a monk who vomited blood, his eyes widened with anger, and then his body fell straight down without any sound. "Wake up!" Qin Zhenshin shouted angrily, a voice that contained all the power of the soul, shaking the world. Many monks who had been polluted by strange spirits suddenly woke up. When they looked at the clay statue again, they had a look of horror in their eyes. Natural disaster level evil spirit. The expressions of the powerful men from all sides changed. Natural disaster level evil spirit. The weakest one is comparable to the Tao Palace realm, and the strongest one is comparable to the great sage. The evil spirits appearing in front of them, with just a burst of spiritual power, are enough to contaminate many monks in the divine transformation realm, and even have some impact on the Taoist palace realm. It is enough to show that the evil spirit in front of him is definitely not as simple as an ordinary natural disaster. Such evil spirits, at least it is a natural disaster comparable to that of a saint. If it were in other places, it would not be impossible for an evil spirit comparable to that of a saint to appear, enough to cause horrific disasters and turn entire states into ruins. But, this is Guu. In order to deal with the evil spirits here, most of the strong men in the central region gathered here. Although the natural disasters and evil spirits that are comparable to saints are terrifying, they are not too difficult to contend with. After all, for the victory of this battle, almost all the forces have exhausted their foundations. Holy soldier, great holy soldier, even the Holy King's soldiers were brought with them. So, not long after the natural disasters and evil spirits that were comparable to saints appeared, the world-destroying divine light pierced the heaven and earth, and the bright sword light passed through the body of the clay statue, causing it to instantly fall apart. That's the Holy King soldier of the Divine Sword sect. The name of the Divine Sword is indeed well deserved. When the monks saw the direction in which the bright sword light was coming, their spirits were shaken and a look of awe appeared on their faces. Divine Sword sect. An ancient force in the central region. Although in terms of foundation, the Divine Sword sect cannot be compared with the four great emperor-level forces. But anyway, the Shen Dao sect was once a strong man who had stepped out of the Holy King realm. And it has been passed down from ancient times to the present day, which shows the heritage of the Divine Sword sect. Now, when the powerful men of the Divine Sword sect arrived, they also brought the sect's Holy King's divine sword with them. The name of this Holy King's soldier is taken from the word, Divine Sword, of the Divine Sword sect. Today, the strong man of the Divine Sword sect activated the Divine Sword and instantly killed a natural disaster evil spirit that was comparable to a saint with one blow, making the sect famous. But, the strong man of Shen Dao sect now looks a little pale. After all, with the cultivation level of semi-saint realm, forcibly activate a Holy King soldier. The consumption incurred can be imagined. At this time, before everyone cheered too much, they saw more terrifying auras sweeping over. Natural disasters and evil spirits that were no weaker than the strange statues in front of them now appeared in front of everyone. When these evil spirits appear, the number of other ordinary evil spirits increases greatly. This moment, it seems that all the evil spirits in Guu state are gathering here. A battle between the two sides. It became more and more intense. See this scene. The semi-holy realm experts from all forces have no reservations and are mobilizing all their own resources to counter these powerful evil spirits. P.S. The evil spirit that is comparable to the quasi-emperor level should be called the world-destroying level. It was mistakenly written as the natural disaster level earlier. It has been corrected. End of chapter. Chapter 318. Killing the Qidian Emperor. Half a month later. All the evil spirits in Guu state were wiped out. Most of the monks have withdrawn from Guu state, but there are still some monks who stay to purify the remaining evil atmosphere in Guu state. This is another effect of evil spirits. Even if the evil spirit is killed, the remaining evil spirit will still affect one party. If you want to really clear out these evil spirits, you have to either rely on passing time, or do it manually bit by bit. The monk is full of energy and blood. It is quite restrained for evil spirits. Therefore, the method of artificially removing evil spirits is quite straightforward. It is up to the monks to activate the power of qi and blood to uproot all remaining evil spirits. But these things seem simple, but Guu is a vast territory with a radius of tens of billions of miles. If you are a monk below the level of divine transformation, it will be difficult for you to cross a state even in your lifetime. Visible. How difficult it would be to remove all the evil aura from such a large place. But the same thing. If all the evil auras of Guu were clear, the huge territory would also attract everyone. After all, there are 108 states in the Central Territory, and hundreds of millions of monks live here. However, all cave heaven paradises or places with abundant resources are occupied by many powerful forces. Today, all the monks in Guu state died. The great Zhou dynasty that used to sit here was also submerged in the dust of history. Such a large state. For other monks, it is naturally very attractive. But these things have little to do with Qingfeng. After solving the problem of evil spirits in Guu state, he returned to Qin Emperor City. Senior Qingran, who had been waiting here for a long time, the worried look on his face disappeared in an instant, and a smile reappeared on his pretty face. Qingfeng looked at her and spoke calmly. The problem in Guu state has been resolved. I am going back to Kyushu. Do you plan to stay in Emperor Qin City, or will you go to Kyushu with me? Qingran is willing to go to Kyushu with Senior. Qingran answered without hesitation. Ever since she decided to follow Qingfeng, she knew that there was no possibility of her returning to the Qin family. See this. Qingfeng took a deep look at the other person, and then said, "You have a good talent. From now on, you will stay with me and become my personal disciple." Personal disciple. Qingran's pretty face looked startled, obviously a little unexpected. Without waiting for her answer, Qingfeng's voice came again. "Next, before I leave Qin Emperor City, I will hold an apprenticeship banquet. At that time, everyone will know that you are my direct disciple." "Thank you very much, Master." Qingran's expression was a little complicated, and his eyes seemed a bit dim, but he quickly recovered and saluted Qingfeng. Seeing her look, Qingfeng didn't say much, and waved his hand to ask her to leave. Accept Qingran as his disciple. It was also the result of Qingfeng's careful consideration. The ancient Qin family sent the other party here just to bring them closer to each other. Women's Name Day. Qingran's matter must not be hidden. Even if he didn't do anything, there would probably be some rumors from the outside world. So, Qingfeng simply accepted the other party as his disciple. Such practices, I believe that the ancient Qin family would not refuse. And Qingran's talent is good. He carries 30% of the blood of the great emperor. If he can get the chance in the future, the blood of the great emperor in his body can further transform. As long as nothing unexpected happens, he is at least a saint, or even better. At present, there are only a limited number of powerful people in the Shenwu dynasty, so having one more genius is a good thing. Soon, the news that Qingfeng wanted to accept Qingran as his personal disciple spread throughout the entire Qin Emperor City. Personal disciple. Qin Zhenshin looked a little stunned after hearing the news. Qin Shangdao shook his head slightly and smiled bitterly. It seems that I, the junior of the Qin family, do not have that blessing after all. But it's normal. With that person's talent, he will definitely aspire to be the great emperor in the future. Naturally, the Taoist couple will not be casual. But this is good, if Qin Qinran can worship him as his master. If nothing else happens, my ancient Qin family will also be able to have a relationship with a great emperor in the future. Quote. Regarding Qin Qinran's matter, Qin Shangdao had already listened to Qin Zhenshin's explanation. So, he is also very knowledgeable. What Qin Shangdao didn't expect was just that. Qin Qinran will be accepted as a disciple by Ji Qingfeng. However, as a veteran monk, Qin Shangdao could understand Ji Qingfeng's plan with just a little thought. Qin Shangdao was also able to accept this result. At least, Ji Qingfeng did not send Qin Qinran back home. This explains. The other party also wanted to make good friends with the ancient Qin family. Since that person wants to accept a disciple, he must do it with great fanfare and announce it to the entire central territory, so that all forces can come and watch the ceremony. Qin Shangdao pondered for a moment and then gave the order. The Wanggu Qin family will use this opportunity to spread the news thoroughly and deepen the relationship between the two parties. Inside the Red Dust Immortal sect. When Luo Yang got the news, he immediately yelled, "What an ancient Qin family, it's really hateful to act like this." Even the Red Dust Immortal sect didn't even take action. The ancient Qin family took the first step and thrust a genius into Ji Qingfeng's hands. How could this not make Luo Yang angry? What's more, at present, it is impossible for the Hongqian Immortal sect to follow this approach. After all, sects are different from aristocratic families. The aristocratic family can worship their direct bloodline under Ji Qingfeng, but the Hongqian Immortal sect cannot do this. Looking at the invitation sent by the ancient Qin family, Luo Yang became more and more displeased. But there is no way. Anyway, he always wanted to visit Emperor Qin City. Other side, when other forces received the invitation, they also had different expressions. But no matter what, the news that Ji Qingfeng had accepted a disciple spread throughout the entire central territory in less than a few days. 1 month later, in Emperor Qin's city, this ancient imperial city is decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, making it very lively. Forces from all sides arrived one after another, looking at the current scene of Emperor Qin's city with expressions of amazement. However, they also understand that if it were an ordinary strong man recruiting disciples, the ancient Qin family would never be so grand. Even if the ancient Holy King comes forward, it will be the same. However, Ji Qingfeng is different. This man is known as the future emperor. As long as he does not perish, he will definitely be able to attain the existence of the great emperor. A future great emperor wants to accept a disciple, so the ancient Qin family cannot be so miserable. If their own juniors were to join the sect of such a strong man, it would probably be even more grand than the ancient Qin family. At the banquet, Qin Zhenshin, the head of the ancient Qin family, had a smile on his face and came forward to receive many powerful men from top forces. At the banquet, Ji Qingfeng was dressed in xingyi and sat on the main throne, while Qin Qinran came forward to serve tea and pay homage to his master. Congratulations to the head of the Ji family on your wonderful disciple. Congratulations to Senior Ji. The monks from all sides expressed their congratulations one after another, with smiles on their faces. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. Ji Qingfeng looked at Qin Qinran below, and with a gesture of his hand, an ancient seal suddenly appeared. The vast and primitive atmosphere spread invisibly, making the huge banquet suddenly feel a huge pressure. Everyone's eyes fell on the big seal, and their expressions changed involuntarily. This is the Tianwang seal. You are my first disciple. This thing will protect you. I hope you will have a good life in cultivation. Ji Qingfeng casually erased his own mark on the Tianwang seal, and then handed it to Qin Qinran. The latter's face was dull and he obviously didn't react. When he heard a slight cough next to him, Qin Qinran suddenly woke up and hurriedly took the Tianwang seal. There was surprise mixed with fear on his beautiful face. Disciple thanks master. Until he got the Tianwang seal, Qin Qinran felt unsettled. The Holy King's treasure. The seal of heaven. She never expected that Qingfeng would give her such a valuable treasure at the apprenticeship banquet. No reason. Qidian also felt a little strange in his heart. When other people looked at this scene, their eyes were a little red. The Holy King's treasure. 90% of the forces present have never seen a treasure of this level, let alone owned it. Even the great emperor's forces were a little shocked when they saw Qingfeng's handiwork. After all, these treasures are extremely precious. Even if the emperor has a strong power base, the Holy King's soldiers in his hands are limited. That's why these monks were so envious when they saw Qingfeng bestowing the Holy King arms. Many juniors of the ancient Qin family looked at Qidian with jealousy on their faces. Should have known so, they should also find a way to become Qingfeng's disciple. A piece of Holy King's weapon. This is an opportunity that I simply didn't dare to hope for. It didn't take long. The banquet is over. Qingfeng took Qidian and left Qin Emperor City to go to the Shenwu dynasty. Half a month's work. The two of them entered Kyushu. After returning to Guzhezhuang, Qingfeng called Peng. This is my new disciple, Qidian, who comes from the ancient Qin family. Please make arrangements. My subordinate understands. When Peng heard this, he looked at Qidian with a surprised look, and then bowed to Qingfeng to accept the order. Subsequently, Qingfeng looked at Qidian and said, "You will stay in Guzhezhuang from now on. If you don't know anything about practice, you can come and see me." In addition, there are no restrictions on the disciples of Guzhezhuang. If you intend to become an official and serve the imperial court, you can do so. Quote. Yes. Qidian nodded. She naturally understood the relationship between Guzhezhuang and Shenwu dynasty. In fact, the two are indistinguishable from each other. There is no difference between joining Guzhezhuang and joining the Shenwu dynasty. Subsequently, Qingfeng just asked Peng to take him down. This time, a burst of refreshing fragrance blew towards his face. Qingfeng looked outside the lobby and saw Xu Yulan in palace clothes walking towards her. Although her face was not as stunning as Qidian's, it had a charm that the latter did not have. "Lady, I heard that my husband brought a direct disciple back today, so I came here to take a look." Xu Yulan smiled sweetly. These words seemed ordinary, but Qingfeng could hear something unusual in the other party's words. To this, Qingfeng couldn't help but pinch his brows, his face helpless. "Madam, don't think too much. The ancient Qin family arranged her here. If I don't accept her as a disciple, but send her back, I am afraid it will hurt my reputation. What's more, this girl is also talented. She has entered the realm of divine transformation at a young age. If nothing unexpected happens, I think she will have the opportunity to reach the realm of saints in the future. My husband is very thoughtful." Xu Yulan still smiled, but Qingfeng understood that his wife was really angry. Since the marriage for decades, Xu Yulan's temper has always been good, and she rarely gets angry. Like now, Qingfeng naturally understands why the other party is angry. So, Qingfeng had to coax her softly to make the other party smile. In the end, Xu Yulan looked gloomy. "It's a pity that my aptitude is mediocre. If it weren't for the elixir given by my husband, I'm afraid I would have been unable to break through to the Grandmaster level. Although I have some cultivation now, I'm afraid it will be difficult to make any progress in the future." The aptitude issue. It has always been Xu Yulan's concern. Especially as Qingfeng's strength becomes stronger and stronger, she becomes more uneasy. After all, the higher Qingfeng goes, the further he will fall behind with his mediocre aptitude. Although the Dao Palace realm has a lifespan of thousands of years, there will be a day when they will grow old. It is impossible to say that Xu Yulan is not worried at all. "Don't worry, madam. There are many treasures in the world, and there are people who change their aptitude. What's more, as long as I am here, even if you have mediocre aptitude, it will not be a problem for you to become a saint one day." Qingfeng understood the other party's concerns, so he pulled the other party into his arms and comforted him. He was not completely fooling Xu Yulan, but the fact was so. Later, Qingfeng believed that there would be a pill that would allow a cultivator to directly ascend to a saint. Or, in other words, it was a treasure that changed the cultivator's own qualifications. It was like the blood of the great emperor, who was born with extraordinary qualifications. Some things cannot be done now, but it does not mean that they cannot be done in the future. Xu Yulan leaned her head on Qingfeng's chest and whispered, I don't care whether my cultivation can break through, but I just want to stay with my husband all the time. I understand. Qingfeng felt warm in his heart. In the next few days, Qingfeng did not practice, but stayed with Xu Yulan all the time, strolling around the capital of Shenwu Kingdom, or leaving Zhou and going to the East region to experience different customs and practices. For Qingfeng now, a thought can move thousands of miles. Although Zhou and the East region are a little far away, it is nothing in front of him. After playing for half a month, Xu Yulan was in a good mood. After the two returned to Guzhazhuang, Qingfeng went into seclusion again, and took out the stone tablet he got in Gaiweizhou to comprehend the quasi-emperor Dao rhyme on it. Compared with the stone tablet in the ancient Beast Mountain range, the quasi-emperor Dao rhyme on the Gaiweizhou stone tablet is much stronger. Qingfeng suspected that the strong man who left this stone tablet, even if he had not achieved the Dao Emperor, was probably not much away from the Emperor realm. After a period of comprehension, Qingfeng also gained a lot. Then, Qingfeng came out of seclusion, read all the many Dao Palace realm exercises collected in Guzhazhuang, collected them in the panel, and then began to practice in seclusion again. End of this chapter. Chapter 320, The Ancient Land of Taichu. The Suppression of Heaven and Earth. Qingfeng stopped at the third level of the Great Saint realm. The Nine-Yang Dao Sutra that was originally synthesized is now in a perfect state. As for the Nine Heavens Heavenly Sutra, due to the suppression of heaven and earth, there is no way to make a breakthrough for the time being. So, Qingfeng naturally started from other techniques. The premise of the fusion of techniques is to practice a technique to perfection first. This is a fact that cannot be changed. So, if Qingfeng wants to further integrate other martial arts, he needs to practice the basic martial arts to perfection first. If he practices techniques below the Dao Palace realm, it is undoubtedly a waste of time and improvement points. So, Qingfeng temporarily only focuses on the Dao Palace realm's top-grade techniques. In this way, the subsequent fusion has a higher probability of fusing the techniques of the Saint realm. However, for ordinary forces, there will not be too many Dao Palace realm techniques. And the techniques that directly point to the peak of the Dao Palace realm are even fewer. It's just that Qingfeng destroyed the ancient wasteland Holy Land before, and later the Shenwu dynasty destroyed the Guiyuan dynasty, and the sects and forces that needed to be affiliated with the Guiyuan dynasty were all affected. So, the Shenwu dynasty plundered a large number of Dao Palace realm techniques. In the end, these techniques, they fell into Guzhazhuang. In just a few days, in Qingfeng's attribute panel, 36 Dao Palace realm top-grade techniques were added. Next, it was closed-door cultivation. With Qingfeng's current Great Saint realm third-level cultivation, and the Dao Palace realm has already reached its limit. These techniques, for Qingfeng, there is not much difficulty at all. In just 3 months, Qingfeng practiced all 36 Dao Palace realm techniques to the perfect level. 36 techniques are not enough. If we take into account the normal probability, it is a question whether so many techniques can be combined into a Great Saint realm technique. When Qingfeng thought of this, he came out of retreat and walked out of the knife-grinding hall. Inside the palace, in the imperial garden, Yang, wearing the emperor's robe, looked at the person in front of him with a look of respect on his face. How come father has time to come here today? I haven't seen you for a while. I came to see how you are progressing in your cultivation. In addition, father needs a large number of techniques, at least of the best quality in the Dao Palace realm. The higher the grade, the better. Qingfeng said. Hearing this, Yang's face was slightly stunned. Although the best quality techniques in the Tao Palace realm are not rare, it is not easy to get them. But if father needs them, the court will do its best to collect them. Although it is not clear why Jiyu Qingfeng needs so many techniques, Jiyu Yang did not ask more. Everyone has his own secrets. It is not his turn to interfere with how his father acts. What's more, Jiyu Qingfeng's current height is not something that ordinary people can reach. Jiyu Yang asked himself that his cultivation level was improving quickly, but in front of Jiyu Qingfeng, it was always difficult to see the depth of the ladder. Jiyu Qingfeng in front of him was like an abyss that could not be looked at directly. Try to collect as much as possible about the skills. In addition, if you have any doubts about your cultivation during this period, you can tell me. Your father has some time today, just in time to answer one or two for you. Jiyu Qingfeng nodded, then looked at Jiyu Yang and said lightly. Although the other party had just broken through the 6th level of the Tao Palace realm not long ago, his aura was also stable, which showed that Jiyu Yang's foundation was well laid, and every step was steady. In terms of talent, Jiyu Yang was naturally good. Otherwise, it is impossible for the other party to break through the Tao Palace realm before he was less than 100 years old, and his cultivation level even reached the 6th level of the Tao Palace realm. Such cultivation, compared with Qin Ruifeng of the ancient Qin family, they are not inferior at all. Of course, seriously speaking, Qin Ruifeng is naturally more than 10 years younger than Jiyu Yang. For a normal Tao Palace cultivator, it is impossible to break through a realm in more than 10 years. But for the top Tianzhao, it is another matter. The reason why Tianzhao is because of his strong aptitude, which is unmatched by ordinary people. More than 10 years. For the top Tianzhao, it is enough to have a significant transformation. So, seriously speaking, compared with Qin Ruifeng, Jiyu Yang's talent is actually a little worse. This is also normal. Although Qin Ruifeng is not a top divine body, he has the extremely rich blood of the great emperor flowing in his body, which is no worse than the real divine body. More importantly, the resources of the ancient Qin family are not comparable to other forces. Even if they have the same aptitude, they grow much faster than others in the ancient family. The gap in all aspects. It is definitely not the luck of the lord of a dynasty that can make up for it. Unless, the promotion of the Shenwu dynasty to the imperial dynasty is another matter. After all, the luck of an imperial dynasty is not ordinary. As the leader of an imperial dynasty, the luck of the imperial dynasty will be upon him, and his qualifications will be greatly improved. After hearing Jiyu Qingfeng's words, Jiyu Yang did not hesitate and directly told some of the problems he encountered in cultivation. At Jiyu Yang's level, there are not many people in the world who can really guide him. Even a powerful existence like the semi-saint realm is not necessarily much stronger than Jiyu Yang in terms of cultivation insights. As for the words of the saint, the foundation of the Shenwu dynasty was not yet strong enough to breed a saint. But, these problems are nothing to Jiyu Qingfeng. The cultivation of the 3rd level of the great saint realm, as well as the possession of many magical powers, gave Jiyu Qingfeng great insights into the practice of Taoism. It is easy to answer Jiyu Yang's questions about cultivation. Be concise and to the point. Jiyu Qingfeng's few words gave Jiyu Yang a feeling of enlightenment. Subsequently, Jiyu Qingfeng placed several bottles of enlightenment pills in front of Jiyu Yang. The enlightenment pill can make it easier for you to understand the world and the true meaning of supernatural powers. The Tao Palace realm Yuanshan is born from the true meaning. Understanding the true meaning that is powerful enough can make the Yuanshan grow to the limit. The more solid the foundation is at the Tao Palace stage, the easier it will be to break through to the saint stage later on. Quote. Jiyu Qingfeng warned. He was also worried that Jiyu Yang would neglect his own foundation in order to pursue the speed of his realm. That way, Jiyu Yang's future achievements will definitely be limited. Although Jiyu Yang has always been calm in his approach over the years, Jiyu Qingfeng also wants to remind him. After all, Jiyu Yang's path in the past had been too smooth. Less than 100 years old, he became the leader of a dynasty, and his cultivation level reached the 6th level of the Dao Palace. It's just that after reaching the Dao Palace realm, the difficulty of breaking through each level is incomparable to the previous ones. If Ji Yuyang stays in the Dao Palace for too long, he will inevitably have some other thoughts. So, Ji Yu Qingfeng naturally wanted to remind him first. Hear the words. The latter nodded naturally. I will always keep my father's warning in mind. That's good. Ji Yu Qingfeng did not stay in the palace for long. After leaving the palace, he returned to Gujiazhuang first. A few days later, Ji Yu Qingfeng left Gujiazhuang. Didn't alarm anyone, but, before leaving Gujiazhuang, Ji Yu Qingfeng left a drop of blood essence in the knife-shaping hall to guard it. If something happened to the Shenwu dynasty, someone would go to the knife-shaping hall and activate the power of the blood essence. At Ji Yu Qingfeng's level of cultivation, a drop of blood essence can suppress a saint to some extent. Please, you, collect _6_9__bar 6 9 books. In today's Dharma ending era, it is enough to solve most of the problems. And, once the essence and blood are used, Ji Yu Qingfeng will also be aware of it. So, after leaving a drop of blood essence, Ji Yu Qingfeng stopped paying attention to the Shenwu dynasty. Half a month later, the ancient land of Taichu. Ji Yu Qingfeng stepped into this ancient forbidden area that made people fearful. The ancient land of Taichu is rumored to be the burial place of the ancient emperor. There was once an ancient clan guarding the emperor's corpse here to prevent outsiders from disturbing it. Later, an ominous occurrence occurred with the emperor's corpse, and all the great clans in one area died overnight. The area for hundreds of millions of miles was infected by the ominous force, and eventually became a restricted area. Quote. Records about the ancient land of Taichu appeared in Ji Yu Qingfeng's mind. Ancient times. There is an imperial clan guarding here. This is the origin of the ancient land of Taichu. Since the fall of the Taichu imperial clan, for countless years, many monks have set foot in the ancient land of Taichu, hoping to find the resources left behind by the imperial clan. What's more, in an attempt to obtain the inheritance from the great emperor. What a pity, the ancient land of Taichu was dangerous. Most of those who set foot in this place died here and did not make it out alive. The few people who managed to come out alive were also haunted by strange curses and eventually died for various reasons. Even though the ancient land of Taichu was so dangerous and strange, Ji Yu Qingfeng still stepped here. In his opinion, any restricted and dangerous areas, they all have one common characteristic. That is, if the strength is sufficient, the so-called dangers can be ignored. Ji Yu Qingfeng asked himself that with his current strength, if all his cards were revealed and the emperor's soldiers were in hand, even the quasi-emperor would have the confidence to fight in person. Even though the ancient land of Taichu was dangerous, it was absolutely impossible to leave a quasi-emperor behind. After all, these strange changes in the restricted area are due to the ominous emperor's corpse. No matter how terrifying a fallen emperor is, in Ji Yu Qingfeng's opinion, Dingtian is just equivalent to a quasi-emperor. So, Ji Yu Qingfeng certainly has enough confidence. No matter what, it wouldn't be a big problem for him to escape unscathed. The reason why he wanted to enter the Taichu restricted area was because Ji Yu Qingfeng wanted to train himself as a strong person and further improve his strength. And then, it is to find the things left behind by the Taichu imperial clan in the past. Kung Fu, heritage, these are what Ji Yu Qingfeng needs. If the skills at the Dao Palace level are precious, then the skills at the Saint level and higher levels are truly rare. If he wanted to maximize the effectiveness of the fusion panel, Ji Yu Qingfeng needed to obtain the corresponding skills. In addition, as a former ancient imperial clan, maybe even the Taichu imperial clan could have the emperor's scripture left behind. If one could obtain the emperor's scripture, the benefits would be self-evident. This is the reason why Ji Yu Qingfeng entered the ancient land of Taichu. Since entering Taichu ancient land, Ji Yu Qingfeng has discovered that this place is unusual. The earth is dark, the sky is dark, the light of the sun and the moon seem to have difficulty reaching the ancient land of Taichu. The cold wind whistled, as if it could penetrate into the bone marrow. Only Qingfeng's cultivation level could not be afraid of these strange phenomena. At the same time, Qingfeng even found that since he stepped into the Taichu ancient land, it seemed that there were strange eyes staring at him in the dark, and it seemed that there was something lying on him behind him, sucking his blood bit by bit. Boom! Qingfeng stopped, and the breath as terrifying as the sun burst out, instantly dispelling all the cold breath around him. A shrill and piercing scream sounded from his ears. Qingfeng suddenly turned around and blasted forward with a palm. Boom! There was a shadow-like existence that twisted violently, and then collapsed. As the shadow dissipated, the cold breath on Qingfeng's body disappeared instantly. Weird. Qingfeng raised his eyebrows slightly. The existence of the shadow just now was somewhat similar to weird, but there was a big difference. If it was strange, Qingfeng would have discovered it in advance without waiting for it to get close to him. But the existence of the black shadow is not the case. If Qingfeng had not been sensitive and noticed the loss of his blood and qi, he would not have discovered the black shadow lying behind him. With his current cultivation, this is still the case. If it were other cultivators, the consequences can be imagined. Until now, Qingfeng has truly witnessed the danger of the Taichu ancient land. Behind, Qingfeng acted more and more carefully. He continued to go deeper into the Taichu ancient land, and the black shadows he discovered at the beginning became more and more dense and frequent. Qingfeng could not remember how many black shadows he had killed. Suddenly, Qingfeng stopped again. In front of him, there was a blood-red coffin quietly parked there. Under the rendering of the silent atmosphere, the place added a bit of horror out of thin air. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the red color on the coffin slowly flowed, like blood dripping on the ground. Playing tricks. Qingfeng's face turned cold, and the evil killing sword behind him was unsheathed. The terrifying blood and energy merged into the imperial weapon. In an instant, the blood-colored sword energy broke through the void and hit the coffin fiercely. Boom! The coffin was hit by the imperial weapon and exploded instantly. Countless debris mixed with blood scattered everywhere. Then, a mummy dressed in tattered clothes, covered with green hair, and whose real face could not be seen appeared in front of Qingfeng. Roar! As soon as the mummy appeared, it roared, and a terrifying pressure burst out from its body, and then the mummy disappeared instantly. As the fishy smell came to his face, there was a cold light flashing in front of Qingfeng. The mummy's hands, covered with sharp nails, were thrusting fiercely into Qingfeng's chest, as if to cut open his chest and dig out the heart inside. Seeing this, Qingfeng swung the evil-slaying knife across the air, and the extremely sharp blade easily cut off the mummy's arms, and the black blood immediately gushed out from the wound. The blade's remaining force did not stop, and it directly slashed across the mummy's neck and cut off its head. Pa! The head was cut off, and the mummy's body shook slightly, and then fell headfirst. Then in Qingfeng's sight, all the green hair slowly dissipated, revealing its original face. End of this chapter. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.